Chapter 251. Effect Detection. After temporarily repelling the Dustox, Hoenn and his Pokémon retreated from the Dustox forest. This time, the collaboration of his Pokémon led to the elimination of a large number of Dustox. Skorupi even managed to find concentrated energy crystals within the bodies of the Dustox. However, the most important thing was that Hoenn's Pokémon levels rose once again. Originally, on the SS, after a long period of training, they were already on the verge of leveling up. Now, with the defeat of over 100 Dustox with an average level of around 20, each Pokémon gained a substantial amount of experience. Among them, Slowpoke benefited the most, due to his type advantage and the assistance of other Pokémon allowing him to attack without restraint. He single-handedly took down nearly half of the Dustox. However, during the tournament on the SS, Slowpoke had already leveled up, so this time he was the only one who didn't level up, though he accumulated a lot of experience. Murkrow reached level 25, Haunter reached level 26, Miltank reached level 23, Sneasel also rose to level 26, and Skorupi, despite defeating fewer enemies, due to the large level difference, rose the most, reaching level 16, going up 2 levels. This was due to the accumulated experience from previous training, and after such an intense battle, they naturally leveled up. Next time, leveling up wouldn't be as easy. Overall, his Pokémon's strength had increased a bit more. There were still countless Dustox in the forest, and Hoenn didn't plan to give up now. After resting for a while, he was ready to return to the Dustox forest. Whether to gain more combat experience for his Pokémon or to obtain more energy crystals, the Dustox had become his target. Before returning to the forest, Hoenn observed several Beautifly flying peacefully around the forest. Dustox have energy crystals inside them, but do these Beautifly have them too? Now, Hoenn saw wild Pokémon as if they were walking energy crystals. During the rest, in addition to giving his Pokémon Pokeblocks to restore energy and Miltank's milk to recover strength, Hoenn took out a Poison-type energy crystal and gave it directly to Skorupi. Although Haunter was also interested in the energy crystals, he hadn't fully absorbed the poisonous gases yet. Hoenn decided to wait until Haunter consumed those gases before giving him Poison-type energy crystals. As for Skorupi, there was no problem, and since he was the one who found the crystal, Hoenn gave it to him as a reward. If any adverse effect was noticed, he simply wouldn't use it again. After all, it was just a small energy crystal, and any side effects would quickly dissipate. System: monitor Skorupi's body data in real time and calculate the effects of using the energy crystal, along with any changes in his stats, Hoenn mentally ordered. After Skorupi consumed the poison-type energy crystal, he closed his eyes and lay down on the ground. Although there were no visible changes, Hoenn could monitor Skorupi in real time through the system. In the data graph provided by the system, one could see how Skorupi's internal energy fluctuated, especially in terms of poison-type energy. Even his physical condition improved to a certain extent. After about 10 minutes, Skorupi opened his eyes after completely digesting the crystal's energy. When he looked at Hoenn, his desire for more was evident in his eyes. Although he didn't know exactly what changes had occurred in his body, he could feel that his internal energy was very charged, and he felt that consuming more could help him evolve further. For Pokémon, this is perceived as evolution, but for Hoenn and the system, it's simply a level increase. Hoenn reviewed the real-time scan results provided by the system and was very surprised. A small poison-type energy crystal, yet its effect was remarkably good. The system calculated that if Skorupi consumed about 10 more energy crystals, he could level up again. Although Skorupi was relatively low level and needed less energy, it couldn't be ignored that he had just leveled up. Could energy crystals help accelerate a Pokémon's growth? Moreover, it seemed there were more benefits. After consuming the poison-type energy crystal, Skorupi's total amount of poison-type energy had increased slightly. The increase wasn't very noticeable, Skorupi probably didn't even realize it, but the system captured it perfectly. Could this energy crystal enhance a Pokémon's abilities to a certain degree? However, the improvement was quite small. For Skorupi, he would need to consume around 10,000 crystals to improve his poison-type talent. This assumed he wouldn't develop resistance to the crystal and that the amount of energy would increase evenly with each crystal consumed. Kane also wondered what would happen if a Pokémon of a different type consumed an energy crystal that didn't match its type. But he wasn't willing to experiment with his own Pokémon. Also, as far as he knew, not all wild Pokémon had energy crystals, so each one he found was valuable and should be used with caution. As he explored the island further, Kane's interest in it grew. Since the wild Pokémon on the island were quite high level and provided considerable experience, he decided to continue exploring with the aim of collecting more energy crystals. If he found any Pokémon with good potential, he might even capture it. However, he didn't know when he might return to the human world, and capturing too many Pokémon could become a burden in terms of food. Therefore, Kane decided he would only consider Pokémon with at least a light green potential. After resting for half an hour, and with the help of Miltank's milk to recover energy, his Pokémon were back to full strength. However, it couldn't be denied that the powders in the Dustox forest were very annoying. But Miltank, as the team's support, turned out to be very reliable. Her Heal Bell move was already well trained. Although she wasn't fully proficient, in non-urgent situations, her effectiveness was quite good. This was one of the main reasons Kane could take his Pokémon directly into the Dustox nest. They didn't have to worry about the interference of Dustox powder, allowing them to attack freely. However, Kane noticed that in each battle, he felt that a large protective shield was missing at the front and that his Pokémon's safety wasn't fully guaranteed. End of chapter. Chapter 252. Can't be provoked, can't be provoked. After resting, Kane ventured back into the Dustox forest with his Pokémon. However, this time, after entering, they were abruptly expelled in less than 30 minutes. Due to the ferocity with which they had previously defeated so many Dustox, the experts of the Dustox group retaliated. Two relatively high-level Dustox appeared, one at level 30 and the other at level 31. If it had only been those two, Kane's Pokémon, although of lower levels, would have had a fighting chance. Even though these Dustox had high levels, their abilities weren't all that impressive, and as long as it wasn't a one-on-one fight, they had a chance. However, in addition to those two high-level Dustox, there was an overwhelming number of common Dustox, which was what really worried Kane, forcing him to retreat again. These two Dustox were certainly not the strongest in the group. If Kane managed to defeat them, it was likely the true leader would emerge to confront them. It seems I'll have to play exterminator on this little island, Kane murmured to himself as he looked at the Dustox forest. There are so many Pokémon and so few natural predators. If this continues, the island won't be able to sustain it. In that case, the Pokémon that can't dive or fly will likely go extinct. With this justification, Kane reassured himself, determined to rid the island of excess Pokémon. Although his Pokémon weren't strong enough yet, a few more days of fighting could change that. According to the system scans, Slowpoke was close to leveling up. The Beautifly Forest, which bordered the Dustox forest, was well defended. The previous surprise attack had only succeeded because the Dustox didn't expect an attack from the weaker side of the Beautifly Forest. But after suffering heavy losses, the Dustox had strengthened their defenses on that side. Kane decided to circle around and attack from another direction. Meanwhile, he instructed Slowpoke to leave spatial coordinates at each place they reached. Kane was determined to wage a guerrilla war, gradually wearing down the Dustox forces. On the other side of the Dustox forest, Kane and his Pokémon launched another surprise attack. As he had suspected, the Dustox's peaceful life had made them lower their guard. With such weak defenses, Kane and his Pokémon managed to break through quickly. Avoiding the Silcoon, they focused solely on the Dustox. This attack resulted in the death of over 100 Dustox, and Kane obtained 34 energy crystals. Additionally, Slowpoke leveled up again, reaching level 28, remaining Kane's highest level Pokémon. When the higher level Dustox arrived again, Kane withdrew with his Pokémon. After a brief rest, he stored his Pokémon and allowed Slowpoke to teleport them to another part of the forest, where they resumed the attacks. After 3 or 4 raids, the number of Dustox had noticeably decreased. The Dustox were so on edge that any small movement in the forest caused a horde of them, with eyes red with anger, to stampede out. If it hadn't been for Kane's quick retreat in the last assault, he could have been caught by the enraged Dustox, who, in their fury, had begun to launch suicide attacks. Even if they died, they wanted to leave a mark on Slowpoke and the others. Seeing the situation become more complicated, Hoenn decided to return to the Beautifly Forest and leave the attacks for the day. Not only were the Dustox agitated, but Slowpoke and the other Pokémon were also showing signs of physical and mental fatigue. Despite the constant help of Miltank's milk and the timely supply of advanced Pokeblocks, the prolonged fighting had left them mentally exhausted. Hoenn knew that if they continued fighting, they could suffer irreversible damage to their bodies, so he chose to retreat. In any case, he had never planned to wipe out the massive group of Dustox in a single day. However, the lower-level Dustox nearby had been almost entirely wiped out by Hoenn and his Pokémon. The remaining Dustox had an average level of 23 or 24, making them harder to defeat. That day, Hoenn collected a total of 121 small energy crystals. As for medium-sized crystals, he found none. The rate of obtaining energy crystals was about 1/3, which meant Hoenn and his Pokémon had defeated around 300 Dustox in one day. No wonder the dense shadow of Dustox in the sky had noticeably dispersed. Moreover, throughout the day, Hoenn didn't capture a single Dustox. It wasn't that there weren't any decent quality Dustox, but in such a chaotic battle, it was hard to hold back. A moment's inattention could lead to the disbandment of the entire team. In short, what they lacked was a tank Pokémon capable of withstanding attacks and drawing the attention of enemies. Without that protection, Hoenn's Pokémon had to focus on attacking while worrying about getting hurt. But finding such a Pokémon in such a short time, and one with enough power, was practically impossible. Hoenn didn't have time to train one now, so perhaps after the final test, he could capture one. "Now, everyone, rest well," Hoenn said as he distributed advanced Pokeblocks to his Pokémon. "Reflect on what you learned today in battle, on your understanding and analysis of your moves. If any of you have similar moves, you can discuss them with each other." Hoenn, for his part, put on an apron and began preparing dinner. His Pokémon were very tired, and Hoenn declined Miltank's help. Although Miltank hadn't participated much in the battles, she had used her Heal Bell move and produced a lot of milk, which had also left her exhausted. Hoenn even noticed that Miltank seemed a bit thinner. Little by little, the aroma of food filled the forest again. But this time, no daring Pokémon came to bother them. After all, there was a group of Pokémon covered in Dustox blood resting, their imposing presence warding off any potential intruders. Even the Beautifly that used to play nearby had disappeared. In the middle of Beautifly territory, Hoenn and his Pokémon had claimed a small area, making it their own. The Beautifly, more sensitive than other Pokémon, could perceive the scent of blood emanating from Hoenn's Pokémon. It was the scent of the blood of their natural enemies, the Dustox. Who knew how many Dustox they had eliminated in total? Looking at Hoenn's Pokémon, surrounded by an atmosphere of blood and death, the Beautifly decided to avoid trouble. If they could kill so many Dustox, they could also finish off the same number of Beautifly. Can't be provoked, can't be provoked. End of chapter. Chapter 253. The Dustox Leader. Hoenn spent another entire day hunting Dustox, finally managing to clear out all the relatively low-level Dustox on the outer areas. Finally, within a level 30 Dustox, he found a medium energy crystal. Item: Medium energy crystal. Attribute: Poison type. Effect: Can increase a Pokémon's poison type energy when consumed. Repeated use may even improve the Pokémon's poison type talent. Origin: Forms inside a Pokémon after using a significant amount of high-purity energy. Hoenn led Slowpoke and the others in a true guerrilla war, ultimately bringing down this level 30 Dustox, which had a dark yellow color quality. The number of Dustox in the forest decreased drastically. To protect their territory, they had to disperse their forces. This gave Hoenn the opportunity he needed. In each previous battle, when a level 30 Dustox appeared, Hoenn would retreat with his Pokémon. This led the Dustox to believe that as long as a level 30 Dustox was present, Hoenn wouldn't dare to attack again. But reality was quite different. The strong Dustox that the group leader had sent out were taken down one by Hoenn. By the end of the day, the Dustox group was reduced to only a few. Although bug-type Pokémon grow quickly, these newly evolved Dustox posed no obstacle for Cain and his Pokémon. Cain's plan for tomorrow was simple: to eliminate the Dustox leader. Once that was done, the Dustox group would essentially be neutralized. For a long time, the Dustox would likely no longer be a significant group on the island. Cain was in no rush, as he planned to do the same with other groups on the island. The benefits of his hunt had been enormous. This place seemed to have gone untouched by humans for a long time. Cain found many rare herbs and berries in the Dustox forest, all of which he collected. Not to mention, after so much battle, his Pokémon skills had improved considerably. After a day of facing high-level Pokémon, although they hadn't leveled up, their mastery of moves had improved greatly. Even Skorupi had perfected its basic moves. At dawn, Cain led his Pokémon back to the now familiar Dustox forest. The poisonous dust that used to fill the air had significantly diminished. Now, with the sunlight, they could see the plants more than 10 meters away. Stepping on the leaf-covered ground, he ignored the growls of the Cascoon around him. He knew that these newly evolved Pokémon wouldn't be a problem. Their levels were too low, and the experience they gave was negligible. Instead of spending energy on them, Cain preferred to reserve himself for the fight against the Dustox leader. Upon reaching the center of the forest, Cain saw that the Dustox leader was already waiting for him. After the past few days of fighting, the leader had understood what Cain intended to do: exterminate their entire Dustox group. Or at least, eliminate all the current Dustox, as he didn't seem to have any intention of attacking the Cascoon. This relieved the leader somewhat, as even if she died, new Dustox would soon appear in the forest. Bug-type Pokémon grow quickly. It seems you already know we're going to fight. You even sent away the Dustox with potential to keep them out of this, right? Cain said with a smile, looking at the solitary Dustox leader. It was true, of the entire group, only the leader remained to face Cain. The young, promising Dustox had been sent away. During these days of battle, the leader had noticed that Cain didn't pay much attention to low-level Dustox but targeted the strongest ones. The leader understood that Cain was simply gathering experience for his Pokémon. A spark of admiration shone in the Dustox leader's eyes. She had reached her position after years of life and training, relying on her talent and skills. Cain's Pokémon were young but powerful, clearly cultivated with care. What would have happened if she had been raised the same way? The Dustox leader didn't dare to imagine it. But as the leader of her group, even if she admired Cain's strength, she couldn't allow someone who was massacring her people to go on. The pride of a leader didn't allow her to surrender to anyone. Cain observed the Dustox leader, whose aura of power was unmistakable. For the first time, he could see her full stats. Pokémon. Dustox, green. Gender? Female. Level. 34. Type. Bugly poison. Ability. Compound eyes. Equipped item. Leadership, able to improve a Pokémon's aptitude by a small level. Egg moves. None. Basic moves. Gust, Confusion, Poison Powder, Moonlight, Venoshock, Psybeam, Silver Wind, Light Screen, Whirlwind, Toxic. Learned moves. Bug Bite, Signal Beam, Snore. TM moves. None. Leadership? So this Dustox has that special trait. Cain paused at that leadership's ability listed in Dustox's stats. He remembered the first time he'd seen this ability in his current life was on the test island when he faced the group of Betrayal. The leader of the Betrayal also had leadership. Leadership is a very special trait, exclusive to group leaders. It cannot be obtained simply by defeating the Pokémon who possesses it. This item has the ability to improve a Pokémon's aptitude by a small level, which means the Dustox leader may have originally had a light green aptitude. The Pokémon world is fair. Bug-type Pokémon have a fast growth and reproduction rate, but their growth potential and lifespan are limited. This makes them both desirable and less popular. Bug-type Pokémon tend to form groups, increasing the chances of one with leadership appearing. Cain thought for a moment, what would happen if I captured a Pokémon with leadership? Originally, On the test island, he had wanted to try it, but circumstances hadn't allowed it. Now, perhaps, he had an opportunity. However, considering Dustox's level, Hoenn decided to postpone this idea. If you survive the battle, I'll capture you and see what happens. If not, I'm very sorry. Hoenn told the Dustox leader, regardless of whether she understood. End of chapter. Chapter 254. Fairy-type moves. Hoenn didn't capture a single Dustox while taking down the entire group of these Pokémon. One reason was that the combat situation didn't allow him enough energy to capture Pokémon. Another reason was that Dustox's growth potential isn't very high, even lower than Beedrill's. At least Beedrill can Mega Evolve, right? Therefore, Dustox's resale value isn't very high. Of course, if we're talking about the Dustox leader, that's a different story. A level 34 Dustox with green potential has combat abilities that honestly surpass all of Hoenn's Pokémon. However, Hoenn wouldn't be so naive as to let a single Pokémon face the Dustox in a one-on-one fight. Slowpoke, use Calm Mind. Murkrow, use Tailwind to increase speed. Sneasel, use Hone Claws. Haunter, use Toxic. For Pokémon against the Dustox leader. With the right strategy and coordination, they might have a chance. Upon hearing the command, Slowpoke closed its eyes and sat on the ground, trusting its companions to prevent Dustox from disturbing it while it meditated. Murkrow flapped its wings, and a gentle air current surrounded all the Pokémon, activating the speed-boosting effect of Tailwind on the whole team. Sneasel stayed in position, watching Dustox closely as its claws sharpened, emitting a piercing sound. Ready to react, Sneasel wouldn't hesitate to strike if Dustox made a move. Haunter, laughing eerily, vanished into the shadows and appeared next to Dustox, forming a sphere filled with poisonous energy in its hands. Any Pokémon that touched that sphere would become poisoned. Haunter's poison had been developed and refined under Hoenn's direction, making its toxic effect even more devastating. Although Dustox is a poison type, and therefore resistant to poison-type moves, Haunter's toxic move has a lingering effect. The longer the battle drags on, the greater the pressure on Dustox. When Hoenn and his Pokémon defeated the first Dustox level 30 or higher, it was thanks to Haunter's toxic move, which wore down the enemy slowly. However, the Dustox leader was clearly different from the other Dustox Hoenn had faced previously. Sensing Haunter's move, the Dustox leader gently flapped her green wings and dodged Haunter's toxic. After evading the attack, the Dustox leader mirrored the move, quickly forming a sphere of toxic energy. Hoenn remained unfazed and gave orders calmly. Murkrow, use Snatch, then Wing Attack. Sneasel, use Taunt. Slowpoke, use Psyshock. Haunter, move in and use Poison Jab. Murkrow's prankster ability allowed it to use status moves at an incredible speed. While it couldn't directly snatch Dustox's toxic move, it did manage to interrupt its execution. Then, Sneasel rushed forward, using Taunt and preventing Dustox from using support moves. Enraged, the Dustox leader beat her wings powerfully, creating two small gusts of wind. One sent Sneasel flying, and the other headed towards Slowpoke, sensing it as the biggest threat. At that moment, Slowpoke, having finished using Calm Mind, teleported to evade Dustox's gust. Then, its eyes glowed with a blue flash as a powerful psychic wave struck Dustox. Haunter also approached Dustox quickly, and along with Slowpoke's Psyshock, its hands, charged with the strongest poison it could generate, hit Dustox directly. The Dustox leader let out a cry of pain. Her green wings began to glow with a faint purple shine. She was poisoned. However, Dustox was also a Pokémon capable of using Psychic-type moves. Although Slowpoke's Psyshock had caused great damage, the Dustox leader quickly regained her composure. Due to Sneasel's taunt, Dustox couldn't use support moves. With no other option, a powerful psychic wave emanated from her body. It was her strongest psychic-type move, Psybeam, which directly targeted the nearby Haunter. At such close range, Haunter couldn't dodge. Cake. Haunter fell to the ground, injured. The Psybeam move, with its double damage, combined with the Dustox leader's level advantage, almost finished Haunter in a single hit. Hoenn's expression changed slightly. The level difference was still too great. Although his 4 Pokémon were attacking just one and their coordination wasn't weak, the level gap made the battle outcome highly uneven. For example, Sneasel's taunt only managed to interrupt 2 of the Dustox leader's moves before the effect wore off. Fortunately, Murkrow arrived just in time, its wings charged with flying-type energy as they struck the Dustox leader directly. Boom! The Dustox leader was sent flying by Murkrow's attack, but she used the impact to put distance between herself and Kane's Pokémon. Haunter, use Rest. Slowpoke, use Disable to block Dustox's Psybeam. Sneasel, use Icicle Crash to keep Dustox at bay and give Haunter space. Murkrow, keep attacking with Wing Attack, Kane commanded. Slowpoke generated a mysterious energy wave, sending it toward Dustox with the intent to block her Psybeam move. However, before Disable could take effect, Dustox made a peculiar movement, and a beam of sunlight fell on her, healing her wounds rapidly. It was too late for Murkrow to use Snatch, as it was too far away. It seemed Dustox had taken Murkrow's attack deliberately to be able to use that move. Kane's face darkened slightly. The Dustox leader's difficulty exceeded his expectations. The level 30 Dustox he had faced before were also challenging, but not to this extent. This Dustox leader knew each of her moves well and knew exactly when to use them. Is that the Fairy-type move, Moonlight? Kane observed Dustox and quickly guessed what move it was. Currently, the Fairy type hadn't yet been widely promoted by the League, so many trainers didn't know this type existed and couldn't explain certain moves. But Kane knew it very well. In his previous life, the Fairy type had become very popular. And the emergence of the Fairy type had a major impact on Dragon-type trainers. End of chapter. Chapter 255. Living Target. In particular, that individual who calls himself the Dragon-type champion. According to him, the emergence of the Fairy type has had a considerable impact on trainers like him who specialize in Dragon-type Pokémon. But the truth is, he's actually a Flying-type master, right? However, due to his strength, many people prefer not to mention this fact. Anyway, the emergence of the Fairy type has had a huge impact on the balance of power. The Dragon type is no longer the sole dominant force. However, Kane doesn't have to worry about this right now, as very few people know about the existence of the Fairy type. Only some scholars dedicated to this research know anything about it. Even within the League, knowledge of this type is quite limited. Thinking about this, Kane wondered if revealing this information to the League could help him advance in his career within the organization. He shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic idea. Right now, the most important thing was to defeat the Dustox leader in front of him. After the Dustox leader used the Fairy-type move, Moonlight, all the damage she had previously received had been completely healed, except for slight residual damage from the poison that still lingered. However, being a Poison-type Pokémon, Dustox naturally resisted Poison-type moves well, so the effect of the Poison Jab move wasn't very significant. Toxic is still more effective, Kane thought. Sneasel's Icicle Crash move completely missed, but Dustox had already distanced herself from Haunter, who was still deep in sleep, achieving the desired objective. Icicle Crash is a high-damage move, but due to its slowness, its accuracy leaves much to be desired. Kane thought it would be necessary to train Sneasel more in the accuracy of Ice-type moves. The battle up until then hadn't affected either side too much. Murkrow launched himself into the attack again, unconcerned about defense, and used the Wing Attack move repeatedly against Dustox. Earlier, Dustox had taken a direct hit from Murkrow's Wing Attack move, but now, with all her efforts dedicated to dodging, Murkrow managed to land far fewer hits. Slowpoke, use Psyshock to assist Murkrow. Sneasel, use Agility and then Quick Attack to get close and strike with Ice Punch. Haunter, use Sleep Talk and try to execute Toxic. Slowpoke's psychic energy fluctuated as it repeatedly launched its Psyshock move, helping Murkrow reduce Dustox's escape options. Dustox knew that if Murkrow or Slowpoke managed to reach her, she'd soon face a combined attack from both, so she did everything possible to avoid taking even a single hit. Meanwhile, Sneasel was moving quickly, increasing its speed with agility. Once at maximum speed, it used Quick Attack to get close to Dustox and join Murkrow in close combat. Haunter, eyes closed, floated slowly upward and then charged quickly toward Dustox. A terrifying face appeared on Haunter, and though it failed to use Toxic, it successfully executed Scary Face. Though it wasn't the desired attack, Scary Face's effect slowed Dustox down, which pleased Kane. With her speed reduced, Dustox couldn't dodge Murkrow's next move. The attack struck Dustox directly, throwing her into the air. While she tried to beat her wings to regain balance, Slowpoke's Psyshock reached her, inflicting even more damage. The poison type is doubly weak to the psychic type, so Slowpoke's attack was devastating. Sneasel, with a mighty leap, concentrated all its energy into its fist, forming a massive block of ice that it then smashed violently against Dustox, causing her to crash to the ground. Dustox, thinking the barrage of attacks was over and preparing to escape, realized she was mistaken. Haunter, use Sleep Talk again. Slowpoke, get close with Teleport and use Water Gun. Sneasel, follow up with Icy Wind to freeze her. Murkrow, use Taunt. Kane wasn't going to give Dustox another chance to counterattack. This time, Haunter successfully used Sleep Talk and executed the Toxic move, a bit late but with good effect. Although Dustox is a Poison-type Pokémon and Toxic's damage is reduced, the true power of the Toxic move lies in the cumulative damage over time. The longer it lasts, the higher the damage. The type resistance effect only slows this process a bit. Dustox, who was trying to get up, was quickly knocked back down by Slowpoke's Water Gun, enhanced with Psychic Energy. At that range, the attack was as powerful as Hydro Pump, leaving Dustox immobilized on the ground, unable to defend herself. Sneasel took the opportunity to launch Icy Wind, lowering the water's temperature even further and making Dustox's suffering increasingly intense. Murkrow's Taunt, though not as precise as Sneasel's, worked well in this moment when Dustox was already an easy target, allowing Murkrow to practice its move in a real scenario. It was rare to find such a good target, and Murkrow didn't let the opportunity slip, using Taunt repeatedly until Dustox lost all capacity to resist. Thus, Canes for Pokémon relentlessly attacked Dustox, who lay in the crater they had formed with their blows. When Haunter awoke from his sleep, he immediately joined the assault. Dustox was driven deeper into the ground, and the surrounding area gradually caved in. But none of the Pokémon showed any mercy, knowing that if Dustox managed to use her powerful Psybeam even once more, Haunter could be knocked out. With that resolve, the Pokémon didn't stop until they were sure Dustox had no chance of counter-attacking. Seeing the intensity of the situation, Skorupi, who was by Kane's side, swallowed nervously, looking at his teammates and Kane with newfound understanding. Although he had always seen his teammates as calm and approachable, he now realized that in battle, they could be ruthless. Kane, noticing Skorupi's look, coughed slightly and said, "Ahem, I think that's enough. If we keep going, she might not survive." Upon hearing Kane, Slowpoke and the others reluctantly halted their attacks. Dustox had been a very useful training target, but it seemed she could no longer hold out. Kane approached with Miltank and Skorupi, seeing Dustox lying on the ground, barely conscious. Kane sighed in relief. This Dustox was valuable, and losing her would be a big blow. But as Kane approached, the ground began to crack beneath his feet, and all the Pokémon looked toward Slowpoke. End of chapter. Chapter 256. Too much weight. Slowpoke froze. Although he was the one who hit the most, is it really fair to blame him alone? Didn't you all hit hard too? The Pokémon exchanged glances quickly, and in the end, they all turned their attention to Miltank. Miltank, who was enjoying the show, noticed that everyone else had shifted their attention to her, and her joyful expression froze immediately. Just from the looks of Murkrow and the others, Miltank instantly understood what they were thinking. After hitting Dustox so many times, leaving her half dead and the ground cracked, now it's my fault? Is it my fault for being too heavy? Miltank was furious. As a girl, she couldn't let herself be called heavy, so she got angry. Suddenly, she gave a strong stomp on the ground. Crack! The gazes of all the Pokémon focused on her foot, as if to say, "See, you don't even deny it, you've cracked the ground again with a single stomp." Miltank was stunned. She looked at her foot, then at the cracks in the ground, and realized they had indeed been caused by her. However, even though she stomped hard, she didn't use any move. Is it really because I'm too heavy? Miltank began to doubt her own weight. As if to confirm it, she gave another stomp, this time softer, using only the inertia of her foot. Crack! 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 The cracks under her foot spread even further, more than the last time when she had stomped harder. Slowpoke and the others were also stunned. They had only been joking with Miltank, but they didn't expect her to actually create cracks with every stomp. Miltank despaired. Am I really that heavy? Have I been eating too much? Kane observed the interaction between his Pokémon, not interrupting their play. However, he couldn't hide the smile forming on his lips. Taking out a Pokeball, he threw it into the crater, capturing the Dustox leader inside. Then, he patted Miltank's head, feeling the little horn sticking out gently from her head. It's okay, enough joking. Miltank, you're not heavy at all. Your weight is perfect just as it is, he said with a smile. Miltank, as if her soul had returned to her body, clung to this last hope like a lifeline, looking at Kane with tears in her eyes, hoping for further reassurance. Seeing Miltank's expression, Kane couldn't help himself and burst out laughing. Ha, ha, ha. Miltank, don't worry, Slowpoke and the others were just joking with you. Then, Kane gave the confused Miltank a few pats and slowly walked toward the center of the plane. All right, enough games. Slowpoke, try to sense what's beneath the ground, Kane said, regaining his composure. Indeed, there must be something underground. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for Miltank to cause cracks with a simple stomp. Miltank finally understood, it wasn't because of her weight but because the ground was already hollow. Immediately, she looked at Slowpoke and the others resentfully, making them avert their gaze, afraid of meeting hers. The image of Miltank violently crushing an Arbok flashed in their minds again. Can't mess with her, can't mess with her. Slowpoke lowered his head, activating his psychic perception to the maximum, and soon discovered that, indeed, beneath where Miltank was standing, there was an underground tunnel. Normally it wouldn't be so easy to find, but the furious attacks on the Dustox leader had loosened the soil in that area. That's why Miltank's stomp had caused a crack. So, is there something else down there? Could it have some relation to the high level of Pokémon on this island? Kane murmured to himself as he rubbed his chin. Kane had previously suspected that this small island must have something special to be able to sustain so many high-level Pokémon. And now, in the middle of the Dustox territory, he had found an unusual place. However, Kane decided to postpone the investigation, as his system showed him that Slowpoke and the others had leveled up after defeating the Dustox leader. In the previous day's battle, the Pokémon had already fully assimilated the changes from their last level increase. Kane had thought they would need more time to accumulate experience, but after the battle with the Dustox leader, the Pokémon had gained enough experience to level up again. However, not everyone leveled up. Haunter, who had leveled up rapidly thanks to the poisonous gas, didn't gain a level this time, as in recent days he had been more focused on protecting Kane as his loyal guardian. Of the 4 Pokémon that participated in the battle, he was the only one who didn't level up. As for the others, Slowpoke leveled up, remaining in the lead at level 29, just one step away from the crucial level 30. Murkrow, who had been the main attacker in the battle, also leveled up, reaching level 26, matching Haunter again. Sneasel also leveled up, reaching level 27, becoming Kane's second strongest Pokémon after Slowpoke. And due to his advantage in skills and types, if Slowpoke and Sneasel faced each other in a battle, it's possible Sneasel might have a slight advantage. Kane didn't pay much attention to this, and his Pokémon didn't see it as an issue either, as they knew that the strengthening of one of them represented the strengthening of the entire team. Kane began considering whether he should push Slowpoke into more intense combat to bring him directly to level 30. Every 10 levels represent a significant difference in a Pokémon's power. Kane felt confident, if he let his Pokémon fight with all their might, he'd have almost a 50% chance of defeating a Team Rocket captain. Though that could result in considerable injuries and even the possible loss of some of his Pokémon, this was just an estimate by Kane. He wouldn't be reckless enough to attack a captain head-on. Obviously, a stealth attack or an ambush would be much more viable options than a direct confrontation. Is Kane some league fool? Despite having taken down one of the islands for major groups, the changes for Kane and his Pokémon were significant. After reviewing his Pokémon's progress, Kane said, "Let's dig it out a bit to see what's down here." Following Kane's orders, the Pokémon, who were already ready, sprang into action. Slowpoke used his psychic powers to lift the soil little by little, while Sneasel condensed a massive ice claw in his hands and dug frantically. Murkrow and Miltank helped as best as they could, though, to be honest, they weren't very good at it. On the other hand, Sneasel seemed to be in his element, and Skorupi was also very skilled at digging. Little by little, the underground tunnel was revealed before Kane's eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 257. Underground River. Nameless Island. Territory of the Dustox colony. An underground river appeared in Kane's view. An underground river. Kane frowned as he observed it. This was different from what he had imagined. Initially, he thought he would find an energy crystal mine or some form of dispersed energy, which would explain why Pokémon in this area could absorb energy simply by breathing, allowing them to condense energy crystals in their bodies. Kane approached the cave entrance and jumped down. Seeing Kane's action, the Pokémon jumped as well. Just before touching the ground, Kane remained suspended in the air, then descended slowly. Slowpoke's psychic ability kicked in, gently lowering Kane and all the Pokémon to the ground. The soil here is very soft. It seems to be due to this underground river. Kane crouched down, took some soil, and examined it in his hand. After letting the soil fall, Kane approached the underground river, scooped some water with his hand, and brought it to his nose to smell. It had a faint fresh aroma, but nothing particularly special. System, analyze this water. I have a feeling it's not that simple, Kane commanded his system. After a brief silence, the system displayed data in front of Kane. Seeing the analysis report, Kane was surprised. This water contains faint energy waves. So, could the energy crystals in the Dustox's bodies indeed be related to this river? But how is it possible for there to be a freshwater underground river on a small island in the middle of the sea? Kane couldn't understand it. If this water were seawater, he would accept it, but finding a freshwater underground river on an island in the ocean was surprising. Could it be related to the small lake in the center of the island? No wonder, with a Tropius in the lake, not all Pokémon could drink water from there. Moreover, this area is somewhat far from the lake. Would all the Dustox have to go to the lake to drink? That would be too troublesome. The island's trees likely grew so large thanks to this underground river. And the Pokémon on the island, after consuming these plants, accumulated energy in their bodies. Gradually, this energy combined with the Pokémon's natural attributes, forming energy crystals with specific characteristics. The medium-sized energy crystals likely formed in Pokémon that lived long lives, accumulating energy over extended periods, resulting in higher quality crystals. This would also explain why a small island could sustain so many Pokémon, all at above average levels, with most reaching at least level 20. All of this thanks to this underground river. So, where does this underground river come from? Why does it contain energy? Kane solved several of his questions, but at the same time, new ones arose in his mind. Looking toward the dark ends of the river, Kane wondered if he should investigate further. Could the main Pokémon groups on the island survive thanks to this underground river? Does each Pokémon in those groups have an energy crystal in their body? Although Kane hadn't completely wiped out the Dustox group, what remained were the younger and weaker ones, those that had yet to develop energy crystals. Still, from a group of almost 600 or 700 Dustox, Kane had obtained a total of 178 small energy crystals and 12 medium energy crystals. If Kane decided to use all those crystals on Skorupi, disregarding side effects, resistances, or energy loss, Skorupi could reach level 27 or 28 in a single day. Of course, Skorupi, after all the recent battles, even though he hadn't been the primary fighter and only faced weaker Dustox, had reached level 17. This means that nearly 200 energy crystals could raise Skorupi by 10 levels. And what about newly hatched Pokémon? Could they level up even faster? They could quickly overcome the post-birth weakness period. Besides level increases, prolonged use of these crystals could slightly enhance a Pokémon's quality. Skorupi, with its light blue quality, would need almost 10,000 small energy crystals for a complete quality evolution. But what if a Pokémon's quality was light yellow, light green, or even green? Wouldn't it require far fewer crystals? Not all of Kane's Pokémon had reached blue quality. Miltank has a light green quality, Murkrow has a green quality, and the strongest of all, Slowpoke, only has a dark green quality. Could these energy crystals help improve Pokémon quality? The more Kane thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and he started feeling excited. Of course, the crystals obtained so far are bug and poison types, so they wouldn't enhance other types of Pokémon. But what if he found the source of the river's energy? Perhaps he'd find something to improve Pokémon like Miltank. With these thoughts in mind, Kane took out the metal torch he had used in Diglett's cave. After filling it with oil and lighting it, Kane began to walk in the direction of the water's flow. The ground beneath his feet was extremely damp as the river water splashed around, wetting the soil and turning it muddy. Kane's shoes were already covered in mud. However, under the circumstances, it seemed that this soil also contained a large amount of energy. If collected for growing plants or medicinal herbs, they would probably grow with exceptional medicinal effects and at a faster rate. Of course, as long as the soil's energy wasn't depleted. As Kane advanced with his Pokémon, some of them, feeling thirsty, knelt by the river and drank a bit of water. They felt the water was refreshing and sweet, and even the fatigue from recent battles lessened somewhat. Slowpoke went even further, immersing himself in the river and floating along with a look of complete satisfaction, which made the other Pokémon envious. Kane also took out some bottles and filled several with river water. Although the energy in the water was highly dispersed, its effect was quite good. If Kane used this water to make Pokeblocks, their effects could be even better. End of chapter. Chapter 258. Bottomless Black Hole. Nameless Island. Underground River Tunnel. Kane, holding a torch, advanced with his Pokémon. However, his thoughts didn't stop. After defeating the Dustox leader, Kane captured it in a Pokeball and then treated its wounds lightly to ensure it wouldn't die. He also instructed the system to constantly monitor any changes in Dustox. He found that the leadership skill Dustox originally had as a leader was slowly fading. Even inside the Pokeball, this ability couldn't help but fade away. This showed that once a Pokémon with leadership was captured, it was no longer considered the leader of its group, so that ability would gradually disappear. When Dustox's leadership ability completely vanished, its quality would likely revert to light green. Then, aside from its level, its utility value wouldn't be as high. In these past 2 days, Kane had eliminated so many Dustox that his Grimer could hardly contain any more. The 2 Grimer captured in Dugtrio's cave now had a dark yellow quality and a light green quality, both having improved once. Not only had their quality changed, but their levels had also increased. Originally, both Pokémon were between levels 10 to 15, but after devouring and absorbing so many bodies, both Grimer had reached level 23. There was still much energy left in the larger Dustox bodies to absorb. If they absorbed it completely, their levels might increase even more, and they could even improve their quality. The most important thing is that Dustox is also a poison-type Pokémon, giving Grimer a greater benefit than other types of Pokémon. As for the 2 Grimer purchased in Vermilion City, their bodies were also filled with Dustox remains. The feeling of satisfaction was so intense that they barely wanted to move inside their Pokeballs, they only wanted to focus on breaking down the energy from those remains. Even though Kane had extracted the energy crystals from the bodies, the original energy they contained hadn't diminished at all. Moreover, under the system's constant supervision, Kane discovered that the higher the initial quality of a Pokémon, the faster it decomposed and absorbed the bodies. While quality improvement still took longer for high-quality Pokémon compared to low-quality ones, the rapid energy breakdown meant their leveling speed would also increase. The system predicted that if these Grimer fully decomposed and absorbed the Dustox bodies, their levels might also surpass 20. The higher the quality of a Grimer, the greater its efficiency in using dispersed energy. Once all these Grimer have grown, whether to assign them to his subordinates or to sell them, both would be good uses. At the very least, after Grimer evolves into Muck, its combat capacity won't be weak. Furthermore, if he formed a team with a line of Muck of such high quality, their combat power would be quite impressive. Kane set those thoughts aside and focused on the present. After all, the wild Pokémon bodies didn't have much use for him, so he preferred to leave them as nutrients for his Grimer. He had been walking for nearly 2 hours, but the path showed no change. The underground river continued to flow endlessly. Slowpoke had already left the river and was now slowly floating beside Kane, using its psychic powers. Kane needed Slowpoke to use the previously established psychic markers to determine their current location. Slowpoke informed Kane that they were now very close to the small lake in the center of the island. If they advanced 5 more minutes, they'd likely be directly below the island's central lake. Of course, if there was such a thing as below the lake. Perhaps the small lake in the island center was connected to this underground river. With a slight feeling of unease, Kane and his group advanced 5 more minutes. Then they witnessed a very strange scene. They had indeed arrived just below the central lake. They could even see the scenery above the lake without any obstruction. Because what Kane had in front of him was a central lake suspended in the air over the underground river, without any layer of soil or rock as he had imagined. There was nothing, just a thin membrane holding the central lake in the air. And in the center of the membrane, where the water was highest, there was a small hole, about the width of a finger. Directly below the hole was a deep, bottomless black hole, from which the water of the underground river flowed slowly, endlessly. Was the water flowing upward? Looking closer, Kane realized that the water in the hole below the central lake wasn't flowing downward from the lake, but rather a jet of water was shooting from the black hole below, straight into the hole in the central lake. Did the central lake's water also come from this black hole? Kane was astonished. What was beneath this black hole? He extended a hand and touched the membrane below the central lake, feeling its coolness and softness. With a gentle push, the membrane moved upward. Was there really no soil beneath the central lake? As Kane marveled, he saw some aquatic Pokémon living in the central lake. They were rare Pokémon, difficult to see under normal circumstances. It seemed they couldn't see Kane, as they remained still on the other side of the membrane, feeding on small organisms within it. Kane also noticed that as they fed, these fish stirred up the mud in the water. This meant that not only did the central lake have no visible bottom, but there was actually mud on top of the membrane, though it wasn't visible from below. Kane was perplexed. What kind of phenomenon was this? Who could have created something like this? Suppressing his amazement, Kane directed his attention to the underground black hole. It was unfathomable, completely dark, showing no signs of life. Kane tried tossing a stone inside, only to find that it simply bounced off an invisible membrane, never falling in. Instead, it was carried away by the underground river's water. Was there also a membrane over this black hole? Could it be that he couldn't see what was below, but from below, they could clearly see what was above? What was down there? Pokémon? Humans? Or something else? A legendary Pokémon? Kane had no way of knowing. However, with his current power, even if he knew, he probably couldn't obtain it. If someone had the capability to create this, they wouldn't be an ordinary human, and if it were a Pokémon, it wouldn't be a common one, like Zapdos or Articuno, but a legendary Pokémon, a unique one with divine powers. That was Kane's assumption, though probably not all legendary Pokémon would have this ability. Or perhaps it could be the work of a human. Kane didn't rule out that possibility. It seemed that, with his current strength, he was far from uncovering this small island's true secret. Shaking his head, Kane decided to abandon his investigation of this underground river for now. He would have to wait until he was strong enough to return and explore further. At the very least, he should find out what phenomenon had created all this. Just as Kane prepared to leave, Slowpoke tugged at his pant leg. End of chapter. Chapter 259. I will become the island's owner. Slowpoke could be seen using its psychic powers to make several energy gems, each the size of a fist, float in front of Kane. Is this such a large energy gem? Kane looked in amazement at the energy gems, each almost as big as his fist. According to the system scan, these energy gems weren't exactly high quality. Although their volume was considerable, the quality was comparable to medium-sized gems Kane had obtained from level 30 and above Dustox bodies. So these energy gems were medium quality, just much larger in size, a bit hard to describe. But these gems are huge! A single fist-sized energy gem was much more valuable than all the medium gems Kane had obtained in the Dustox colony. Those dozens of medium gems barely equaled a fifth of one of these fist-sized gems. And here, there wasn't just one. They could no longer be called gems at this point, they were blocks of energy. Kane took the energy blocks that Slowpoke had lifted with its psychic power. Feeling the weight in his hand, Kane confirmed that these were indeed energy gems and not some type of unknown crystal grown in the mountain crevices. Most importantly, these energy gems had no attribute, meaning any Pokémon could use them, and any Pokémon could improve its quality with them. Slowpoke, where did you find this? Kane asked. At that moment, he felt nervous. These energy gems couldn't just be measured in terms of value anymore. Because so far, Kane had only seen a few objects that could steadily increase a Pokémon's level and improve its qualities. Although he couldn't guarantee that there weren't more, they were certainly extremely rare. Yadin Slowpoke's eyes glowed blue. From the waters near the black hole, 4 more fist-sized energy gems emerged. As a psychic-type Pokémon, Slowpoke was much more sensitive to energy fluctuations around it than any other Pokémon. And these attribute-free energy blocks weren't detectable by other Pokémon. After receiving 4 more fist-sized energy blocks, Kane stored them all in his bag. When he looked back at Slowpoke, he saw it shake its head, indicating there were no more left. These energy gems likely formed from the energy escaping the black hole, accumulating at its outlet and eventually forming these medium-sized energy blocks. It could have taken years to accumulate such an amount. This time, Kane had collected a total of 16 fist-sized energy blocks and 1 smaller one. It could be said it was a very abundant reward. And the accumulation of these energy gems could be the greatest wealth amassed on the island in a long time. The next time he wanted to find energy gems of this size, he wouldn't know how many years he'd have to wait. Just the fact that he couldn't investigate what was below the black hole and that dispersed energy could form medium-sized gems after a long accumulation made Kane believe there might be even larger gems down there. I can only wait until I'm stronger to investigate this more thoroughly. However, the secret of this island must remain hidden, Kane thought, considering the most critical problem. This island isn't unknown to everyone. It's marked on sea charts, though due to its size, it doesn't even have a name. But if someone, like Kane, were curious about this island, it wouldn't be impossible for them to discover this hidden place. Therefore, it was previously just a symbolic matter to clear the Pokémon from the island, but now it's something I must do, Kane said, a cold look in his eyes. To prevent others from discovering the black hole's secret, it's enough for them not to know about the existence of the energy gems. Eliminate all the Pokémon that have been on the island for a long time and collect the energy gems in their bodies. That way, even if someone manages to reach the island and take down the Pokémon, they won't know these Pokémon contained energy gems, nor will they discover what lies underground. When he is strong enough, he'll be able to return with people and completely claim the island until he uncovers the secret beneath the black hole. It seems that before long, he will at least become the island's owner. End of chapter. Chapter 260. Capturing Tropius. When Kane exited the entrance of the underground tunnel in the Dustox territory, the sun had already disappeared from the sky, and a bright full moon hung on the western horizon. Kane had his Pokémon block the entrance of the underground tunnel with dirt and cover it all with a thick layer of leaves before truly leaving. After Kane and his Pokémon left, the weaker Dustox began to slowly return to the area. Originally, there had been a crowd of Dustox covering the sky, but now only a few dozen were scattered. Fortunately, they hadn't eliminated the Cascoon as well, so, over time, this place would return to being the Dustox territory. 8 days later. On the surface of the sea near the nameless island, a huge Tropius was swiftly crossing the surface of the sea, creating waves in the water. A young man dressed in somewhat worn clothes was riding on Tropius' back, with his feet seemingly glued to the surface. No matter how hard the wind blew, they couldn't be shaken loose. Next to the young man was a pink Pokémon that emitted a soft blue glow. This Pokémon, always alert, never left the young man's side. The Tropius was enormous, standing almost 3 meters tall, not counting its full height with its head held high. It had 3 enormous palm leaf-shaped wings on its back, which, when flapped, could generate a powerful gale, creating waves in the sea. It also wore a helmet-like structure made of 3 tree-like leaves on its head, which protected it from the wind during flight, preventing the gusts from affecting its vision. Hanging from its jaw were a bunch of yellow bananas, one of its distinctive features. Indeed, this Tropius was the one Cain had found on the first day he arrived at the island, and it was at level 40. And the young man on its back was Cain, who had been living on the nameless island for 8 days and had cleared out the full large Pokémon groups on the island. The Pokémon beside him was Slowpoke, which had now reached level 32. With its psychic abilities, it had become even stronger. Cain sat slowly. Although he looked very elegant sitting on Tropius' back, he felt his long hair blowing into his eyes with the wind. With his right hand petting Slowpoke's back and his left rubbing Tropius' back, he felt the pleasant warmth of Tropius and recalled the experiences of the last 8 days. After leaving the forest of Dustox that night, Cain planned to clear out all the high-level Pokémon on the island to prevent the next visitor from discovering the island's secret. The highest-level Pokémon on the island were concentrated in the 4 large groups. Oh, at that time, there were only 3 large groups. Cain first focused on the Shroomish group. Since Breloom is a grass and fighting type, it is 4 times weak to flying type moves and 2 times weak to poison, fire, psychic, ice, and fairy types. Cain's Pokémon had a nearly absolute advantage over Shroomish. Even the unevolved Shroomish, which are grass type, are vulnerable to flying, poison, bug, fire, and ice types. Among Cain's Pokémon, Murkrow, dark and flying type, Slowpoke, water and psychic type, Sneasel, dark and ice type, Haunter, ghost and poison type, and Skorupi, bug and poison type, could all counter the Breloom, so the Breloom group became Cain's first target. However, the Breloom group was very different from the Dustox group. At least the number difference was considerable, since the Dustox group had around 700 to 800 Dustox. The Breloom group, while numerous, was significantly smaller in comparison. It had about 200 members. Within the Breloom group, aside from 2 leaders, there was a very coordinated group of Shroomish, with levels around 27 to 28. Cain took more than 2 days to completely eliminate this large group. Finally, only a few newborn or low-level Shroomish remained, barely keeping the group's existence intact. After clearing the Breloom group, Cain's Pokémon levels rose again. When the Shroomish group learned their territory had been wiped out, the Shiftry group was very pleased. A leader Shiftry, with 2 subordinates of the same type and a large number of Seedot and Nuzleaf, fully took over the Shroomish territory. While they were celebrating, Cain, who had rested for a day, led his Pokémon back to the Shiftry group. Compared to the Shroomish group, Shiftry is a grass and dark type, which represents a great threat to Slowpoke. So, while clearing the Shiftry group, Slowpoke became a total support Pokémon, using its psychic powers to boost the speed and attack power of its teammates. Shiftry is weak to fighting, flying, poison, fire, ice, fairy, and bug types. Therefore, even though Slowpoke's combat ability was relatively reduced, the type advantage of Cain's other Pokémon was still evident. Moreover, Shiftry was too confident in itself and spread its entire group in an attempt to cover 2 territories at once. Cain seized the opportunity to defeat them one by one. The time spent was much shorter than with the Shroomish group. In just a day and a half, Cain had completely cleared the Shiftry group. During the process, he captured 2 high-quality Shiftry, one light green and the other green, which he would surely sell for a good sum in the black market. After all, Shiftry is a Pokémon that requires a leaf stone to evolve. And these wild Shiftry, who had developed their bodies to the limit, were much more valuable than the Raichu he fought on the SS Anne. Kane then spent half a day inspecting the entire Shiftry territory and finally found 2 leaf stones, 1 basic and 1 medium level, which turned out to be a good harvest. If it weren't for not wanting to waste too much time, he could have found more, but it didn't really matter much to Kane. As long as they weren't superior or supreme quality evolution stones, their value wasn't too high, only a difference in how much money they would bring in. With a large number of energy gems, Kane didn't really need money, but the energy gems weren't suitable for mass selling. Their value was similar to that of geocentric cleaning milk. So far, Kane had completely wiped out 3 of the 4 large groups on the Nameless Island. Although he hadn't exterminated all of them, the groups were severely weakened and wouldn't recover to their previous levels for at least a decade. End of chapter. Chapter 261. Boarding the Thieves' ship. Since that day, Kane and his Pokémon became the most fearsome presence on the Nameless Island. Any wild Pokémon that saw them instinctively fled. The group of Beautifly that remained on the island also realized what Kane intended to do. Therefore, they immediately gathered all the Pokémon in the group, preventing Kane from forcing his way through. However, since Kane resided on the island within the Beautifly group's territory, almost like a tenant, he left behind some Beautifly of a more or less acceptable level as a sign of gratitude for the past days. Beautifly are quite peaceful and usually don't provoke other Pokémon. Disputes with Dustox were mostly initiated by the latter, so Kane felt relatively at ease with the Beautifly. Even if someone arrived on the island, they generally wouldn't hunt the Beautifly. Additionally, it was necessary to keep some defensive forces on the island, otherwise, if the sea Pokémon attacked the Nameless Island with no defense, it wouldn't be convenient. Thus, Kane only cleared about half of the Beautifly group before stopping. After defeating and capturing their leader, Kane promised not to continue clearing out the group. At that time, nearly all the strongest Pokémon on the island had been cleared, and Kane's Pokémon levels had risen dramatically. At the same time, Kane also obtained a large number of energy crystals with attributes, both small and medium-sized. This all happened in just 5.5 days, clearing the Beautifly group took a day and a half. So, why didn't Kane leave the Nameless Island until the 8th day? What did he do during the remaining 2.5 days? This relates to the Tropius that was now beneath Kane. After the increase in his power, the Pokémon became more confident and asked Kane to take them to challenge the Tropius that had almost defeated them in the beginning. At first, Kane was somewhat reluctant, since Tropius had reached level 40. However, deep down, Kane really wanted to defeat that Tropius. So, during the remaining 2 days, Kane and his Pokémon engaged in a series of battles against Tropius. Tropius, being a grass and flying type Pokémon, is vulnerable to flying, poison, rock, and fire types, and 4 times more vulnerable to ice-type moves. Thus, in terms of type, Kane's Pokémon had a certain advantage. But the level difference was significant. Even with 5 Pokémon attacking together, they couldn't defeat the enormous Tropius. The first challenge resulted in a complete defeat for Kane. If Slowpoke hadn't used the teleport move to quickly escape with the Pokémon, they would have likely suffered serious damage. Tropius is a kind-hearted Pokémon, especially the one on the Nameless Island. Since no wild Pokémon dared challenge it, its character had become even gentler. If Kane and his team hadn't attacked, it would have simply expelled Slowpoke without intending to kill. But this gave Slowpoke and the others an opportunity. After the first defeat, they didn't get discouraged. On the contrary, thanks to their strong recovery abilities, after recovering, they challenged Tropius again. The result was obvious: they failed again. For 2 full days and nights, with brief breaks to eat and sleep, they almost didn't stop fighting Tropius. They almost drove Tropius mad. Slowpoke, Murkrow, and the others had high-energy Pokeblocks, Miltank Milk, and Kane's massages and guidance. And what did Tropius have? Tropius only had a lake with some energy, which, although it sped up its recovery, wasn't as efficient as what Kane's team had. By the 2nd day of battles with Tropius, things were more balanced. They led in endurance and recovery, and had also learned more about Tropius's moves and battle style. Sometimes, they used Tropius as a training target, throwing every move at it, from the most mastered to the newly learned ones. Finally, Tropius, exhausted, wanted to rest, but Slowpoke and the others didn't give it the chance. They forced a level 40 Pokémon to completely wear itself out. This was quite exceptional. In the end, Hoenn made it clear that he wanted Tropius to become his flying mount. At first, Hoenn thought about capturing it as a combat Pokémon, but Tropius was very resilient and didn't like fighting. It was peaceful and uninterested in battles. Therefore, Hoenn eventually tried to convince it to become his flying mount. But Tropius wasn't willing. It preferred to stay on the island, enjoying its peace. Then began a long period of persuasion. Through Slowpoke's telepathy, Hoenn could easily understand Tropius's thoughts. So, Hoenn and his Pokémon began describing the spectacular landscapes of the outside world, the creatures it had never seen, skyscrapers, cars, and airplanes. Although Tropius showed some curiosity, it firmly refused to go with Hoenn. With Tropius, a Pokémon with a calm temperament, Hoenn couldn't use aggressive tactics like with Gyarados. Otherwise, even if he captured it forcefully, Hoenn wouldn't dare fly with it. Who could guarantee safety in such a situation? Somewhat discouraged, Hoenn prepared the last dinner for his Pokémon by the lake. He planned to leave the nameless island the next day. Tropius would remain as the temporary guardian of the island. But unexpectedly, when the aroma of the roasted meat spread, Tropius, intrigued, tried a bite and became excited immediately. Being an herbivorous Pokémon, its teeth didn't allow it to chew raw meat, but cooked meat was different. It could chew it lightly and swallow it directly. Hoenn's roasting technique was excellent, and after trying it once, Tropius wanted more. Seeing this, Hoenn and his Pokémon quickly understood. They began to tell Tropius about all the delicacies in the outside world and promised that, if it agreed to be Hoenn's flying mount, they would take it to try all the food in the Pokémon world. Then, Tropius felt tempted. With roasted meat as a lure, Tropius, who had initially been determined, gave in to the food. Finally, it agreed to be Hoenn's Pokémon and promised to take him on its flights, but asked Hoenn not to involve it in battles unless absolutely necessary, as it didn't like them. Hoenn smiled and accepted. After boarding the Thieves' ship, where could it escape to? End of chapter. Chapter 262. The growth of the Pokémon. This is how we arrived at the previous scene, where Tropius was carrying Hoenn, following the direction indicated on the nautical map, heading towards the Hoenn region. Of course, the entire journey couldn't be completed in a single flight, so they made several stops at small islands. However, Hoenn was in a good mood, even though his clothes were tattered. His spirits were excellent. The achievements of this time were so great that even he was a little surprised. Initially, he just wanted to find a place to stay temporarily, but he didn't expect to find an island with a great secret in the midst of countless islands in the vast ocean. After that, Hoenn could stop at a few other islands for a while, to see if he could be so lucky again. However, this could only be considered an attempt. In general, it was very unlikely. Now there are about 20 days left for the final test. With my current strength, even if I don't get first place, I should at least have no problem surviving, Hoenn said with a smile, relieved from a great burden on his mind. After leaving the nameless island, he had captured a level 40 Tropius. Although its potential was only light green, its strength was formidable. Even though he promised not to involve it in common battles, Hoenn was confident that, in a critical situation, Tropius would be willing to fight. However, these were uncontrollable factors. The most important thing was the level increase of Slowpoke and Murkrow. In 8 days, Murkrow went from level 26 to 30, completing a 4-level increase, which was a major advancement. After all, the 4 main tribes of the island were made up of bug or grass-type Pokémon. Since Murkrow was a flying type, it had a great type advantage, so its growth was considerable. Although it didn't learn any new basic moves, its power increase wasn't limited to just the moves. For example, its weight training device was now set to the maximum, with a weight of 30 kilograms. If it wanted to increase the weight further, it would have to change equipment. Even the improvement of this single Pokémon would be enough for Hoenn to surpass the rank of a Team Rocket grunt and reach the level of a captain, albeit one of the weakest in that category. A captain normally has the authority to have 5 grunts as subordinates, but for now, Hoenn doesn't have that opportunity. Perhaps he will have to wait until the final test is over. Among Kane's main battle Pokémon, the strongest is still Slowpoke. Now, Slowpoke is at level 32 and has learned the basic moves, Water Pulse and Zen Headbutt. The first is a special Water-type move, more powerful than the move Water Gun, while the second is a physical Psychic-type move that requires close combat. The Zen Headbutt move has the same power as the move Psyshock, but its effect and form of attack are different. If it weren't for the fact that, among the other Pokémon, Psychic and Water-type moves didn't have as much of an advantage, Slowpoke's level could be even higher. Haunter hasn't leveled up as much as Murkrow, going from level 26 to 29. This is because it needs to stay close to Kane for protection, and it rarely attacks unless necessary. Still, it managed to level up 3 times. One reason is its Poison-type advantage, allowing it to play a more important role. Additionally, after finally absorbing all the toxic gases, Haunter stabilized its potential at a light blue color, becoming Kane's third Pokémon to reach this quality. The large amount of energy contained in the toxic gases was also a key reason for its success in leveling up 3 times. Then there is Miltank, which is primarily used as a support Pokémon. She hasn't participated in many real battles, so her level has only slightly increased, from 23 to 25. However, as a support and healing Pokémon, that level is sufficient. After all, on the Nameless Island, the one who really took care of the Pokémon and helped Kane was Miltank. Sneasel's level also reached 30, and at level 28, it successfully learned the move Beat Up, one of the key moves to defeat Tropius, along with Haunter's Poison. The Beat Up move allows all allied Pokémon to attack simultaneously. The more Pokémon in the team, the more attacks there will be. Thus, Sneasel played a crucial role in defeating Tropius. Of course, it's not just about the moves learned, the level increase is also evident. Since they faced many Grass-type Pokémon, Sneasel's Ice-type moves dealt double damage to Grass-type Pokémon, especially against Tropius, where the damage was 4 times greater. Therefore, Sneasel's skill in Ice-type moves improved quickly. Since it already had great talent in Ice-type moves, it finally mastered all the Ice-type moves it knew, and Kane is already considering looking for new moves of this type for it. Among all of Kane's Pokémon, the one that has leveled up the most is Skorupi, since it started at a relatively low level, giving it more room to grow. As a Bug and Poison-type Pokémon, Skorupi had a great advantage against Grass-type Pokémon, so, during the clearing of the Shroomish and Shiftry groups, it fought more than anyone. Of course, Kane didn't let Skorupi fight against wild Pokémon that were too far above its level, and Skorupi isn't stupid. It always chose Pokémon whose level wasn't too far from its own, with a difference of 3 or 4 levels at most, taking advantage of its potential. Additionally, the other Pokémon also supported it strategically, leaving weaker wild Pokémon for it to eliminate. As a result, Skorupi's level quickly increased from 17 to 22, achieving a 5-level increase. However, due to this rapid growth, its self-control has decreased again, and if it doesn't train for an extended period, it may have stability problems in its development. Overall, all of Kane's main Pokémon have experienced great growth in their levels. With his current strength, Kane is no longer the weakest among the Team Rocket captains. After all, not all captains have so many Pokémon with such exceptional qualities. Some captains even have Pokémon with yellow or even dark yellow qualities. The higher the level, the more obvious the difference in qualities. If they were to fight in an unrestricted battle against Kane, he could probably defeat them directly. The combat experience of a quasi-elite trainer and the existence of his system are not mere embellishments. End of chapter. Chapter 263. Dragon-type Trainer. Kane, on the Nameless Island, had obtained a total of 16 medium-sized energy crystals, about the size of a fist, and one slightly smaller, about half a fist, along with a total of 345 small energy crystals of different attributes. Among them were 95 Bug-type energy crystals and 66 Poison-type ones. These small energy crystals were especially useful for Skorupi, as he had the lowest level at the moment. Kane was sitting on Tropius's back, enjoying the sea breeze whistling around him, feeling lighter and more relaxed. Suddenly, moved by a playful impulse, Kane took out his Gyarados as Pokeball and tossed it straight into the water. A large Pokémon appeared on the ocean's surface. Roo! Upon surfacing, Gyarados realized he was in the middle of the vast ocean, with no other Pokémon or place to settle around him. Even that human who always frightened him was nowhere in sight, and immediately, his masculine pride flared up again, roaring endlessly. "I see you're feeling quite comfortable, huh?" Gyarados' roar stopped immediately, and his large eyes began to dart around nervously. Just because he was violent by nature didn't mean he was stupid. In an instant, a large shadow enveloped him. Gyarados looked up and saw a figure blocking the sun. The shadow moved slowly closer, and a human figure appeared in his line of sight. Tropius, following Kane's orders, descended gently until he was floating over the water. Kane was standing on Tropius's back, looking at him without expression. Suddenly, Gyarados felt that the sun in the sky had lost all its warmth, and that he was submerged in icy waters. Especially when he saw the Tropius under Kane's feet. Even though he had never seen a Tropius before, he could sense the dragon blood within him, no weaker than his own. In fact, the concentration of that blood seemed even higher. Most importantly, Tropius's aura and pressure were much stronger than his. He immediately understood this was a level suppression. Gyarados was stunned. Had only a few days passed, and this terrifying human had already captured such a powerful Pokémon? How was that possible? Tropius tilted his head slightly, glancing at Gyarados. Immediately, Gyarados' scales bristled in fear. He felt a mortal threat. Unlike the threat he felt with Kane, which was based on cruel methods, Tropius's was a pure pressure of power. This was something Slowpoke had conveyed to Tropius through telepathy, asking him to participate in this performance. Originally, Tropius had no interest in such things. Despite being a pseudo-dragon, he was still a dragon, and one that had reached level 40 and was quite mature. As a carrier of noble dragon blood, just being used as a mount was collaboration enough. How could he have to act in a scene? But when Slowpoke mentioned there would be extra food if he acted well. Suddenly, all of Tropius's dignity, aura, and composure disappeared. He would act. And he would do it realistically. Therefore, Gyarados was genuinely frightened. Tropius had submitted to Kane partly because he was defeated, albeit in a team defeat, but he was defeated by Kane alone. Another important factor was food, delicious food. Upon hearing there would be extra food, Tropius was fully won over. The look he gave Gyarados didn't hide his intent to kill. If there wasn't extra food tonight, he'd kill this damned eel. The normally calm Tropius had shown a killing intent simply because food was involved. So, Gyarados quickly calmed down. But it wasn't just Tropius's appearance that surprised him. Slowpoke, using his psychic powers, suspended himself in the air, carrying Kane to Gyarados' head. Gyarados' eyes widened. What was he seeing? He knew Slowpoke was strong, but he also knew his level wasn't higher than his own. However, just now, he clearly felt that Slowpoke had surpassed his level. And not just by one level, but by at least 2 levels above. What on earth had happened in these past few days? Why had this human not only captured such a strong pseudo-dragon but also made his other Pokémon level up so much? Pokémon perception of levels can be vague, but it can also be precise. They can clearly sense if the opponent's level is higher or lower than theirs, and how their power compares at that level. Even though it's a vague perception, it's generally quite accurate. If the level is higher, it really is higher. But they can't say exactly how many levels. They don't have a clear standard for level divisions. It all depends on the feeling. Gyarados could feel that Slowpoke had surpassed his level. If they fought one-on-one, he probably wouldn't be a match. No, he definitely wouldn't be a match. Now he began to feel lucky he hadn't tried to escape, as with this human's way of doing things, he'd probably have lost his tail. Gyarados now looked at the person and Pokémon standing on his head with much more affection. It seemed there was no point in trying to escape in the future, better to think about how to please this terrifying human. Maybe he'd even improve his strength. If he was going to be a strong warrior's mount, it wasn't so hard to accept after all. Gyarados had resisted with all his might at first because he thought Cain wasn't strong enough. He had only defeated him thanks to the cooperation of 2 Pokémon. But now, after sensing Slowpoke's strength, he didn't feel so bad. Gyarados calmed down. Cain looked at him in surprise. Why had this previously restless Gyarados suddenly become so docile? It was somewhat baffling. Could it be that this little display of strength scared him? Cain thought to himself. It seemed like a pretty high possibility. Cain was standing on Gyarados' head, with Tropius flying slowly beside him. And then, Cain wondered. Could I consider myself a dragon-type trainer? Look, Gyarados, Tropius, aren't they both dragons? That dragon-type champion, Lance, seems to have a similar situation. Aside from his Dragonite, isn't he pretty similar to me? Maybe I really could. End of chapter. Hello everyone. Today I have 2 pieces of news, one good and one not so good, but don't worry, it's personal. First, the good news, from now on, I'll be uploading 60 chapters per month for the Pokémon story. This will also apply to any story I translate that has more than 600 chapters. I'm really excited to share more content with you all. Now, the bad news, unfortunately, the place where I worked, my main source of income, went bankrupt. Pensive face, F in the chat. However, this has given me more time to dedicate to working for you, and I want to sincerely thank you because, thanks to your support, I've been able to cover many expenses this month. Arigato gozaimasu. As an additional thank you, you can also expect a new story by the end of January or the beginning of February. Less sleep for me, but more content for you. Thank you so much for your support. Sparkling Heart. Chapter 264. Arrival in Hoenn. 3 days later. On the sea surface, 10 kilometers off the coast of Slateport City in the Hoenn region. A Tropius was flapping its wings rapidly. With the chlorophyll ability, Tropius could increase its flight speed by at least 20% in sunny conditions. The brighter and hotter the sun, the faster it flew. Cain, alternating between Tropius and Gyarados, rested on a few small islands along the way. Finally, after 3 days, he arrived in Slateport City in the Hoenn region. On the beach, some people who were enjoying the area saw a Tropius approaching quickly from the horizon through binoculars. This drew the attention of more people, who stopped what they were doing and started watching. Look! What's that Pokémon? It's flying over the sea and seems to be heading toward us, a young woman exclaimed. It's quite large and flying very fast. I don't know what kind of Pokémon it is. It's a Tropius, said someone with more Pokémon knowledge. It looks like there's a person on that Tropius's back. That's impressive. To capture a Tropius of that size, they must be a strong trainer. We'd better call the police. We don't know if this person is friendly, said someone more cautious, quickly taking out their phone to dial Hoenn's emergency number. The League took public safety very seriously, and just a few minutes after the call, a police motorcycle arrived at the beach, ridden by Officer Jenny, accompanied by her Manectric. In the Kanto and Johto regions, Officer Jenny typically used Growlithe and Arcanine, but in Hoenn, their usual Pokémon were Electrike and Manectric. Who called the police? Asked Officer Jenny, frowning as she walked across the sand in her boots. If there wasn't a real emergency, making false calls could have serious consequences. I did, Officer Jenny. Look, there's a Tropius flying toward us over the sea, responded a middle-aged man, raising his hand. He was familiar with Officer Jenny, and although she looked serious, he knew she was kind. Hearing this, Officer Jenny looked out at the sea and saw a small black dot getting bigger. Without a telescope, it would have been hard to notice. She used her special binoculars and clearly saw the Tropius flying quickly over the sea, along with a human on its back. She couldn't quite make out their face. Officer Jenny's binoculars were military grade and could estimate the size and speed of objects. When she saw the size and flight speed of the Tropius, her expression shifted slightly. It was a very powerful Tropius. If this person didn't have good intentions, she wasn't sure she could stop them on her own. she took her communicator and requested backup from nearby officers. When the crowd saw Officer Jenny calling for reinforcements, everyone was surprised. Did even she need help? People began to step back a little, but instead of leaving, more people gathered, forming a semicircle. When Cain, riding his Tropius, approached the beach, he was a bit puzzled. Were they preparing to capture him? Then his expression changed slightly. Could it be that the conversation he had with old Matsuda on the SS and had led him to thoroughly investigate his identity? Could this setup be for his arrest? Cain grew serious. Although the possibility was low, if it existed, he didn't want to take the risk. Luckily, the people there didn't seem that strong. If he had to flee, he was confident he could do so. After 3 days under the sun, Cain looked a bit disheveled. He also hadn't showered or changed clothes in a while, so he looked similar to a beggar. However, it was still clear he was wearing a league trainer's uniform. Noticing this, Officer Jenny didn't call for further reinforcements. She simply ordered her officers to disperse the crowd and clear an area of the beach. Although the crowd stepped back a bit, more people kept arriving, forming a semicircle. Tropius's speed was high, and he soon landed on the beach. The palm leaves of his wings stirred up the sand. Cain patted Tropius's neck, indicating for him to land. After several days together, Tropius had been won over by Cain's roasted meat. Not only the meat, but also the poke blocks, filled with nutrients and flavor, had become his new favorite food. Even though they were mid-level poke blocks, to Tropius, who had never tried them before, they were a delicacy. Sensing Cain's order, Tropius obediently landed. Everyone could see Cain and Slowpoke. Slowpoke used telekinesis to help Cain down from Tropius's back. Cain took out some poke blocks from his pocket, gave them to Tropius, and patted his head as a gesture of thanks. After doing this, he looked at Officer Jenny. "Officer Jenny, is there a problem?" he asked, his voice a bit hoarse from being at sea for so long. Noticing Cain's uniform, Officer Jenny relaxed a bit. Giving a polite bow, she said, "Hello, trainer. Due to regulations, I need to see your league ID." Cain took out his league ID card and handed it to her. Officer Jenny scanned it, and all of Cain's data appeared on the screen. Even his past activities were recorded in detail, including his involvement in the Gyarados Beach incident in Vermilion City, where he helped local police calm down the rampaging Gyarados. After reviewing the details, Officer Jenny's face turned more serious. Noticing her expression, Cain also grew alert, moving his hand to his waist. Could it be they had really discovered his true identity? End of chapter. Chapter 265. Identity Information Upgrade. Just as Cain began to focus, Officer Jenny stood firm and saluted him. In a strong voice, she declared, "Thank you, Cain, for your outstanding contribution in Vermilion City. Thank you for your brave fight against the enemies on the SS and saving countless lives. On behalf of all officers in Slateport City, I express our deepest gratitude." After she spoke, the officers behind Officer Jenny also stood firm and saluted Cain with serious expressions. The spectators watching began to murmur among themselves, dropping their expectant attitude. Although Matsuda had blocked information about Cain, news of what happened on the SS and had already spread across all League regions. Although specific details of Cain's actions weren't recorded, his identity card had a note stating, "Made a significant contribution on the SS and." If encountered, immediately notify the following number, XXXXXX. After saluting, Officer Jenny took out a special League communicator, entered the number, and sent a message indicating Cain's presence in Slateport City. She thought that would conclude her task, but the response arrived almost immediately, "Keep Cain in Slateport City. This is an order." And after that, there were no further details. Officer Jenny smiled resignedly. Since the person on the other end ordered her to keep Cain in the city, she really had no choice, especially because that person's league rank was several levels above hers. Could this be someone from the higher ranks of the league, she thought to herself. Looking up, she saw Cain watching her with a curious expression. Jenny felt a bit uncomfortable, unsure of how to explain herself. Is it true that someone asked you to notify them the moment you saw me? Kane asked with a smile. The truth was, in his current state, Kane's smile wasn't exactly pleasant. However, Officer Jenny wasn't swayed by his appearance and nodded. Yes, that's correct. I'm sorry, but that's what the last line of your identity card said. I understand. Well, can I go now? Don't worry, I won't leave Slateport City, but you can see the state I'm in. Kane said, gesturing to his disheveled appearance. Oh, of course, go ahead, Kane, Officer Jenny replied, stepping aside to let him pass. The other officers did the same, creating a path for Kane to move forward. Kane didn't return Slowpoke or Tropius to their Pokeballs and simply moved forward with his Pokémon by his side. Slowpoke remained calm, showing no interest in the city, while Tropius, with his head held high, looked around curiously, clearly excited to be in such a new environment. Watching Kane and his Pokémon walk away, Officer Jenny sighed slightly. He's a very strong trainer. That Tropius seems more powerful than I could handle. Officer Jenny had sensed an intense aura of danger from Kane, one that only trainers who had been hardened at the edge of death possessed. Kane hadn't returned Tropius intentionally, hoping to have a deterrent effect. Since Jenny had reported his arrival, soon others would also find out, including potential Team Aqua members or allies who might be interested in ambushing him. Being cautious wasn't a bad idea. However, as he approached the city proper, Kane finally decided to return Tropius to his Pokeball. His size was simply too large and could cause issues in the streets. Kane chose the tallest hotel in the area, which seemed to be the most luxurious around. He quickly booked the most expensive room and, after Haunter confirmed everything was secure, released his Pokémon. Since it was a luxury suite, it even surpassed the luxury room on the SS Anne. With a height of nearly 5 meters, even Tropius could be comfortable, as long as he didn't fully extend his neck. Instead of going straight to shower, Kane took out a communicator marked with the Team Rocket emblem. Not only did it have the team's emblem, but it also featured a black cloud below it, the distinctive symbol of the Shadow Unit. When Kane officially joined the Shadow Unit, Umbra had personally given him this communicator along with his contact code. Umbra had instructed him to use it to contact him in case of an emergency. Kane entered Umbra's code into the communicator and wrote, "Possibility of League infiltration. Risk of high-level investigation. Requesting authenticity upgrade for identity." After writing the message, he sent it. A moment later, the communicator beeped with a response. Kane checked it, and there was only one word, approved. They don't even bother to write a bit more, Kane thought with an ironic smile as he tucked the communicator into the most hidden corner of his ring. Finally, he headed to the bathroom to take a shower. The bathroom was spacious enough to include a small pool where the Pokémon could swim. Everyone quickly joined in, except for Tropius, whose size prevented him from enjoying the pool. What Kane didn't know was that his message had caused a stir in Team Rocket's data team. The deputy leader of the Shadow Unit had given an unwavering order to enhance Kane's League identity to the highest possible level. The goal was for his identity to be at the highest possible level, even comparable to that of the 3 main executives. But that was almost impossible. Team Rocket had taken years and considerable expense to ensure that the identities of its 3 main executives were secure enough to go undetected, even by League champions. For Kane, the best they could do was ensure his identity couldn't be thoroughly investigated by anyone except a champion. Currently, is there a champion in the League? No. That was enough. To reinforce Kane's identity further, Giovanni's personal scientist would need to intervene, requiring Giovanni's own approval. But for Kane, this level was already sufficient. He didn't believe anyone would try to dig that deeply into his information. After all, no matter how much Kane attracted attention, he was still a minor character with little significance. However, his data would be scrutinized, as someone in the League was already reviewing his information. If Kane were present, he would recognize that person as the Elder Matsuda from the SS Anne. End of chapter. Chapter 266. Ready to reap benefits. However, old Matsuda wasn't using a direct League computer, instead, he was on a plane, using his exclusive permissions to check Kane's information. As a result, the connection was very slow, giving Team Rocket enough time to maneuver. Perhaps it was all a matter of luck. If Kane had notified Umbra right after showering, his identity might have been exposed, as old Matsuda has the authority to do so. But now, everything turned out well. When old Matsuda closed his old laptop with satisfaction, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. A talent! No, a genius! Kane had considered that, upon returning to the League, someone might come looking for him, given that what he did aboard the SS and was no small feat, and even more so, he had left the ship before the League's help arrived. Although he hadn't done anything wrong, he had certainly raised some suspicions. But Kane would never have imagined that everything he did had been suppressed by old Matsuda. Exiting the bathroom, Kane rubbed his hair with a dry towel to remove the excess water, then plugged in his phone to charge. As soon as he turned it on, he received an avalanche of messages. Most were from Stephen, and a few from Whitney. In this life, the only people with whom Kane has had any connection, who could barely be considered friends, are Stephen and Whitney. After putting on a clean robe and drying his hair, Kane used the room's video phone to call Stephen directly. He waited a minute, and just when Kane thought no one would answer, Stephen appeared on the screen. "Kane, it really is you. Where have you been all these days?" Stephen said in surprise. Seeing him dressed elegantly, it seemed he was about to go out. He didn't expect to receive Kane's call just before leaving. "What's the matter? Were you afraid I'd run off with your money?" Kane joked. In his hands, Kane still had the 2 materials Stephen had previously given him to make the exclusive high-level poke blocks. They were indeed quite valuable. "Ha ha, you called at the right time. If you'd called a minute later, I probably wouldn't have been able to answer." Stephen laughed while adjusting his clothes, showing that he was about to head out. Kane raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are you going on a long trip?" "No, I'm just going out to take care of some things my father assigned me. By the way, the deal to exchange poke blocks for the Miltank enhancement method was approved. But they want to talk to you in person." Stephen remembered what Kane had asked him to do. Then he added, "I heard you know Whitney, and she was quite helpful. You know how her grandfather is." He didn't finish the sentence, but both understood what he meant. Kane nodded. "Thanks for your help. As for the exclusive poke block for your Metang, it's almost ready. You might have it in a few days." Asking Stephen for help, of course, wouldn't be free. This exclusive poke block for Metang was the reward Kane was offering him. But the money owed would still be paid, he was just advancing it a bit. Hearing this, Stephen's eyes lit up. "Really? Do you need anything else? Tell me, and I'll send it right away." "No, what you gave me last time is enough. Besides, there are things you can't obtain, they are specific ingredients I prepare myself. But I warn you that the price might be higher, maybe several times that of common advanced poke blocks on the market," Kane warned, so he wouldn't be surprised later. Stephen shrugged nonchalantly. For him, any problem that could be solved with money wasn't a problem. "Let me know when it's ready, and I'll come pick it up." Stephen looked excited, even eager. He knew how exorbitant the demands he had previously set were. He had consulted several advanced breeders, and they all said that even if a formula could be developed, it probably wouldn't meet his requirements, and the research time would be measured in years. He couldn't wait that long. Although pseudo-legendary Pokémon grow slowly, his Metang consumes large amounts of rare metals, and its growth isn't that slow. By the time they finally developed the formula, his Metang would likely have already evolved into a Metagross. Kane laughed at his response. "Then you're in luck. I just arrived in Slateport City in Hoenn today. If you're not too far away, come by. I'll probably be here for a few days." Recalling Officer Jenny's expression, Kane deduced that the person she contacted in the League held quite a high rank. If Stephen could come, taking advantage of his status might also be useful. After all, as the heir to the Devon Corporation, his position was quite elevated. Hearing this, Stephen was surprised. "You're in Slateport City. Kane nodded, confirming. Then wait there. I'll take care of my matters today, and tomorrow at the latest, I'll come to see you. With that, Steven quickly ended the video call and rushed out. Although rare stones were tempting, at that moment, the exclusive poke block for his Metang was even more appealing. He had to go to the company, quickly handle the documents his father had assigned him, and then fly directly to Slateport City. As the heir to the Devon Corporation, although he wasn't required to manage the company, he had to learn certain essentials and become familiar with administrative management. It wasn't an easy task. He had to learn about both business and Pokémon breeding, and still manage to become a champion, which was truly admirable. Of course, the financial support from the Devon Corporation was also vital. After finishing the call with Steven, Kane didn't directly call Whitney. Wearing his robe, he had no problem speaking with Steven since they were both men, but with Whitney, it was different. He sent her a short message assuring her that nothing had happened, then set his phone aside. From Kane's perspective, Whitney no longer held much value. As friends, it was enough to notify her briefly. Steven still had a higher value. Reclining on the soft bed, after more than 10 days at sea, even Kane was exhausted. Despite it being daytime, nothing prevented him from getting a good sleep. He planned to use the time to prepare the poke blocks for Steven, as some of his own Pokémon were also about to run out. All of this needed to be taken care of. But the reward from his time at sea, not counting the energy crystals, just capturing some Pokémon would already be worth a considerable sum. There would be no issues in buying more materials. Additionally, he could take advantage of Steven. Thinking about this, Kane fell asleep with a smile on his face. End of chapter. Chapter 267. Night Shopping. Midnight. Slateport City, Hoenn region. After a nap, Kane freshened up a bit and left the hotel, heading straight to Slateport City's black market. The Pokémon League in the Hoenn region doesn't exert as much control as in Kanto and Johto. Because of this, although Slateport City's black market isn't explicitly within the city, it's practically the same. An area was designated exclusively for transactions, where chaos reigns, and you can find all sorts of people. Team Rocket, which dominates underground organizations in Kanto and Johto, has barely managed to gain a presence in Slateport City's black market. They've only opened a small shop to have a minimal involvement in underground business. The fear of Team Rocket has led Hoenn's underground organizations to constantly clash with each other, but when external forces try to intervene, they all unite against the enemy. That's why, so far, Team Rocket hasn't been able to fully enter the Hoenn region. This is one of the main reasons why the Trial Island was activated. Team Rocket has very little influence outside Kanto and Johto. Although the League doesn't exert strong control in these areas, it still has more power than Team Rocket. If things continue like this, the gap between Team Rocket's strength and the League's will only widen. At the very least, the Champion and Elite Four positions in each region have always been there, showing respect for the League. Kane entered the black market and headed straight to the Hunter Guild's headquarters. This organization has its main base in Kanto and Johto and is supported by Team Rocket, making it a considerable force. However, unlike Team Rocket's aggressive approach, the Hunter Guild, with its more relaxed style, was quickly accepted by local organizations, allowing them to establish a branch in Slateport City's black market. After all, the Hunter Guild doesn't seek to dominate or occupy territories, its sole purpose is to buy and sell Pokémon. Many members of underground organizations capture Pokémon to sell them, and one of the best buyers is the Hunter Guild. So, although the Hunter Guild is affiliated with Team Rocket, its business continues to thrive in Slateport City. Kane sold all the Pokémon he had captured on the unknown island directly, 2 Shiftry, an Alpha Dustox, an Alpha Beautifly, and 2 high-quality Shroomish. He obtained a total of 2 million Pokédollars and 2 million Hunter Points. The 2 Shiftry were the most valuable, but since the Alpha Dustox and Beautifly lost their dominant presence when captured, their value dropped significantly. Thus, the total sale reached only 2 million Pokédollars. However, adding 2 million Hunter Points, Kane finally surpassed 5 million accumulated points, officially becoming a 3-star hunter. Once he reaches 4 stars, he'll be able to form his own hunter group and take on group missions from the Hunter Guild, which will really start generating income. Catching Pokémon one by one isn't as satisfying as catching them in groups. However, becoming a 4-star hunter is 10 times harder than 3 stars. Kane still has a lot of work ahead. Luckily, his current resources are sufficient for now, so there's no rush. He can take his time. With the newly acquired 2 million Pokédollars, Kane now has a total of 5.2 million Pokédollars. Just the incident with Takayuki Imamura on the SS and brought him $1 million in profits. After leaving the Hunter Guild, Kane headed to a Pokémon item shop run by an underground organization in Slateport City to buy the most important and valuable ingredients for the advanced Pokeblocks his Pokémon needed. The previous Pokeblocks had almost been completely consumed, and if he wanted to maintain his Pokémon's growth pace, the materials he bought this time should be more valuable than the previous ones. Additionally, Haunter's poison gas had already been fully absorbed. If he wanted to continue developing his poison-type affinity, he couldn't do without materials rich in poison-type energy. Upon leaving the Pokémon item shop, Kane's credit card was practically empty. The items he bought this time were of higher quality and quantity. Just the materials for the Pokeblocks cost 3 million Pokédollars. Of course, Kane also bought the necessary items for Steven's Metang. However, most of the purchases were for his own Pokémon. Once he completes the production, he won't have to worry about Pokeblocks for at least the next 2 months. He then spent another 2 million Pokédollars on items to help his Pokémon in their training and combat. Training Pokémon is an extremely costly process, especially as they reach higher levels. Since his Pokémon have leveled up so quickly recently, it's not appropriate to continue leveling up at such a rapid pace. His main goal now is to train, master their current moves, and move on to more advanced training. So this time, Kane bought items that, although not very expensive, would be useful for stabilizing his Pokémon's abilities. First, a new set of weights for Murkrow. The previous weights were no longer suitable, so this time Kane bought a set with a weight limit of up to 90 kilograms, enough for Murkrow until its evolution. For Slowpoke, he acquired a set of mental beads that not only aid in training but also allow for measuring the intensity of its psychic power, something Kane can also use, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then, another set of poison gas for Haunter, of similar quality to the previous one. Since it's crucial for further developing its poison-type affinity, Kane makes sure it's never lacking. For Sneasel, he bought a resistance vest, similar to a training device, which will help strengthen its limbs. Recently, its skills have improved greatly, but its physical strength is lagging behind its leveling pace. As for Miltank, Kane doesn't have high expectations, he just needs it to stay in good shape and health. For Skorupi, Kane invested in a high-quality calcium supplement, the most expensive item he bought. Skorupi has already reached the average size for its species, but according to system analysis, it can still grow more. Kane decided to give it an extra boost to see how far it can go. The bigger Skorupi is in its current state, the larger it will be when it evolves into Drapion. Kane has high expectations for Skorupi. Moreover, the poison-type material he bought earlier could also be used by Skorupi to develop its poison type. Thus, Kane was left with only 200,000 Pokédollars, spending money lavishly. The 4 TMs were initially for Slowpoke to learn, but considering it has leveled up so quickly, learning too many moves might not be the best thing right now. So he decided to wait a bit. End of chapter. Chapter 268. Becoming an Apprentice. The next morning. After spending the entire night making Pokeblocks, Kane rubbed his shoulder as he pulled back the curtains to let the morning light into the room. Then, someone knocked on the door. Kane opened it. He found an elderly man of similar height, smiling broadly at the entrance. It was old Matsuda? You little rascal! You left without saying a word, exclaimed old Matsuda, whose good humor at seeing Kane vanished in an instant as he launched into a scolding the moment he saw him. Kane, with an awkward smile, invited old Matsuda inside, not daring to say too much. When an Elite 4-level trainer is reprimanding you, it's best to take the scolding quietly, especially when it's clear they care about you. Even more so when you need their help. do you know that as soon as I got the news yesterday, I rushed from Violet City to Saffron City, took an overnight flight to the Hoenn region, and then used my Pokémon to get here as quickly as possible. Old Matsuda dropped onto the couch and explained to Kane all the effort he had made to get there. Kane was surprised. He knew the League would send someone, but he hadn't expected it to be old Matsuda, a man of great power and seemingly high rank. Old Matsuda wasted no time and, after taking a sip of water, continued, "Come on, hurry up. I don't have much time." "Who?" Kane didn't fully understand. Seeing his expression, old Matsuda frowned and said, "Kid, didn't you approach me on the ship because you wanted me to become your master? I'd bet you recognized me already. Those are relatives you talked about, some of them are probably old friends of mine. Come on, let's get it over with. Except becoming my apprentice, I still have things to do." Matsuda didn't want to miss the chance to accept a talent like Kane as his disciple, especially to prevent his old friends from persuading him first. He had gone to great lengths to protect Kane so far. "Oh, of course, that's fine." Kane couldn't help but smile, realizing the old man had misunderstood his intentions. Either way, this saved him the effort of finding the right words. Kane quickly took a cup of tea, approached old Matsuda, bowed, and respectfully offered the tea, saying, "Master." Matsuda nodded in satisfaction, drinking the tea in one gulp, without showing any of that great master attitude. Internally, he also breathed a sigh of relief. In the world of Pokémon, though masters teach their disciples, most refer to them as teacher. Additionally, there's no limit on how many teachers a person can have, though the first one is always the most important. Matsuda had made sure to be the first. "As I told you before, my surname is Matsuda, and my name is Takashi. Now you know my full name," Matsuda commented, as if he wanted to make sure Kane knew his identity. Kane committed it to memory. Matsuda Takashi, a senior member of the League, an elite 4-level trainer. With this, I have a good backing in the League, Kane thought. As if reading his thoughts, Matsuda added, "Don't think using my name in the League will get you very far. Not many know me, only some veterans do. Mentioning my name won't give you any advantages. If you want something, you'll have to earn it. I barely have resources myself, otherwise, I wouldn't have taken that job on the SS and cruise to earn a bit of extra money." "Understood, Master," Kane quickly replied, accepting his new role. For him, having a backing like Matsuda, an elite 4-level trainer, was invaluable, even if there were no tangible benefits. He simply wanted a legitimate identity, not to use Matsuda's influence for material gain. Once he had Kane as his apprentice, Matsuda felt relieved. Now he could boast to his old friends. "You have talent as a breeder, don't waste it. Though I don't oppose you being a trainer, you should be prepared to choose at some point. It's difficult to reach the top in 2 disciplines at once," old Matsuda sighed. "I don't think I can go any further than I already have, but you're different. With your talent, if you specialize as a breeder, you could reach the highest level," Matsuda continued. Kane was well aware of the advantages a breeder has in developing Pokémon. For others, this choice might be difficult, but for him, with the help of the system providing the necessary data, there was no time lost. However, he couldn't explain this openly. Seeing Kane's look, Matsuda could only sigh. He knew that young people always want to challenge the limits, convinced that what others can't achieve, they will. He himself had thought that way when he was young. "Well, it's your decision. But let me tell you this, you're almost 16 years old. If you don't become an elite-level trainer before 20, give up that idea and focus on being a breeder." Matsuda offered his advice sincerely. Kane agreed. He was almost 16, with 4 years ahead. If, with all the system's help, he couldn't reach elite level in that time, then he'd better abandon being a trainer. After this, Matsuda didn't insist further on the matter. He had said what needed to be said, the rest was up to Kane. Now, as a master, his role was only to guide him. Passing on knowledge, solving doubts, that was the role of a good teacher. But the decisions were the apprentice's responsibility. End of chapter. Chapter 269. A Great Benefactor. After Kane's new master had spent 2 hours talking to him about Pokémon knowledge, the door sounded again. "It seems you're quite busy today," joked old Matsuda. Now that he had accepted Kane as his apprentice, he felt relieved, as if he could already see the envious, jealous looks of his old friends. Kane smiled and opened the door, finding Stephen, dressed in a formal suit, standing straight at the threshold. His impeccable behavior made his education and refinement evident. "Stephen." Hearing the door, Kane already knew who it was, so he didn't hesitate to invite him in. When Stephen saw the person sitting on the couch, his expression immediately turned solemn. He approached Kane's master and bowed respectfully. Stephen Stone greets Master Matsuda. Old Matsuda, upon hearing the door open, already knew who it was. He smiled and waved his hand. "The kid from the Stone family, not bad, not bad." Nodding in satisfaction, old Matsuda was delighted to see that his new disciple was getting along well with Stephen. The heir of the Devon Corporation, with his talent and skills, needed no introduction. They say like attracts like, and those who gather with geniuses tend to be geniuses themselves. At old Matsuda's words, Stephen smiled slightly and nodded humbly. Old Matsuda and his father were friends, and as a young man in the presence of an elder, he had to show due respect. Besides, old Matsuda wasn't just a powerful elite 4-level trainer but also a distinguished breeder, either title commanded respect. "Well, it's best that you young people keep talking. I must be going, I still have experiments to finish," said old Matsuda, standing up. "Kane, remember what I told you, your talent shouldn't be wasted," he added before leaving. "Yes, Master," Kane replied respectfully. Observing Kane's attitude, old Matsuda could only shake his head. Although Kane responded quickly, it was clear he didn't plan to follow his advice to the letter. Having been young once himself, he could understand and decided not to insist further, disappearing down the hallway. Once he closed the door, Kane let out a sigh of relief, wiping a bit of sweat from his forehead. Wow, what pressure! Then he saw Stephen looking at him with curiosity, walking around him as if he wanted to get to know him again. "Kane, that older relatives you talked about wouldn't happen to be Master Matsuda?" Stephen asked with a sly smile. Kane gave him a look that could only be understood but not explained, then shook his head, dropping onto the couch. Seeing Kane's expression, Stephen seemed to understand immediately. "It's him, isn't it?" Of course, only Master Matsuda, one of the League's old-timers, could have made that rare Pokeblock recipe. "My father used to talk about him. However, a few years ago, he disappeared from the scene, and it turns out you found him here," Stephen continued, convinced he'd uncovered the truth. Kane maintained a discreet smile, saying nothing. This was all Stephen's assumption, right? Then he pulled an elegantly designed box of Pokeblocks from his ring and pushed it to the edge of the table. "Here are the Pokeblocks you requested, though there's a small difference from what you asked. They can't completely prevent Metang from gaining weight, but they minimize that gain as much as possible. Additionally, all the nutrients necessary for its growth are fully covered, and the effect might even be better." Kane felt a bit pained. To make these Pokeblocks, he had to cut an eighth from a medium-sized energy crystal, about half the size of a fist, that he'd obtained from the unknown island. How could the effect not be good? Hearing this, Stephen's eyes lit up immediately. He took out a Pokeball and summoned his Metang. Kane reflexively scanned the data of this Metang. When he saw Metang's level, his eyes sparkled with surprise. No wonder the rich were like this. In such a short time, Metang's level had gone from 30 to 35. Stephen truly had skills. Metang had leveled up so quickly and without side effects. Clearly, his move training hadn't been neglected. Stephen didn't hold back. He opened the box, took out a Pokeblock, and gave it to Metang. Seeing Metang's satisfied expression, Stephen grinned broadly and gave Kane a thumbs up. "Kane, you're amazing. Come on, tell me, how much do I owe you for this?" Kane waved his hand, but before he could speak, Stephen continued. "Don't refuse, you know I'm not short on money. We're friends, but some things must be paid for. Who wants to refuse? Didn't you see I was trying to speak, and you interrupted me?" Do you think being a big benefactor is amazing? Cain rolled his eyes and replied, I wasn't trying to be polite. I was just saying that if we can avoid using money, it's even better. Besides, you also helped me sell the poke block recipe, and I haven't even thanked you yet. No. I haven't sold your poke block recipe yet. But you're right, talking about money could harm the friendship. So tell me, what do you want? If I have it, I'll give it to you. If possible, I'd like a high-quality duskstone, or a sharp claw in excellent condition, or a king's rock. Well, the king's rock is a bit pricey, so I can pay you the difference. The duskstone and sharp claw are easier to find, one is needed for Murkrow's evolution, and the other for Sneasel. But the king's rock is necessary for Slowpoke to evolve into Slowking. Although Slowpoke hasn't yet decided its evolutionary path, as a trainer, Cain wanted to let Slowpoke choose whether to become a Slowbro or a Slowking. But regardless of the choice, it's always good to be prepared. Well, I can try to find a high-quality duskstone, that shouldn't be difficult. The sharp claw isn't a problem either, but the king's rock is a bit more complicated, Stephen mused. But I can keep an eye out and let you know when I get it. However, even the high-quality duskstone and sharp claw don't fully compensate for all the cost. Is there anything else you need? Let's leave out the king's rock for now. Stephen wasn't new to this and quickly calculated the value. As the heir of the Devon Corporation, he was well aware of relative values. Cain nodded, and after thinking for a moment, he said, if possible, I'd like an Aran. This benefactor offered, not accepting would be disrespectful. End of chapter. Chapter 270. There's a mine at home. Hearing Cain's words, Stephen was stunned. Aran. This Pokémon is exclusive to the Hoenn region, but even in Hoenn, it's a very rare species. However, that's only true for others. For Stephen, it doesn't make much difference. He immediately laughed, ha ha ha, that's easy. My family has a mine filled with all kinds of steel-type Pokémon. Anytime you want, I'll take you there, and you can see if you can find what you're looking for. Not only Aran, whatever you like, you can get it for free. Cain raised an eyebrow. A mine? All steel-type Pokémon? Even Beldum. Does he really have a mine at home? Stephen's laughter stopped suddenly, and with a slight hint of embarrassment, he said, yes, but as for Beldum, I'm not sure I have the authorization for that, you know. Ha ha ha, I was just joking with you. I can't afford to raise a Pokémon like Beldum. It's not something you manage with just one, Cain said, laughing. He just wanted to tease Stephen, not really intending to ask. But who would have thought that Stephen would take him seriously? With a serious expression, he looked at Cain and said, Cain, if you really want it, I can talk to my father. With his connection to old Matsuda. No, I really was joking. I can't handle a Beldum. Even Aran, I can't take care of it now, I just wanted to reserve one in advance, Cain quickly replied, waving his hands. The reason he wanted Aran was because, during his time on the Nameless Island, he realized that his team really lacked a tank Pokémon with high defense and HP, and Aran was the one that best suited his needs among the Pokémon he could get. After all, the Stephen in front of him is the future Steel-type champion. In the future, he'll have a very powerful Agron. Right now, it's probably only in its Lyron form, or it might have already evolved into Agron. All right, whenever you need it, just call me. You can go straight to my family's mine, and I'll take you to look. Although there aren't as many Pokémon as in the Safari Zone, when it comes to steel types, we have plenty. Hearing Stephen mention the Safari Zone, Cain's heart skipped a beat. Are there a few Dratini in the Safari Zone? Those should be the only Dratini not under the control of the Dragon family, right? At this time, they should still be in the Safari Zone because later, when Ash goes there, he'll still see Dratini and Dragonair. Should I try going there? Cain was tempted. After all, they are pseudo-legendary Pokémon, and without Mega Evolution, Dragonite is one of the strongest among pseudo-legendaries. But now's not the time. That Dragonair is very powerful, and he might not be able to beat it. Plus, he doesn't yet have the strength to handle a pseudo-legendary Pokémon unless he stays by old Matsuda's side all the time, but that's clearly not possible. Team Rocket wouldn't leave him alone so easily. Better to let it go for now. There's still time, he'll check it out later. By the way, Kane, I heard that this time you were drifting at sea for over 10 days. Did you see a lot of things? Did you find any rare stones or ones you've never seen before? Stephen asked. Besides Pokémon, stones were what interested Stephen the most. I didn't see anything. You know, most of the time, I was in the middle of the ocean, with nothing in sight. Kane raised his hands, indicating he hadn't found anything. Ha ha, true enough. But I heard you returned in impressive style, riding a powerful Tropius. How about it? Want a battle? Hearing this, Kane could only smile wryly. Tropius wasn't weak, but currently, he had no synchronization with it, and besides, Tropius didn't enjoy battles. He couldn't force it, right? As for his other Pokémon, like Slowpoke, there's a power difference with Stephen. No need to mention that Kane can't do anything against Stephen's Metang. Is that Stephen's strongest Pokémon? I don't think so. For Metang to evolve into Metagross, it needs 2 Metang. Could this Metang be Stephen's strongest? Besides, Stephen doesn't only have Metang, he also has Aggron and Skarmory, which are very powerful Pokémon. Not now. I know there's a power difference between us. Some other time. Next time I go to your mine, we'll have a battle, Kane replied. Stephen looked at Kane in surprise, not because Kane had noticed that Stephen was currently stronger, but because Kane had the confidence that next time, he could fight him, which wasn't easy. Stephen had always been the strongest among his peers. His confidence as a trainer was absolute, and Kane, a few years younger than him, thinks he could fight him next time. Stephen didn't say anything, assuming Kane thought this Metang was his strongest Pokémon, and agreed with a smile, all right. What are your plans after this? Stephen asked. Today, he hadn't finished his work, but he couldn't resist coming over. I'm going to disappear again for a while, to train. But before that, I'll probably go to Mauville City to train my Pokémon. Mauville City? It's a good place, full of trainers ready to battle. In that case, I have to go back to Rustboro City anyway. Why don't I accompany you to Mauville City and then return to Rustboro City? Won't I be taking up your time? Kane asked, doubtful. Stephen made a casual gesture. It doesn't matter, there are always more things to do. Let's consider it a little break. I'll probably spend the rest of my life in that kind of routine. Better to enjoy myself now, or I'll regret it later. Kane couldn't help but smile at this. Many people would want Stephen's life, but for Stephen, it has no appeal. But the responsibility he bears doesn't allow him to walk away, so he can only do what he wants before fully taking over. Even Stephen's father, the elders of the Stone family, and the Devon Corporation's top management have accepted this. Because, in their view, Stephen is an exceptional heir. Even in his spare time, he's managed to become an outstanding trainer, and he's never neglected the studies necessary for company matters. The term genius couldn't be more appropriate. Compared to Stephen, Kane really isn't that close. Only, with his advantages, Kane not only possesses the experience of a quasi-elite trainer but also an incredibly powerful system. So it seems Kane is more or less equal to Stephen. End of chapter. Chapter 271. Growing Closer. In the afternoon. Above Route 110, the road from Slateport City to Mauville City. A Tropius and a Skarmory flew openly in the sky. They were Kane and Stephen, who had agreed to go to Mauville City together. Originally, Stephen had planned to ride on Kane's Tropius. After all, until now, Stephen had never ridden a Tropius. Although Tropius is a Pokémon from the Hoenn region, it's not common and is only found in coastal areas. But Stephen, a rock lover, often ventured into mountains and forests, so he rarely saw a Tropius. Even when he did, he had no interest in capturing it since his true love was Steel-type Pokémon. This time, however, he was curious to try it, and Cain agreed. But when they reached Tropius, it was adamant about not letting Stephen ride it. Even when Cain promised it an extra meal, Tropius still refused. As a minor dragon-type Pokémon, it had its dignity. It agreed to be Cain's flying Pokémon because Cain had defeated it in battle. But to Tropius, Stephen was a stranger, and the way Stephen looked at it made it uncomfortable. So, in the end, Stephen had to use his Skarmory. Not that Skarmory was bad or slow. But seeing Cain comfortably seated on Tropius's back, with plenty of space, while he had to scrunch up on Skarmory's back. Skarmory's shell was a bit rough. Why did he feel so petty? On the other hand, when Cain saw Stephen's Skarmory, he was glad he hadn't agreed to battle him. Pokémon. Skarmory, blue. Gender? Male. Level. 38. Type. Steel plus flying. Ability. Keen Eye. Held item. Metal coat. Egg moves. Drill peck, stealth rock, endure, whirlwind. Basic moves. Leer, peck, sand attack, metal claw, air cutter, fury attack, feint, swift, spikes, agility, steel wing. Learned moves. Snore, sky attack, tailwind, iron defense. TM moves. Protect, substitute, hidden power, water, toxic, roost, aerial ace, swords dance. What was this? A blatant display of wealth? Let's not even talk about other things, just one TM for swords dance costs a lot of money. He knew that this Skarmory was one of Stephen's main Pokémon, but not his strongest. Even so, this Skarmory was a match for any of Cain's Pokémon. Even in terms of moves, it far surpassed Cain's Pokémon. Could you be a bit more human, please? Is this the potential of a future champion? It's terrifying. While Cain was amazed by Stephen's Pokémon, Stephen looked at Tropius with a sad expression. But Tropius really didn't want to pay him any mind and flew proudly. The day was sunny, so its speed wasn't bad. However, seeing Skarmory's relaxed expression made it clear that it wasn't using its full strength. Skarmory, with all the weight of its armor, could still fly freely, proving that its daily training was no joke. Plus, it was carrying a metal coat as a held item, making it even heavier. Cain was already regretting mentioning that he wanted to battle Stephen next time they met. Wouldn't it be a massacre? It seemed that if he really wanted to have an equal conversation with Stephen in terms of power, he couldn't avoid training his Pokémon. At the same time, Cain already had a plan to improve his Pokémon's moves. When he was on the unknown island, he had the system analyze how to use the medium-sized energy crystals he had obtained more efficiently and without side effects. Before reaching Slateport City, he already had the results. But he hadn't had a chance to apply them yet, since he'd been away this whole time. Once in Mauville City, Cain would begin testing ways to improve his Pokémon's moves. In addition, the method for improving Miltank's quality had already been negotiated with the Miltank Ranch. All that was left was to finalize the deal in person. Now, improving Miltank's quality didn't significantly impact her overall battle ability. After all, Miltank was designed to be a healer and support Pokémon. Cain and Stephen, each riding on their Pokémon, chatted as they flew toward Mauville City. Stephen admired Cain's knowledge. Although his strength wasn't much, he was younger than him and didn't have the same resources. So Stephen considered Cain truly strong, not in terms of power, but in knowledge. Cain, on the other hand, admired Stephen's wealth, that ever-present yet subtle wealth. Although Stephen was refined, with the attitude of a noble, and had no intention of showing off, each of his words carried an air of wealth. For instance, when Cain asked, "What materials do you use to feed your Pokémon?" Cain referred to things like poisonous gas for Haunter, not counting poke blocks. Stephen responded without hesitation with high-cost ingredients, and though he knew they were expensive, he would say very expensive so calmly it made Cain want to punch him. Unintended boasting is the deadliest. In fact, only with Cain did Stephen speak this way. Normally, he was very polite with others. Seemingly friendly, but actually keeping them at a distance. Stephen was a proud person, whether it was due to his lineage, his combat skill, or his personal talent. His pride wasn't outward but rather an inner pride. He had an innate presence of leadership. But with Hoenn, Stephen truly considered him a friend, so he spoke without reserve. In his view, as a disciple of Master Matsuda, a prodigious Pokémon breeder, with advanced knowledge of Pokémon, even if his combat skills were a bit weak, Hoenn was young, which was understandable. Therefore, Stephen believed that Hoenn had the skill and the right to be his friend, which is why he spoke openly with him. As the saying goes, like attracts like. Only geniuses have the right to be friends with other geniuses. Otherwise, if you don't understand what the other person is talking about, how could you be friends? Stop dreaming. As they conversed, it was clear they were growing closer and closer. Although Hoenn initially approached Stephen with a specific purpose and a slight intention to take advantage, he couldn't deny that he now considered Stephen a friend. That type of friendship where, even if they became enemies, it would always be a true friendship. A friendship where, if they were on the same team, they could become true friends. However, time flew by, and the outline of Mauville City began to appear on the horizon for both of them. End of chapter. Chapter 272. The Mansion. Mauville City. Hoenn and Stephen parted ways on the outskirts of Mauville City. Stephen would return to Rustboro City to continue with pending matters, while Hoenn would stay in Mauville City to help his Pokémon get used to the new bodies they had acquired after quickly leveling up. Mauville City has a prime location in the Hoenn region, it's practically in the center. For this reason, its transportation is very advanced. Although it's not the most developed city in Hoenn, it's one of the largest. Additionally, due to the popularity of Pokémon battles in this area, many trainers from different places gather here, and in the battle areas around the city, you can always see trainers engaging in battles. First, as usual, Haunter inspected the entire house to ensure there were no surveillance cameras or similar devices. Slowpoke inspected the lawn and pool to check for any issues. Meanwhile, Hoenn took Miltank inside the house to start preparing dinner for the Pokémon. Currently, under Hoenn's influence, Miltank had become a master of cooking. She knew all the ingredients and preparation methods well, and with just a glance from Hoenn, she knew exactly what he wanted. It could be said that she was now his personal assistant. When Haunter and Slowpoke confirmed that the mansion was in perfect condition and the environment was safe, Hoenn released all his Pokémon except for Muck. He even let out Fearow, who had been in his Pokeball for a long time. With such a large mansion, it would be ideal to have more Pokémon helping to maintain it. The interior of the house didn't have much dust, suggesting that someone regularly cleaned it, but the outside was a mess. Murkrow was equipped with a new training device and, along with Sneasel, took on the task of clearing all the grass in the yard, ensuring it was at the same height. This task would also serve as part of their training. Slowpoke and Gyarados were assigned to clean the pool, a job that required quick water draining and cleaning of algae and debris. Initially, Gyarados was a bit reluctant, but one look from Hoenn made it instantly obedient. Haunter used its poisonous energy to break down any unwanted materials, like plastic containers and trash bags, without damaging the grass or soil. Skorupi was equipped with the training device that Murkrow previously had, and it was tasked with climbing trees and trimming branches, ensuring all the trees looked uniform. It had to control its strength to avoid breaking branches or damaging trees. Hoenn released Fearow to keep watch around the mansion and alert him of any dangerous Pokémon or suspicious people. For the next few days, Fearow would act as the mansion's guardian, patrolling from the sky. Tropius, once released, lay lazily on the mansion's lawn to rest. It had flown for 3 days straight and nearly a full day without rest and was tired. It had gone out looking for something tasty to eat, but barely had a bite and instead ended up flying endlessly. End of chapter. Chapter 273. Mental Development. When the sun had fully set, the Pokémon had almost finished cleaning the entire mansion. The once messy lawn was now neatly even, nearly the same height throughout. The pool water had been completely changed, now so clear that the bottom was visible without any impurities. Hoenn also took out several small energy crystals, crushed them, and sprinkled them into the pool, giving the water a slight energy pulse. Seeing this, Gyarados jumped directly into the water with no intention of coming out. The trash that couldn't decompose had also been dissolved by Haunter. Although this affected the soil a bit, Haunter absorbed the toxins in time. As for Skorupi, the mansion's fruit trees now looked really good, though the fruits that had been on the trees had completely disappeared. Kain didn't mind this, they were just regular fruits, and even if they were berries, to him, they weren't very different from normal fruits. With Miltank's help, Kain prepared a very hearty dinner. They didn't eat inside the house but instead set the table in the garden. Of course, the amount of food wasn't enough for a single Pokémon like Tropius. So grilling meat outside became inevitable. This time, Kain brought out his secret weapon, using a large barbecue grill that came with the house and roasted an entire lamb. If that wasn't enough, they would have to use Pokeblocks as a substitute. While the Pokémon enjoyed a big dinner, Kain ate less in comparison. Once he felt full, he sat aside to reflect. The time left for Team Rocket's final test was short, and he needed to organize a reasonable plan for his Pokémon in these last few days. First, after leveling up, each Pokémon needed to fully master their strength before participating in any battles. For Kain, leveling up was secondary at this point. When dinner ended, Kain gathered his Pokémon. Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Haunter have been with me since the beginning. They know that I have a mission I must complete. If I fail, it could mean death, Kain said as he looked at his Pokémon. For Kain, the idea of death had become simpler. He feared death, but he wasn't afraid of it. It was a contradiction in his mind. Yadin tilde. Craw tilde. Cake tilde. Slowpoke, Murkrow, and Haunter nodded. They had left with Kain from the trial island, so they knew he had to return to that island for the final test. Now, they were full of confidence. Their current power was much greater compared to when they left the island. Seeing their enthusiastic expressions, while the other Pokémon looked worried, Kain smiled and said, "Don't worry. With our current power, even if we don't win in the final test, at least we should be able to protect ourselves." Even if he failed, with his status in the Shadow Unit, Umbra would probably protect him. But relying on others for his safety made him very uncomfortable. Not being able to control his fate was a sign of a lack of strength. If Kain had the power of a quasi-elite trainer, or even an elite level 1, he would at least have the chance to escape someone like Umbra, who was at an intermediate elite level. Ultimately, it all came down to a lack of power. The other Pokémon had never heard Kain talk about his past. This was the first time he mentioned his experiences before capturing them. He didn't give too many details, only explaining in general terms the possible situations they might face in the future and how they should act to stay safe. The Pokémon, who seemed to have an inflated sense of confidence after leveling up, were calmed by Kain's words. Having confidence isn't bad, but arrogance is always a problem. After explaining the situation, Kain could see the resolve and desire in his Pokémon's eyes, which left him very satisfied. A trainer must not only help their Pokémon improve their battle skills but also guide their spirit and will. A Pokémon reflects its trainer. This is part of the mental development of Pokémon. Kain, smiling, led his Pokémon to the room on the upper floor. They were all already used to sleeping together, waking up together, and fighting together. As for Tropius and Gyarados, due to their size, they couldn't go upstairs, so they slept in the garden. However, Gyarados had no problem with this. The water in the pool, though of a different type of energy, made him feel more comfortable than the sea. As for Tropius, after eating and drinking, he had no objections either. Kain assigned him a new task, to keep watch over the place. If any suspicious person or unknown Pokémon approached, he should attack without hesitation. To motivate him, Kain promised many food rewards. With this promise, Tropius climbed up to the roof and lay down on the tiles without worrying about discomfort. On the other hand, Fearow was the most diligent. This Pokémon is known for its great endurance in flight and is often used for delivering packages. Although it's not very popular for its appearance, it's very useful. Originally, Kain had considered releasing it, as it wouldn't be worth much if he sold it. But he found that Firo was excellent as a patrol guard. It could fly all night without getting tired. As long as it had enough food, it could keep flying. So, in the end, Hoenn decided not to release it. Keeping it as a security guard worked quite well. At least Haunter no longer had to take night shifts. As for the food, it was just a portion for one Pokémon, something Hoenn could afford, and it only needed basic food without needing special poke blocks. End of chapter. Chapter 274. The Battle Ring. The next day. In the morning, while the sky was still grey and misty, Hoenn led his Pokémon in starting a day of training in the mansion's garden. To improve the quality of Pokémon training, it's ideal for the trainer to train alongside them. Even if you can't reach their level, simply showing your effort will push the Pokémon to try even harder. Murkrow focused primarily on endurance and stamina training. After changing his load to a new one, Hoenn increased the weight to 35 kilograms, and Murkrow flew around the entire garden. The basic goal Hoenn set for Murkrow was to complete 50 laps. Murkrow's combat techniques are already practically defined, and the level increase hasn't provided any new moves. Therefore, the focus is on quickly adapting to his new body. Hoenn bought a set of mind-blocking spheres for Slowpoke, this shows that level isn't the most important thing. Only when the body and moves adapt to the level reached can real progress be claimed. Early today, after breakfast, Hoenn headed to the battle ring in Mauville City. This place is quite well known in the city, frequented by citizens and high-status individuals. Here, Pokémon battles are held 24 hours a day. There are 8 areas, divided into 8 battle rings, and anyone can enter the ring to fight by paying 10,000 Pokédollars. Winning also comes with a reward. Rewards accumulate with each victory. For example, a person who wins their first battle can receive a reward of 20,000 Pokédollars. That person can choose to leave the ring and claim their prize or continue and defend the ring. Afterward, they can accept challenges without rest. The more they win, the greater the reward. Winning twice grants a reward of 40,000 Pokédollars, adding up to 60,000. Winning 3 times adds 60,000 to the pool, accumulating to 90,000. Upon reaching 10 consecutive victories, regardless of whether they continue or not, they can claim all accumulated prizes. The total would be 1,100,000 Pokédollars. Of course, if you lose before reaching 10 victories, you receive nothing from the pool. After 10 consecutive victories, if you decide to continue, you advance to the next level of difficulty. Each ring has 8 levels of difficulty, and every time you reach 10 consecutive victories, you level up. Additionally, the base rewards differ for each ring. For example, in the first ring, the base reward is 20,000 Pokédollars, increasing with each victory. In the second level, the base reward is 30,000, increasing progressively from there. And so on for the other levels. End of chapter. Chapter 275. Joker. That's why many trainers from different regions gather here. The reward system here is so special that it's unique in the entire Pokémon world. Not only are the rewards generous, but many trainers use the level they've reached in this arena as a standard to brag about. Maybe it's not as evident elsewhere, but in Mauville City, many trainers, when meeting friends, will say, "Today I reached level such and such in the arena, and after winning several rounds, I was finally defeated." This is very similar to a level-based game that Hoenn used to play when he was on Earth. Basically, it works like a ranking system. Winning 8 rounds at the first level of the arena would be equivalent to earning a certain amount of points on a specific leaderboard. Moreover, not all trainers here are from the league. Many of them belong to underground organizations or other groups. Although the tournament rules follow those established by the league, where the battle ends when a Pokémon can no longer fight, occasionally, some Pokémon end up dead in battle. After all, moves don't differentiate between targets, injuries and death are inevitable. But for some spectators, this is extremely bloody and exciting, so many come to watch the battles as a way to relax after work. The arena organizers don't earn mainly from the participants' entry fees but from the spectators' tickets. Tickets for the first 2 arenas are quite affordable, as the battles are simpler, but since there are many, it balances out. At higher levels, the battles are much more thrilling, and ticket prices are also much higher. It's said that it's almost impossible to see a battle at the 7th or 8th level in a year. But when there's a battle at level 7 or 8, ticket prices are so high that not everyone can afford them, and yet, it's always packed. This shows just how profitable it is for the arena organizers. Kane doesn't know who organizes these battles, but he's sure it's not the League or Team Rocket. If it were the League, these arenas would be in Kanto or Johto. The League doesn't have enough control in the Hoenn region, so if someone were to cause trouble, they couldn't handle it immediately. It also couldn't be Team Rocket. If Team Rocket could build this kind of arena here, they wouldn't need to look for another way to enter other regions, they could start dominating Hoenn's underground operations. So it can't be the League or Team Rocket. Maybe it's some faction that Kane doesn't even know about or a combination of several. In any case, this doesn't affect Kane at the moment. What he wants is to take advantage of this place to train his Pokémon. Since it's not run by the League, it's not mandatory to use real names for tournament registration. Many well-known trainers use aliases. Kane likes this idea since he has multiple identities, and each one can only use certain Pokémon. If he wants all his Pokémon to have a chance to battle, one identity won't be enough. When he enters the massive battle building, the first thing he hears is deafening shouts. This is the first level arena, the most crowded. There are not only many spectators but also many competitors. The arena organizers have also set up a betting system for each battle, assigning winning odds. No matter how it's played, the organizers never lose money. At most, they just transfer money from one side to the other. Kane first buys a spectator ticket and watches for a while from the stands, trying to gauge the level of competitors in the first arena before signing up. It's not that he's unsure about winning in the first arena, he simply wants to decide which of his Pokémon to use after evaluating the participants. He finds that the Pokémon of the competitors in the first arena are usually between levels 20 and 25. It's rare to see Pokémon below level 20 or above level 25. A Pokémon below level 20 probably wouldn't last even one round, while one above level 25 would likely have already advanced to the second level of the arena. Kane registers directly, and the staff guides him to fill out a registration form. He chose the nickname Joker for his first identity. In his vague memory, it seems to be the name of a fairly well-known person, but he doesn't remember exactly who. Anyway, as long as it has Joker in the name, Kane doesn't mind much. Fortunately, he arrived early today, so he doesn't have to wait many rounds to participate. Kane patiently waits in the competitors' lounge. There are many other competitors besides Kane, most of whom wear masks or strange costumes to avoid being recognized. So his all-black attire doesn't stand out at all. In the lounge, there's a large television screen showing the ongoing battle. Trainer Joker, please prepare, your match is next. The announcement sounds 3 times in the lounge before stopping. Kane immediately stands up and heads to the counter where competitors can place bets. He takes out a bank card and bets the 150,000 Pokédollars he has. He glances at the odds, 3-1. The other competitor has already won 3 consecutive times, while Kane is a complete unknown, so the organizers estimate his chances of winning at less than 30%. The maximum bet in the first arena is 200,000 Pokédollars, and Kane's 150,000 is already a considerable sum. The staff look at him in surprise, few have that much confidence in themselves, and they quickly record the information. There's a betting limit at each level of the arena. If 2 competitors agreed to make a massive bet, the organizers would lose a lot of money. Of course, the organizers wouldn't allow this to happen. If a fixed match is discovered, someone will intervene. So far, those who have been caught have never appeared in public again. So the result is clear. After placing his bet, Kane leaves the lounge. What a pity that the odds are only 3-1. If I could bet more, a few million would win a lot. Kane complained silently. These organizers really don't let anyone take advantage of any loophole. Although it's called an arena, it actually looks more like a coliseum. All around are seats for spectators, and only in the center is there a sunken area for combat. For convenience, the organizers have set the battlefield as rocky terrain, no matter what type of Pokémon is used. If you're a water-type Pokémon trainer, good luck! End of chapter. Chapter 276. Lombre. Our winner this time, the Elite King competitor, has decided to continue fighting. Now, his prize pool has accumulated to 120,000 Pokédollars, and if he wins again this time, it will reach a substantial sum of 200,000 Pokédollars. Can our competitor the Elite King keep his winning streak? Let's wait and see. A presenter in flamboyant attire stood in the center of the battlefield, loudly announcing the generous prize pool amount. Announcing the prize pool amount so directly not only stirs up the participants' passion but also excites the audience. This helps attract more participants for the arena battles. Elite King. Elite King. Elite King. Elite King. Amid the crowd's cheers, a person wearing a hip-hop style mask waved, clearly enjoying all the attention. Kane, waiting at the entrance platform, although he had already commented once before, couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment again upon hearing the crowd's cheers. Elite King? Does he think he's the king of elite trainers? Do people now pick names so brazenly? As Kane continued with his remarks, he heard the presenter say, "So, let's give a warm welcome to our next challenger, Blue Peacock." Boo! When the name Blue Peacock was announced, the crowd erupted in boos. Blue Peacock? In the Pokémon world, the name Peacock refers to a bird resembling a rooster, a blue rooster? Just by the name alone, it doesn't sound strong. What name is more intimidating than Joker? Kane, hidden under a long black cloak, slowly walked to one side of the field. Will competitor Joker, who has won 3 consecutive times, maintain his winning streak, or will challenger Blue Peacock defeat him and become the new arena champion? Let's see the battle. After the presenter finished his exaggerated announcement, he moved to the rest area on the side, leaving the rest of the time to the referee. In this battle, each competitor can use 2 Pokémon. When both Pokémon of one competitor lose their ability to fight, that competitor will be declared the loser. Let the battle begin. With the referee's command, both competitors took out a Pokeball and launched it onto the field. Kane's Pokémon was a Skorupi. In his first arena battle, Skorupi could fight and learn some combat techniques. Meanwhile, on the other side, competitor Blue Peacock released his Pokeball, revealing a Lotad. Kane used his system to scan its data, a dark yellow quality Lotad, level 22, with the Swift Swim ability. Lotad, a water and grass-type Pokémon, has decent attributes but is weak to bug, flying, and poison types, taking double damage from them. It turns out Skorupi is a bug and poison type, making it a perfect counter to Lotad. Competitor Blue Peacock on the other side clearly didn't recognize Skorupi as a Pokémon, as he showed no reaction upon seeing it and instead remained confident. Lotad's Swift Swim ability could be useful on a rainy day, but in this sunny weather, it practically has no effect. Skorupi, use agility! A raspy voice came from under Kane's black hood. This was Skorupi's first one-on-one battle between Pokémon and trainers. Upon receiving the command, Skorupi quickly moved across the rocky field, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lotad, use Growl! Blue Peacock, seeing Skorupi's movement speed, nervously gave the order. Lotad let out a sound similar to a duck's quack, but it had no effect on Skorupi. The Growl move failed. Skorupi, use Bug Bite and then Poison Tail! Kane didn't let the circumstances affect him. The fact that Skorupi wasn't affected was normal, otherwise, all his training would have been in vain. Skorupi's eyes showed excitement. It had been a long time since it had a battle. These past few days had been filled with intense training, both in physical abilities and techniques. According to Kane, it had trained enough. However, Skorupi knew that among Kane's Pokémon, its combat strength was relatively low. Each time it trained with its older brothers, they always let it win. This time, facing an unknown enemy, it could finally show its full strength. In the midst of its swift movement, Skorupi's speed increased again, even forgetting the weight it was carrying. Under Lotad's terrified gaze, its growl had barely finished when Skorupi appeared right in front of it. With a bloodthirsty gleam in its eyes, Skorupi's teeth were imbued with a faint green energy from the bug type. During these training days, it had been so close to using this move to bite down all the trees in the garden nearly to the ground. With a fierce bite, without hesitation, it bit Lotad. Lotad cried out in pain. This sharp pain, due to the double vulnerability, almost made it lose consciousness. But this wasn't the end. Skorupi's tail, loaded with purple poisonous energy, struck Lotad again without hesitation. Though Skorupi's poison wasn't as developed as Haunter's, Skorupi, being a scorpion, naturally contained venom. The fact that it wasn't fully developed only meant that the poison wasn't very strong, but it didn't mean it didn't exist. After finishing the attack, Skorupi jumped back, quickly distancing itself from Lotad. This was the first battle rule Kane had taught it. After an attack, don't continue chasing, always hold your position and prepare for any counterattack from the opponent. However, clearly, Lotad no longer had the ability to counterattack. Lotad has lost its ability to fight. Competitor Blue Peacock, please send out your second Pokémon. Although Blue Peacock's face was covered by a mask, sweat appeared on his forehead. Lotad's direct defeat had put a lot of pressure on him. On the other hand, Kane showed no emotion. If Skorupi couldn't defeat an opponent like this, then what was the purpose of all this training? Two Pokémon of the same level, an overwhelming advantage in quality, physical strength, combat techniques, and type advantage. In this battle, even without his guidance, Skorupi could win. From the stands, cheers began for Kane. These spectators are like this, they support whoever seems stronger. Before Kane won, they were also cheering for others. Seeing Kane's Skorupi defeat Lotad so easily, they started to realize the strength of this Joker competitor. After returning Lotad to its Pokeball, Blue Peacock gritted his teeth and took another Pokeball from his waist. He's arrogant, not stupid. He had already guessed that he probably wouldn't make it this time and that the prize pool money probably wouldn't be his. This time, he sent out a level 21 Gloom, whose combat power was even lower than Lotad's and also vulnerable to Skorupi's type. End of chapter. Chapter 277. Sniper. Skorupi, use quick attack and bug bite. Remember what I taught you before, the sniper technique. Kane, upon seeing Gloom, lost all desire to fight. However, this didn't affect Skorupi's enthusiasm for the battle in the slightest. Skorupi kicked up another cloud of dust on the rocky field, speeding toward Gloom even faster than before. Before Blue Peacock could issue a command, Skorupi, with lightning speed, bit Gloom's body. This time, Skorupi targeted a weak spot on Gloom, hitting a critical point directly. The sniper ability activated. By hitting a critical point, the power increased to 2.25 times, taking down Gloom in a single blow, leaving it on the ground with no fighting capacity. Gloom has lost its fighting ability. Therefore, the winner is the challenger, competitor Joker. The referee raised the flag in his hand, announcing the outcome of the match. Upon hearing the referee's voice, the previously silent stadium filled with cheers. Many spectators continued to shout, "Joker! Joker! Joker!" Meanwhile, Blue Peacock, withdrawing in disappointment, had already become a blurry background, slowly disappearing from the field. Skorupi returned to Kane's side, bouncing with joy. Kane knelt down, patted Skorupi's back encouragingly, and then discreetly took out a high-energy poke block, feeding Skorupi. Skorupi wasn't too tired. He had only spent some energy, and his overall state was even better than at the beginning. Clearly, he was just warming up. Well done, Skorupi. Remember the feeling from just a moment ago. Before attacking, always observe the opponent's movements, find their weak spot, and strike hard. Always try for a deadly hit. If you can't bring the opponent down in one hit, retreat immediately and wait for the right moment, Kane whispered to Skorupi, giving him combat advice. The main purpose of coming here was also to improve the Pokémon's combat skills, not to win money or level up. Of course, earning a little extra money while training in combat techniques wasn't a bad thing either. This battle's prize awarded Kane 20,000 Pokédollars, but this was only a small part. The The majority of the prize came from the bets Kane had placed on himself, 150,000 Poké-Dollars, which tripled, resulting in 450,000 Poké-Dollars. At that moment, the announcer appeared on the field. Ha ha ha, let's congratulate competitor Joker for becoming the new champion of this round. Right now, the accumulated prize amount is 20,000 Poké-Dollars. If he continues the challenge, the next time it will be 40,000 Poké-Dollars. Hearing this, the audience began cheering again. To Kane, 20,000 Poké-Dollars might seem like an insignificant amount, but for many in the audience, it was equivalent to 1 or even 2 months of salary. That amount had already sparked the festive spirit in their hearts. Continue, keep fighting. Let the prize accumulate more and more, only to lose it all in one go. They enjoyed seeing each competitor lose all the prize money and showing that face full of regret. They loved seeing those who couldn't obtain such an amount. If we can't have it, neither should you. So, please, continue. Keep fighting. Then, competitor Joker, will you decide to end the competition now and take the prize, or will you continue competing, with the chance to win even more in the next match? The announcer exaggerated his movements as he asked. At the same time, uniform chants echoed from the stands. Continue. 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 Kane, undeterred by the spectators, gave the answer they most desired. Kane only wanted to train his Pokémon. This was just the first battle, and he couldn't abandon it for such a small amount of money. Besides, this was only the first stage. There was no way a competitor would appear who could make Kane withdraw. Hearing Kane's decision to continue, the chants of Joker resounded once more from the stands. Very well. Competitor Joker has decided to continue. Let's welcome our next challenger, Ryu. A young man without a disguise and with his identity openly displayed slowly walked toward the opposite side of Kane. This was a competitor who openly showed his identity. However, this time the battle had no suspense. Kane defeated his opponent once more, and Skorupi once again achieved a streak of 2 consecutive victories. But in this battle, Skorupi was hit by an opponent's attack for the first time. It was because he was overly confident that he could defeat the opponent in a single blow, but he failed to hit the critical point, and the sniper ability didn't activate, so he couldn't dodge in time and took a hit. Although the damage wasn't severe, Kane scolded Skorupi. This type of battle, similar to a gamble, was never what Kane advocated. Kane knew that Skorupi had the capacity to defeat the opponent in a single blow, but Skorupi still couldn't effectively identify the opponent's weak points. His current battle strategy was to attack once and immediately retreat, whether or not the opponent was defeated. Unless Kane gave the order to continue attacking, he had to retreat immediately. After being scolded by Kane, Skorupi understood that he had been arrogant. Defeating his opponent so easily repeatedly had slightly inflated his confidence. Fortunately, this mistake provided Kane with an opportunity to teach. It's better to correct mistakes now than to make them in the final trial. His Pokémon spent a lot of time training, often fighting in groups against a single opponent or in group battles, and hadn't had much experience in one-on-one battles. This was also why Kane was determined to participate in these battles following league rules. Quickly identifying his Pokémon's mistakes and correcting them is one of a trainer's responsibilities. After this mistake and Kane's scolding, Skorupi became much more focused on each match. Although he was still excited, he no longer underestimated his opponents. With each attack, unless Kane said otherwise, Skorupi would retreat immediately by instinct. This combat tactic allowed him to avoid many attacks. Thanks to the strength of a single Pokémon, Kane managed to defeat consecutive opponents, winning more matches and accumulating more and more prize money. Soon, Kane had won 9 consecutive matches, and the audience was going wild, chanting Joker frenetically. Although it's not rare to see someone win 10 consecutive matches, it remains a significant achievement, and many in the audience had never seen a 10-match winning streak. Because many, upon reaching a certain number of battles, choose to pause temporarily. That is, they can choose to continue on another occasion, but Kane wasn't stopping. He continued fighting without rest, using only one Pokémon, defeating 9 consecutive opponents, achieving an astounding 18 victories with just one Pokémon. No wonder the audience was so frenzied. Today might be a day they'll never forget. End of chapter. Chapter 278. Duel of 9 wins. Now, let's cheer for our player, Joker. His personal prize pool has reached 900,000 Poké-Dollars. With just one more win, he could earn an additional prize of 200,000 Poké-Dollars in one go, totaling 1,100,000 Poké-Dollars. The host, with the microphone in hand and veins bulging in his neck, displayed his professionalism as a presenter. Joker! 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 Cheers filled the stadium. 1,100,000 Poké-Dollars, a sum many would never earn in their entire lives. But now, the person on stage had been winning again and only needed one more victory to secure 1,100,000 Poké-Dollars. As for ending now and taking the 900,000 Poké-Dollars without further complications, nobody even wanted to suggest it. What they wanted to see was a streak of 10 consecutive victories, not for it to end now. And besides, that amount of money stirred envy. Although they were shouting encouragement for Joker, deep down, they hoped the next opponent would be stronger and wouldn't let him take a single Poké-Dollar. It was the typical thought of if I can't have it, neither should you. Meanwhile, in a large office behind the tournament stage, a few people were holding glasses and watching Joker's battlefield, listening to the crowd's cheers. One of them spoke, another lucky kid. What do you think? Should we have a little fun? Play what? Haven't you seen he's been using Skorupi from the start? He probably has more Pokémon, and Skorupi might be the weakest. But we can't just let him walk away with the 1,100,000 Poké-Dollars prize, can we? Although that amount isn't much, if it happens, we'll lose a lot today in ticket sales. We just need to send a strong opponent against him. Right now, where would we find someone appropriate? Even if someone defeats him, that person might also end up with 10 consecutive wins. The people sitting on the sofa and at the table shared their opinions, but the one sitting in the boss's chair seemed detached from the conversation, swirling his wine glass with an indifferent expression. They all turned their attention to him, waiting for his opinion. As if only just noticing their gazes, he brought the wine glass to his nose to smell it, then took a small sip, smiling. It wasn't clear if it was due to the taste of the wine or because he'd found a solution. So, why not send in someone who also has 8 or 9 consecutive wins? I noticed there's a participant today who won his 9th match last time and only postponed the 10th due to his Pokémon's condition. Hearing this, everyone brightened. Of course, if someone was going to achieve 10 wins, it might as well be one of the two. Regardless of who wins, it would be good news for them. Splitting the prize between 2 people is easier to accept. They were only in charge of managing the tournament for the forces they represented, but they couldn't interfere too much in the matches. Otherwise, each time someone got close to winning a big prize, they'd send someone to defeat them, and after that, who would dare to aim for big prizes? If that were the case, players would rather win 5 or 6 matches, take the money, and quit the tournament. If everyone did that, although it wouldn't bankrupt them, they definitely wouldn't earn as much money. And the forces behind them wouldn't forgive them. This place was their largest source of income. They could only manipulate 1 or 2 fights occasionally to secure some benefits. Otherwise, if everyone knew it was rigged, who would come to the tournaments? They couldn't sacrifice the long-term gains for small benefits. Their business was long-term. They were always winning, it was just a matter of how much. After contacting reception by phone, they resumed watching the battle with a smile. For them, it didn't really matter who won or lost. They were always on the side of the forces they represented. They could only earn a little extra income by participating in small bets. How much exactly that extra meant was unknown. Back on the battlefield, the host, newly informed through his earpiece, smiled broadly. Another great showdown was coming. Attention, spectators! We've just received news that Joker's next opponent is also a contender with 9 wins. So, will Joker secure his 10th consecutive victory with absolute strength, or will the next contender achieve his own 10th consecutive win? One is going strong, the other is fresh and rested. Who will win? Stay tuned. Now, let's welcome our other player with 9 wins. Tank. Joker. Joker. Tank. Tank. Clearly, as another player with 9 victories, Tank's popularity was high. This was a battle between 2 players with 9 wins. Only the winner could earn the grand prize of 1,100,000 Pokédollars and also gain the opportunity to advance to the second stage. The blood of the spectators was already beginning to boil. Although 10 consecutive wins were rare, they were not something they had never seen before. But a battle between 2 contenders with 9 wins was something they had never witnessed. With adrenaline pumping fast, everyone in the stands was shouting the name of their favorite player. Meanwhile, the tournament organizers began announcing the start of big bets. Earlier, Kane's dominance had been so obvious that it left no doubt, so bets weren't bringing in much profit, and people were barely making money. But this time was different. It was a duel of 9 wins versus 9 wins, with high uncertainty. Furthermore, since Kane had not rested at all and Tank was fresh and rested, the odds showed a payout of 1.5 to 1 for Kane. It seemed even the organizers favored Tank. Many began betting right away. Only a match with this kind of uncertainty was worth betting on. In fact, no matter which side people bet on, the ultimate winners would still be the tournament organizers. Kane called over a staff member and bet 200,000 Pokédollars from the 450,000 he had just won. Earlier, the odds hadn't offered any gain. Now, although it was only 1.5 times, there was at least a small margin for profit. Then, when the host finished his spirited speech, the time had finally come for the real battle to begin. End of chapter. Merry Christmas. May this season be full of joy, love, and fulfilled dreams. Chapter 279. Nosepass. On the battlefield appeared an opponent named Tank, an extremely muscular man, shirtless, showing off all the muscles in his torso. On his head, he wore an exaggerated mask that only revealed his eyes and mouth, like a bank robber waiting for his chance. Tank seemed well informed about Kane's fighting style, who used a Skorupi. So he was prepared. As soon as the referee gave the starting signal, he threw a Pokeball. A Nosepass appeared on the field. Pokémon. Nosepass, light green. Gender? Male. Level. 26. Type. Rock. Ability. Sturdy. Held item. None. Egg moves. Rollout, Stealth Rock. Basic moves. Tackle, Harden, Block, Rock Throw, Thunder Wave, Rest, Spark, Rock Slide, Power Gem. Learned moves. Thunder Punch, Shock Wave. TM moves. Smackdown, Sleep Talk. Nosepass is a Pokémon specialized in physical defense, with half of its base points invested in this stat. Its resistance to types like Normal, Flying, Poison, and Fire made it a good contender against Skorupi's Poison-type moves. Although Skorupi's Bug-type moves could deal normal damage, it was evident that piercing Nosepass's physical defense would be challenging. However, Nosepass had many weaknesses. Fighting, Ground, Steel, Water, and Grass-type moves would deal double damage, but Skorupi didn't have any of these options. Tank had clearly been watching Kane's battles and his Skorupi from the sidelines, studying his combat style and moves. Additionally, his Nosepass was level 26, which was unusual in the first battle stage. It was clear that Tank, as a competitor with 9 wins, had a certain level of skill. The audience reacted immediately upon seeing Tank release a Nosepass. Although they weren't trainers, they recognized this Pokémon, especially since it was from the Hoenn region. Moreover, its size and presence were imposing, overshadowing Skorupi's appearance. Recently, Skorupi had been consuming calcium provided by Kane. Although not much time had passed, the effects were evident. Normally, an average Skorupi's size is around 80 centimeters, and Kane's had already reached this height, showing it had stopped growing. However, Kane's system indicated that Skorupi's bones had not yet fully set, allowing room for further growth with some external assistance. Kane purchased a large bottle of calcium supplements, and after just 1 week, Skorupi had already reached 90 centimeters, 10 centimeters more than the average Skorupi. However, since it was a Pokémon from Sinnoh, most spectators were unfamiliar with Skorupi and couldn't be surprised by its size. The increase in size didn't affect Skorupi's speed, which continued to move with agility. Skorupi, this time our opponent is prepared. Give it your all in this battle. Kane ordered from the edge of the field. Under his cloak, he held a remote control that adjusted the weight Skorupi carried for training. Kane deactivated Skorupi's weight. Feeling his body suddenly lighter, Skorupi let out a cry of joy. He had heard stories from the veteran Murkrow on the team about how it felt when the weights were removed, and now Skorupi fully understood that feeling. It felt as if he could fly. Let the battle begin, the referee shouted, signaling the start. Skorupi, use agility. Although Nosepass had high physical defense, his speed was disappointing. Without the weights and boosted by agility, Skorupi darted around the field, reveling in his newfound agility. However, Tank wasn't intimidated. Nosepass, harden and use Stealth Rock. Nosepass glowed with a stony shine, while his eyes emitted a faint glint as he set up invisible rocks around the field. Skorupi, watch out for the invisible rocks and use Poison Sting on Nosepass. Kane had anticipated the opponent's strategy and knew that Nosepass would be a tough target. Poisonous needles were shot directly at Nosepass. Tank let out a disdainful laugh as the needles struck Nosepass, producing only a metallic sound with no effect. Skorupi, stop running and stay in place. Keep using Poison Sting. Remember what Haunter taught you about focusing poisonous energy. Kane ordered, ignoring the initial lack of effect of the move. Nosepass was an easy target due to his slow mobility, and with Stealth Rock in place, moving around too much wasn't safe for Skorupi. You can launch them more slowly, but make sure to use your poisonous energy. Skorupi nodded, and a violet glow appeared in his eyes as he recalled the toxin control lessons he'd received from Haunter. Though their structures were different, they had much in common when it came to poison-type energy. This time, the Poison Sting attack had a different effect. They hit Nosepass with a similar sound, but left a purple mark on his body. Nosepass felt pain, and one of his eyes involuntarily closed. Nosepass, keep using Harden, don't stop. Tank said urgently upon noticing the damage. Kane smiled and added, Skorupi, well done, but you haven't reached your limit yet. Keep using Poison Sting. Let's take advantage of this stationary target as a training opportunity. Skorupi nodded, excited to face an opponent that couldn't be defeated in a single blow. The next Poison Sting attack was executed with greater speed and power. This time, Nosepass was poisoned. Although Nosepass had some resistance to poison, this didn't mean he couldn't be poisoned, it only meant that the poison damage would be slightly less. Since Nosepass wasn't a Probopass, he didn't have the steel type that would make him immune to poison-type moves. However, Tank didn't seem too worried about Nosepass being poisoned, letting out a loud laugh. Is that all the damage you can do with poison? Nosepass can recover quickly. Don't you have any aces up your sleeve? Nosepass, keep using Harden. Kane, however, seemed unfazed by his words, with a barely visible smile under his hood, as he said, Skorupi, remember the feeling of using the toxin just now? Skorupi nodded firmly. Training in a controlled environment was one thing, but achieving it in battle was something completely different. That was Kane's true purpose. Alright, now we can start the real battle. Skorupi, get close and use Poison Tail. Don't worry about his speed, he can't keep up with you. The battle was becoming intense, with both trainers making the most of their Pokémon's strengths. End of chapter. Merry Christmas. May this season be full of joy, love, and fulfilled dreams. Chapter 280. 10 consecutive wins. After experiencing the control of internal toxins, Skorupi quickly charged toward Nosepass. Although he encountered several invisible rocks along the way, which limited his speed, he was still fast enough to stay out of Nosepass's reach. Nosepass, Thunder Wave, ordered Tank, allowing Nosepass to use an electric-type move for the first time. In Tank's view, After using Harden multiple times, Nosepass already had enough physical defense to withstand Skorupi's attacks. An electromagnetic orb appeared in front of Nosepass, forming and swiftly heading towards Skorupi. But could Nosepass really hit Skorupi with his attack speed? Skorupi approached at high speed, his tail glowing a dark purple hue. The move Poison Tail has a higher chance of landing critical hits compared to other normal moves, and combined with Skorupi's ability, Sniper, it results in considerable damage even against a Pokémon with resistance to poison. With the poison status dealing damage every turn and Skorupi's repeated Poison Tail attacks, the poison quickly accumulated, making it so that Nosepass, despite his double resistance, couldn't withstand it. Nosepass, use rest quickly! Tank shouted upon seeing his Nosepass become an easy target. Though he had prepared his strategy, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Kane smiled coldly, already expecting Nosepass to use rest to buy time, relying on his high physical defense and resistances to gradually wear down Skorupi's energy. Skorupi, taunt! Skorupi had perfected his taunt move under Sneasel's teaching, and now he finally had the chance to use it in a real battle. Nosepass, who was trying to enter the rest state, was immediately interrupted by Skorupi's taunt move, which prevented him from using any support or reinforcement moves for a while. I let you use Harden repeatedly just so you wouldn't fall too quickly. After all, practice targets like this one for Skorupi's intensive training don't come along every day, thought Kane, smiling as he saw his strategy working and Nosepass's rest move being blocked. In previous battles, Skorupi had shown excellent performance, using bug-type moves skillfully, and he was getting familiar with his sniper ability. However, his poison-type moves hadn't had many effective practice opportunities, as few Pokémon could withstand Skorupi's attacks. Nosepass had been the perfect target for Kane to observe Skorupi's improvement in real combat. But now that Skorupi had mastered the release of internal toxins, it was no longer necessary to prolong the match. The blocking of Nosepass's rest move left Tank stunned. He had carefully planned to let Nosepass strengthen himself while the opponent attacked, then recover using rest and wear down the opponent over time. However, with the key move rest interrupted, Tank was left bewildered. Why hadn't Nosepass's Harden move been interrupted before? This doubt lingered in his mind even after Nosepass's defeat. Nosepass has lost the ability to battle. Trainer Tank must switch Pokémon, announced the referee, pulling Tank out of his daze. Tank's face, hidden under his mask, showed clear displeasure. He had thought this would be an easy fight, but he hadn't expected this outcome. If he had known this beforehand, maybe he wouldn't have stepped into the arena to fight. Nosepass was his strongest card, but with him defeated, Tank knew he probably didn't stand much chance of winning the rest of the battle. Regret began to arise in his heart. If he had known things would turn out this way, he would have claimed his reward after his 9th win and retired. Afterward, Tank sent out a level 24 Tauros with a dark yellow quality. Although it was quite a strong Pokémon, without a type advantage, and with a speed lower than Skorupi's, along with multiple activations of the sniper ability, Skorupi quickly secured the victory. Joker! Joker! Joker, the crowd chanted from the stands. After Tank retreated in dismay, the announcer returned to the center of the battlefield, proudly announcing Kane's victory and the fact that he would soon move to the second stage. With 10 consecutive wins, Kane had only used one Pokémon, making everyone remember the name of this competitor, cloaked in black. Now, to watch his battles, one would have to go to the second stage spectator area, where ticket prices were significantly higher. Moreover, the prize of 1.1 million Pokédollars made the audience fill with excitement, wishing they were in the winner's place. When the announcer finished his motivational speech, Kane left the battlefield with Skorupi, leaving the place to the next competitors. However, the crowd's cheers didn't die down with his departure. According to the tournament system, after 10 consecutive wins, Kane could automatically claim the jackpot and advance to the second stage. The next time Kane competes under the name Joker, he will have to register in the second stage. In reality, the first stage wasn't suitable for the power level of Kane's Pokémon. The only Pokémon that had found any training in this stage was Skorupi. Any other Pokémon that Kane might have used would have secured an instant victory. Now, in the second stage, the rivals should provide a bit more training for Slowpoke, Murkrow, and the others. Kane and Skorupi headed to the tournament official's desk to claim their 1.1 million Pokédollar prize for 10 consecutive wins, and then to the betting area to collect an additional 550,000 Pokédollars. By betting 150,000 on himself and winning, he tripled that amount to 450,000, and then bet 200,000 in the last round, winning 300,000, for a total of 550,000 Pokédollars. Thus, Kane earned a total of 1.65 million Pokédollars in this tournament. The stronger one is, although the resource consumption is greater, the faster they can acquire those resources. It's quite a healthy cycle. Kane left the Grand Battle Arena, returning Skorupi to his Pokeball and changing his attire in a secluded place before heading to his mansion. Today, Skorupi had received enough training. In the following days, Kane planned to select a different Pokémon for each battle, ensuring they all had the opportunity to fight. Training outside of combat is always different from real battle. Today's battle with Skorupi was a clear example. With about a week before the final test, Kane still had time. End of chapter. Merry Christmas. May this season be full of joy, love, and fulfilled dreams. Chapter 281. Enhancement of Combat Power. 7 days later. Kane boarded the plane that would take him out of the Hoenn region. The trip to Hoenn brought him much more than he had planned. It wasn't just gains in money and resources but also an increase in the level and strength of his Pokémon. He spent 7 days on the battlefield putting into practice everything his Pokémon had learned in training. There are only a few days left before returning to Trial Island. Umbra has already sent a message to Kane through the Shadow Unit's communication system, notifying him that they will set sail from Vermilion City's port toward Trial Island at sunset the following day. If he didn't make it in time, unless he were dead, he would only face the relentless pursuit of Team Rocket. However, Kane had no intention of avoiding this fate. The final trial, which could be a terrifying challenge for others, was for him a unique opportunity to succeed. Days before, he had already booked a flight to Saffron City. He left a message for Steven via his cell phone, informing him that he'd be busy for a while and that he would look for Aaron when he returned. Any other matters would be on hold. No matter the cost, Kane would handle everything upon his return. Additionally, Kane contacted Elder Motsuda, who had taken him as a disciple but later left him to his fate. When he learned Motsuda was busy in his lab and had no time for him, Kane hung up immediately and stored his phone in the new spatial ring he had bought. The space in the previous ring was no longer enough, so after earning money on the first day, Kane went to the black market to buy a ring with a larger capacity. He didn't know how long he'd be away this time, so he needed to prepare with more supplies. Among his Pokémon, the one that consumed the most food was no longer Miltank but Tropius. Tropius's appetite was so big it equaled that of all the other Pokémon combined. Half of the food stored in Kane's ring was just for him. After all, Tropius remained Kane's strongest Pokémon and also his flying mount, essential for combat and for escape if necessary. During the battles this time, though the primary goal was for his Pokémon to master their bodies, it was inevitable that their levels would rise. But this time, the improvement was different from previous ones. This time, the levels increased naturally after facing one-on-one battles and through constant training. Except for Tropius and Gyarados, nearly all Pokémon leveled up. Now, in Kane's team, the Pokémon with the lowest level was Skorupi, who had reached level 23, and was no longer the one with the least combat ability in the team. In fact, Skorupi now surpassed Miltank, no longer being the weakest. Skorupi was very happy about it. Of course, there was some help from Miltank, as she's a support Pokémon and doesn't need great combat abilities. Skorupi had grown under Miltank's watchful eye, so there was no issue in giving him a little advantage. Additionally, thanks to the calcium supplements Kane bought, Skorupi's height had reached 1 meter, as robust as a small calf. With several cups of Miltank's milk and calcium supplements every day, how could he not grow? The normal height of a Skorupi is 80 centimeters, but this one had already exceeded that by 20 centimeters. And he keeps growing. As for Slowpoke and Sneasel, what they did the most this time was practice the moves they had just learned. Compared to Sneasel's innate skill in Ice-type moves, Slowpoke needed a lot of time to master the Fire-type move Flamethrower and even more time to perform it smoothly. Even now, Slowpoke hasn't completely mastered this move. After all, he didn't only have to train moves but also had to focus on physical exercise and psychic training. But regardless of everything else, Kane finally has a Pokémon in his team that can use Fire-type moves, even if it isn't very skilled. On the other hand, Sneasel already handles the Ice Beam move with great skill. Sneasel's talent for Ice-type moves impressed Kane so much that he couldn't help but praise him. Now, if he faces Dragon-type Pokémon, he has an ace up his sleeve. Additionally, under Kane's guidance, Sneasel has begun to understand variations in Ice-type moves beyond their basic form. For example, the Ice Shard move. In its basic version, it only involves throwing ice fragments. But as an Ice-type move, why not condense the fragments to make them more solid or change their shape? If they turned into stalactites, wouldn't they be more lethal? This is the approach Sneasel should follow in his training. As for Murkrow, he has completely adapted to the weight of 45 kilograms and remains incredibly fast under that load. Kane can say without a doubt that Murkrow has developed his body to the fullest according to his standards. If a high-quality Duskstone appeared now, Kane wouldn't hesitate to allow Murkrow to evolve. Of course, that doesn't mean Murkrow has reached his absolute limit, but he has met Kane's minimum expectations. If he continued developing his body, the benefits would no longer be as great. On the other hand, Haunter, in just 7 days, absorbed another entire bottle of toxic gas. In the future, this type of substance will no longer have much effect on him. If Kane wants to continue developing his poison type, he'll have to look for other toxic objects. Initially, Kane also wanted to develop Skorupi's poison type, but since he didn't know how long the process would take and the final trial was about to begin, he had to postpone it. Kane has observed his Pokémon's progress during this time, and he hasn't been idle. Based on the energy crystal analysis done by the system, Kane has begun implementing the method he derived from that analysis. The most notable change is in Miltank, whose quality has already shown some improvement. What used to be pale green has now started to darken. Kane is already considering whether or not to continue trading with the Miltank farm to improve his Miltank's quality. Every day, a mixture of energy crystals and various herbs is administered to his Pokémon, achieving an improvement in their aptitudes with minimal side effects. However, due to differences in basic aptitudes, the difficulty of improvement varies. For instance, the improvement in Miltank, who originally had pale green aptitude, is noticeable after 7 days of treatment. However, in Murkrow's case, whose aptitude is green, the change is almost imperceptible. And not to mention Sneasel, who has a light blue aptitude, the change is nearly zero, but at least there have been no significant side effects, right? It's only a matter of time before Kane can enhance his Pokémon's aptitudes, something many can only dream of. End of chapter. Merry Christmas. May this season be full of joy, love, and fulfilled dreams. Chapter 282. Return to Vermilion City. Many people regret that after putting so much effort into training their starter Pokémon to a certain level, when they encounter higher quality Pokémon, their starter no longer meets their expectations, and they have to abandon it. That kind of wasted time can affect an entire lifetime. Not everyone can, like Steven and Lance, start with a high-quality Pokémon and train it without worrying that it might fall behind in terms of abilities. For this reason, those members of the League Elite who start with a high-quality starter Pokémon are the ones who, in the long run, become more powerful. In his past life, Kane also faced the situation where his Pokémon's quality didn't measure up, leading him to switch Pokémon frequently and lose the bond with them. When he faced truly strong enemies, those new Pokémon weren't willing to fight to the end for their trainer and ended up fleeing. This was the reason Kane died so easily in his previous life. Is the difference between an elite-level trainer and a quasi-elite-level trainer that great? Yes, it's big. But so big that you don't even have a chance to escape? No. If one is willing to sacrifice some Pokémon to cover their retreat, escape is still possible, though with great losses. But in his previous life, Kane had only one Pokémon willing to protect him, Murkrow. No others did. In this life, Hoenn values the bond with his Pokémon even more than their quality. Therefore, anything that can improve the quality of his Pokémon has an extremely high value, even if intermediate energy blocks don't have a very significant effect. According to the system's calculations, intermediate energy blocks still have some effect on Pokémon with light green, green, and even dark green quality. However, for Pokémon of light blue quality or higher, the effects are no longer as evident. In fact, for those with dark green quality, seeing tangible changes might take a long time. High-quality energy blocks might be needed. But even so, if someone found out that Hoenn possessed large quantities of these energy blocks, others wouldn't even need to make a move. Team Rocket would be the first to act. It wouldn't be Team Rocket's high command, who probably wouldn't care, but rather the middle ranks, like captains or officers, who definitely wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. However, Hoenn's expectations aren't that high. He just needs the improvement in his Pokémon's quality to more or less align with his own progress. The plane is much faster than a boat. Hoenn spent the entire flight meditating with his eyes closed, and when he opened them, he had already arrived in Saffron City, a city that never sleeps. Thanks to his meditation, Hoenn felt very well, so he didn't waste time in the city. Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City, still gives Hoenn a certain sense of fear. Sabrina is powerful and unpredictable. Hoenn doesn't know when he will reach a level where he no longer fears her or where he can resist her psychic abilities. Hoenn shook his head in silence, knowing he still has a long way to go. He took a taxi directly to the southern district of Saffron City. Generally, flying on Pokémon within the city is not allowed. If you do, the police have the right to arrest you. Of course, if you have enough power that they can't catch you, or they simply don't dare to, then you can fly freely. Obviously, Hoenn doesn't have that power yet. 2 hours later, Hoenn arrived once again on the outskirts of Saffron City. This was the third time he had come here. The first time was for data from the Pokémon Day Care, the second to cross Diglett's Cave to Vermilion City, and now, on this third occasion, he's preparing to head to Challenge Island, where he will face his final trial. In this place, there were no longer any restrictions on Pokémon, so Hoenn released Tropius and jumped onto his back. Now that Hoenn and Tropius had been together for a while, Hoenn trusted Tropius to carry him in flight without needing Slowpoke for protection. Once on Tropius's back, Hoenn took out a few Pokeblocks and gave them to Tropius. From the way Tropius narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, it was clear he was happy. For him, flying a bit in exchange for delicious food wasn't a big deal. As long as the sun was shining, his chlorophyll ability kept working, and flying barely consumed any energy. With a gentle flap, Tropius stirred up dust on the ground and began to rise slowly. After gaining enough experience as a flying mount, Tropius could now fly very steadily, and Hoenn hardly felt any unbalanced movement while on his back. Additionally, Tropius's back was quite broad, so Hoenn could even lie down comfortably if he wanted to. Once they reached a certain height, Hoenn gently patted Tropius's back, and he immediately flapped a bit harder and soared forward. Thanks to the chlorophyll ability, his flight speed was quite good. Although Tropius isn't especially fast in battle, this doesn't affect him when flying in a straight line to travel. At least, his endurance is unquestionable. As long as there's sunlight, Tropius could fly all day without getting tired. Following Hoenn's directions, Tropius flew swiftly toward Vermilion City. In the air, Hoenn encountered several wild Pokémon, but they all avoided Tropius. Even if they didn't recognize Tropius, Pokémon like Fearow or Pidgeotto could sense his imposing presence. Although Tropius isn't a dragon-type Pokémon, the presence of his dragon lineage is still unmistakable, just like Gyarados in the sea. In this sky, Tropius is like a sovereign. Among a group of Pokémon whose average level is around 10 or 20, who would dare to challenge a level 40 Tropius? So, with no obstacles, 2 hours later, Hoenn could already see Vermilion City. Before entering the outskirts of the city, Hoenn had Tropius descend. After giving him some Pokeblocks, he returned him to his Pokeball. He was about to go back under Team Rocket's watchful eye, so anything he could keep hidden, he would hide for now. After all, it was Umbra who temporarily took him off Challenge Island, but in the end, he has to return. Additionally, given the special nature of this final trial, it's certain that many people will be watching Kane, although not necessarily the High Command. Probably, several captains already have their eye on him. On Challenge Island, Kane had already proven himself superior to the others, and now, with Umbra's interest and his entry into the Shadow Unit, some see him as a threat. It's not that Kane is a direct threat to them, but to the subordinates they've sent. This was the main reason Kane decided to go to the Hoenn region to train. Who knows how many eyes in the Kanto and Johto regions were watching him. Umbra's name doesn't guarantee his safety 100%, and although his life might not be at risk, his abilities could be exposed. But in the Hoenn region, it's different. Team Rocket has not yet infiltrated there, so what Kane did in Hoenn isn't widely known. In a way, he has managed to hide part of his power. End of chapter. Merry Christmas. May this season be full of joy, love, and fulfilled dreams. Chapter 283. An Unrelenting Attack. Upon entering Vermilion City, Kane headed straight to the cargo dock. After communicating with the dock personnel using a secret code, he obtained information on which Team Rocket ship was about to set sail. Kane approached a cargo ship that didn't seem very large at first glance, but he was stopped by several sailors. "This is a private vessel. No access allowed," said one of the sailors, a burly man who extended his hand to block Kane's path. Kane frowned and discreetly took out his Shadow Unit member badge, showing it subtly. The sailor blocking him gave a sarcastic smile but didn't move his hand, keeping it firmly in front of Kane. The two other sailors behind him also smiled, looking at Kane with amusement. At that moment, Kane understood the situation. These people knew perfectly well why he was there, but they had no intention of letting him through easily. The question was, for whom did they work? Could they be Shadow Unit members? Or perhaps subordinates of another Team Rocket leader? Or maybe captains involved in the situation? But it didn't matter who they were. Kane was no longer the same as when he left the island. He was now much stronger. If someone wanted to test his strength, he was willing to show them. Kane's expression suddenly turned cold. Anyone who chose to confront him had to be prepared to face the consequences. With a quick flick of his hand, a sharp dagger appeared. He directed it straight toward the sailor's arm at an unexpected angle. However, the sailor was no novice. Seeing the flash of the blade, he instinctively withdrew his hand, though he couldn't avoid getting cut. Blood fell immediately to the ground, but Kane's dagger remained completely clean. Clearly, Kane's dagger was extremely sharp, and he had applied considerable force and speed in his attack. If the sailor hadn't reacted in time, his arm would likely have been rendered useless. The sailor quickly understood Kane's intentions. A violent look appeared in his eyes. After all, those moving in Team Rocket circles had blood on their hands, whether it was the blood of their enemies or that of their own comrades. Initially, he just wanted to give Kane a lesson, but he hadn't expected the young man to attack so decisively and mercilessly, without leaving room for negotiation. The two sailors behind him were also taken aback. They had seen tough people before, but never someone who would strike without a word. They had dared to stop a Shadow Unit member simply because a senior officer had promised them rewards if they could gauge Kane's strength. The sailor blocking Kane was a Team Rocket officer. When he heard that the young man coming was a rookie who hadn't yet completed his island trials, he accepted the task immediately. In his mind, Kane was just a kid, and the fact that he had a Shadow Unit badge was likely because someone saw potential in him, but his actual strength must be limited. Moreover, the standard Shadow Unit badge only indicated the rank of captain, and as an officer, he had no reason to fear him, although he didn't yet command a full group of captains. The two men behind him had been his subordinates when he was still a captain. He thought that by disciplining Kane, as long as he didn't go too far, the leader in the cabin wouldn't oppose it, especially because when the senior officer gave the order, the leader in the cabin had also heard the conversation. Since the leader hadn't reacted, the officer decided to accept the task. But he never imagined that the young man before him, who seemed so inexperienced, would attack with such coldness. "Kid, you're asking for death," the officer shouted, enraged at being challenged in this way by a mere soldier who had just been promoted to captain. He quickly pulled a dagger from his belt and threw it at Kane. Clang! The two daggers clashed, sparking. Kain, though young, had grown significantly in this time, but he still didn't have the strength of a burly man like that sailor. After the clash of daggers, Kain stepped back several steps before stopping. In this world, though Pokémon battles were common, that didn't mean that direct combat between humans had disappeared. As long as the enemy could be eliminated, the method didn't matter. The future gym leader of Fuchsia City, for instance, was a ninja whose assassination techniques focused on stealth attacks, using Pokémon only as support. That's why, in this world, physical training for trainers is extremely important. Haunter! Shadow Ball! Kain's cold voice rang out. He knew that he was at a disadvantage in a close-quarters fight, and this clash was the perfect opportunity to withdraw. Haunter, who had been ready in Kain's shadow, appeared immediately, forming two dark energy spheres in his hands and throwing them at the three sailors. Upon seeing Haunter appear, the officer's face immediately changed, and he rolled on the ground to dodge the attack. But his two subordinates weren't so lucky. The two shadow balls hit them directly, and with the physical resilience of humans, they probably wouldn't survive, and if they did, they would be gravely injured. Moreover, Haunter hadn't held back at all. Boom! The sound of the explosion echoed. The officer, who had narrowly escaped, tried to pull out his Pokeball from his belt, but Kain wasn't going to give him that chance. Haunter, poison jab! Using its ability to move through shadows, Haunter appeared in front of the officer in an instant, its three-fingered claw covered in dark poisonous energy, heading directly for the man's face. Stop! A voice suddenly echoed from the ship. A stranger had appeared on the bow, watching the situation with a stern expression. The two sailors hit by the shadow ball lay motionless on the ground, while the officer, who had received the order to intimidate Kain, was on the ground with Haunter about to attack him. Kain looked at the newcomer, his eyes glinting with coldness, but he didn't give any order for Haunter to stop. Seeing that Kain showed no intention of stopping, the senior officer's face immediately darkened. Stop, said another voice. Kain recognized Umbra's voice. His expression changed several times before ordering, hold. Haunter's poisonous claw stopped just an inch from the officer's face. The officer's eyes were fixed on Haunter's claw, sweat running down his face. He hadn't pulled out his Pokeball in time and ended up in this situation. If it weren't for Umbra's timely intervention from the cabin, he would likely be dead. And Kain had completely ignored the senior officer who had given the order. End of chapter. Chapter 284. Taking sides. Umbra slowly walked to the edge of the ship, looking down at Kain and the sailor who had been pinned down by Haunter. The senior officer who had first attempted to stop Kain gave a respectful bow upon Umbra's arrival and stepped aside, though a deadly threat toward Kain gleamed in his eyes. Umbra observed that, although Haunter had stopped attacking, Kain hadn't ordered Haunter to withdraw his move. A smile formed on his face. He shook his head slightly and said, "That's enough." Kain looked up at Umbra and, seeing the smile on his lips, immediately understood what had happened. The man who had tried to stop him didn't belong to Umbra, nor was it Umbra who had sent the sailor to test Kain. Although he didn't know the exact identity of this man, the fact that he could be in the same room as Umbra indicated he held a high rank. Noticing Umbra's smile, Kain felt reassured and slowly approached the immobilized man. The sailor, still held by Haunter, didn't dare to move, but the fury and hatred in his eyes were undeniable. Kain gave a slight smile as he looked at him, then crouched down slowly and patted his face without saying a word. Even on the ground, he remained arrogant. The man's flushed face showed his rage, and if it weren't for Haunter, he probably would have stood up to confront Kain. After Umbra intervened, the man seemed convinced that Kain wouldn't dare kill him. The hand he'd stopped halfway toward his belt began to move slowly again. Seeing the fury on his face, Kain's smile widened. In an instant, a cold gleam crossed Kain's eyes, and in his right hand, a knife reappeared, striking down in one swift move. Ah! With a single slash, Kain severed the man's right hand, which had tried to reach for his Pokeball. You! The senior officer behind Umbra reacted immediately, but before he could say anything, a look from Umbra silenced him instantly. Umbra turned to him with a cold gaze and said, "Regardless of what your superior told you, this one here is one of mine from the Shadow Unit. I don't need your interference. Go back and tell your superior that if there's a next time, I'll personally go speak with him." The man paled but dared not respond. He lowered his head respectfully and, after murmuring a yes, left the ship, abandoning the officer lying on the ground screaming in pain. A total waste, an officer incapable of defeating a mere boy, and now even lost a hand. What was the point of keeping a useless person like him? The senior officer knew well that he had managed to get an officer to attack Cain, an important member to Umbra, for two reasons. First, his superior, whom Umbra held some caution toward, and second, more importantly, was that Umbra also wanted to see how Cain was progressing. If Cain couldn't handle this situation, there was no point in him continuing on the trial island, better he die here and avoid the embarrassment. That's why, when the senior officer organized the attack in front of Umbra, he didn't intervene. However, now that the test was over, no one else could attempt to harm Cain until the final trial was completed. The opportunity had passed. Cain hadn't disappointed Umbra, who watched him as he slowly headed toward the ship under his gaze. Cain stopped where the senior officer had been standing, respectfully bowed, and said, "Sir Umbra." Umbra watched Cain's every move and, with a playful smile, said, "Seems like you've made an enemy out of a senior officer. Are you scared?" Umbra's tone was filled with mockery as he waited to see how Cain would react. Cain smiled and replied, "It's only a senior officer. Anyway, even if I hadn't provoked him, wouldn't he have come after me eventually?" Ha ha ha. Umbra was initially surprised, but then burst into laughter. "You're quite a smart kid. Aren't you afraid that that senior officer's superior will come after you? He's one of the elite officers. Aren't I under your protection? I clearly heard what you just said." Cain responded, looking at Umbra, one of the great leaders of Team Rocket. Umbra paused for a moment before his smile faded, adopting a more serious expression as he observed Cain. "You should know that protecting you from an elite officer entails considerable pressure. You know what you have to do, don't you?" "Yes." Cain's expression also turned serious. To become an elite officer in Team Rocket, there was only one requirement, to be an elite-level trainer. Cain had provoked one of them. But this was something Cain could not avoid doing. If he didn't take a firm stance on Umbra's side, why should Umbra protect him? Just because he had good potential? That's wishful thinking. There are many people with potential, but how many manage to realize it? Only those who realize it gain power. At this moment, Cain was like a small boat amidst the stormy internal struggles of Team Rocket. Aligning with a stable faction was the best option. If Cain tried to maintain good relations with everyone, Umbra would not show him the slightest consideration. It was that simple, that real. Why should he protect someone who would eventually go with another? Impossible. If Cain wanted Umbra's protection, he needed to clearly align with his faction. Furthermore, in Team Rocket, Umbra was the only option for Cain. According to the information Cain had, Umbra and Sabrina were on the same side. So, at least this group had two elite-level trainers. Not a bad option. Umbra's laughter was because he knew Cain had understood everything. Cutting off the officer's hand had merely been a demonstration for him. This young man was sharper than he had imagined. As long as Cain had some value, Umbra would have no problem protecting him. Anyway, the superior of that senior officer was not someone Umbra considered important. As the injured officer continued groaning on the ground, Cain frowned and said, "Haunter, use hypnosis to calm him down." Tilda. Hearing the order, Haunter used hypnosis on the man, making him quiet. Cain followed Umbra into the cabin. As for the officer, having gained no advantage from either side, he no longer held any value. End of chapter. Chapter 285. Warning. After returning to the ship's cabin, Umbra sat in front of a table with tea, incense, and various tea-making utensils. Does the Pokémon world also have a tea tradition? Cain thought. Umbra gestured for Cain to sit across from him. Cain obediently sat cross-legged. Although he hadn't shown the slightest fear when speaking to Umbra earlier, that was because he had understood Umbra's intentions. But now, the situation was different, so Kane set aside all thoughts and emotions. When facing an elite-level trainer, one must be respectful when needed. Umbra remained silent for a long time, only handling the various tea utensils in front of him. The hand with only 2 fingers was covered by a leather glove, but Kane noticed that all the fingers could move. Most likely, Team Rocket scientists had implanted mechanical prosthetics. "I heard you went to the Hoenn region," Umbra said, breaking the silence, though he didn't look at Kane, focusing instead on the tea utensils. "Yes," Kane replied, nodding. Finally, Umbra finished preparing the tea, brought it to his nose to smell, and then took a sip. He nodded in satisfaction and pushed a cup of tea toward Kane. It wasn't clear if he was satisfied with the tea or Kane's choice to go to the Hoenn region. "What do you think of the Hoenn region?" Umbra asked again. "Complex and intricate, full of factions, and the League doesn't hold much influence," Kane said, looking at the cup of tea in front of him, but not daring to drink it. "Would tea prepared by an elite-level trainer taste that good?" Umbra nodded again and then changed the subject. "Do you trust your success in this trial?" He knew the situation in Hoenn better than Kane, who had only given a general summary. "I'll do my best. I don't know my opponent's situation yet." If it was only about the rivals on Trial Island, Kane wouldn't say he was 100% confident, but he was 90% sure. However, regarding the people sent by executives and elite officers, Kane had no point of reference. The senior officer who interfered earlier must have been a subordinate of an elite officer or an executive involved. Since Kane had been off Team Rocket's radar after going to Hoenn, they didn't have a clear estimate of his strength. That's why they sent someone with considerable strength to probe Kane, and if they had the chance, eliminate him. Besides, Kane had caught on to Umbra's mindset, who also didn't fully know Kane's strength and wanted to observe the situation. Thus, his interests aligned with those of the executive who wanted to test Kane. That's why what happened before occurred. However, Kane didn't even give the other a chance to attack, he completely overpowered him. Aside from his Haunter, he didn't show any other Pokémon, revealing only a small portion of his power. However, that Haunter alone said a lot. Kane recalled that Umbra had a Jengar, which at that time was probably part of his 2nd or 3rd line of Pokémon. What would it be like now? This time, 4 executives and 5 elite officers will participate in the trial, and you're the only one without backing, Umbra said, smiling, after taking a sip of tea. 4 elite-level trainers were playing chess, 5 top-tier trainers trying to navigate the board, with many others watching every move. Any minor change could unleash a fierce struggle, where everyone would try to gain an advantage. That's how survival works in Team Rocket. Are the subordinates of the 5 elite officers already on Trial Island? And will the executive subordinates join later? Kane asked. He remembered 3 people on Trial Island, Xander with a brother at officer level, a girl named Jasmine who led all the girls, and Alex, the strongest among the loners. But Umbra shook his head and said wryly, "Do you think only 9 people are involved in this? In reality, at least 20 are involved, these 9 are just the strongest. Of those you saw on Trial Island, only 1 is one of those 9. The others are just subordinates of ordinary officers. Do they really think anyone can join this? Those officers close to executive rank may take risks, but ordinary officers, if they lose, they might fall into an abyss. Do they think challenging an executive is easy?" Umbra was, indeed, one of the executives. An elite-level trainer has their pride, and those close to that level can take risks, but those ordinary officers, if they get involved, might die without even knowing how it happened. Lions fighting wolves, and they expect street dogs to join. Kane was shocked to hear this from Umbra. Only one of the people he saw on Trial Island was a subordinate of one of those 9. Xander? Jasmine? Alex? Or someone else? Most likely, it was Xander. Umbra didn't say, and Kane wasn't going to ask. What he was really concerned about were the subordinates trained by the executives. The officer you faced before is just an ordinary officer. But he has a fairly strong senior officer above him. So far, you've already made an enemy of a senior officer and an elite officer. What do you think about that? Umbra, in the middle of his seriousness, joked with Kane again. To this, Kane could only smile bitterly. What else could he do? Whether it was an elite-level trainer or one at the peak, neither was someone Kane could currently face. Even in his past life, when he saw these people, he could only avoid them and never dared to challenge them. Sir, please don't joke with me, Kane said. In fact, Kane wasn't entirely unprotected. Umbra was his greatest backing within Team Rocket. And if he stretched the connection a bit, Sabrina could also be considered support. After all, Sabrina and Umbra shared a special relationship. Ha 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 ha. Umbra laughed heartily again. Normally serious, he had laughed many times today. You know, I've protected you from many people, but you must understand that when someone loses their value, the protection also disappears. This is common in Team Rocket. I understand. Those without power must prove their value to gain the protection of the strong. Pleading for mercy isn't a long-term strategy, the key is to grow quickly. Kane understood what Umbra was saying. Kane wasn't someone Umbra had raised from the beginning, but someone who joined along the way, so the trust wasn't as strong. Kane knew he had to closely follow Umbra's steps and prove his value if he wanted to keep being protected and gain some breathing room. This was Umbra's way of giving Kane a warning to prevent him from letting his ego swell after entering the world. End of chapter. Chapter 286. Return to the Trial Island. After saying all he needed to, Umbra and Kane fell back into silence. Following Umbra's signal, Kane finally lifted the teacup and took a slow sip. In truth, Kane enjoyed both tea and coffee. That initial bitterness, gradually fading, leaving a soft sweetness in the mouth. The contrast between sweetness and bitterness highlighted the true flavor even more. Kane didn't care too much about the type of tea or coffee, he simply enjoyed that lingering aftertaste, unlike Umbra, who paid close attention to the art of tea. Kane downed the contents of his cup in one go, and the bitterness in his mouth grew stronger. Umbra shook his head and refilled Kane's cup. For a powerful elite-level trainer to be serving Kane tea was a rare occurrence. Such good tea is wasted on you, Umbra said calmly, slightly melancholic, though with a hint of irony. Kane, about to lift the cup, paused momentarily and then replied with a smile, "To me, it doesn't matter what kind of tea it is or what techniques are used to prepare it. What matters is that the more bitter the tea, the deeper the aftertaste." Umbra, surprised, remained silent for a moment. Kane's words didn't seem typical for someone his age. Although he had lived much more than most people his age, he hadn't expected to hear something like that from him. They didn't have to wait long before the ship set sail. Originally, Umbra had been waiting for Kane's arrival, and now that Kane was on board, even though the captain, officer, of the ship had been taken to emergency care for severe blood loss, it wasn't that important, was it? He could easily be replaced by someone else. The rocket team's cargo ship followed its course, heading toward the trial island along a special route, its hold filled with various supplies. In a luxurious room, a frail-looking middle-aged man rested his hand on his head, looking at a video phone on the wall as he listened to the report from one of his subordinates. If Kane were here, he would probably recognize that the person on the video phone screen was the senior officer he had encountered before on the cargo ship. The senior officer, showing complete respect, was detailing the events that had occurred. After listening to the report, the middle-aged man, smiling, said, "So, you, a senior officer, along with an officer, were unable to uncover anything about that boy, and in addition, one of you was rendered useless." Although he was smiling as he spoke, no one would have thought he was actually pleased. The senior officer started sweating profusely. Quickly, he recounted exactly what Umbra had said, word for word. "Oh? I heard he failed his last mission and his power was severely diminished. If this were before, I might have shown him some respect, but now, we'll only know who's stronger if we face off," said the man. According to the elite trainer rankings, Umbra was far stronger, but on his last mission, he had suffered a major power loss, and now no one knew how much strength he had left. "Forget it, it's pointless to continue talking about this. Tell that brat that if he doesn't get the results I expect this time in the trial, I'll send him to the Immortal Squad. The next time we face off against the League, he'll be the first to charge in." "Yes, sir." The senior officer quickly wiped the sweat from his brow and replied. At this moment, he was more concerned with saving himself than his companions. Once the video phone turned off, the expression of the middle-aged man turned grim. "The Shadows unit, they still think they're the same as before." 2 days later, the rocket team's cargo ship successfully arrived at the trial island. During those 2 days, apart from the brief initial chat with Umbra over tea, Kane had spent the rest of his time in his room, preparing a few things that might be useful on the trial island. The first thing he did was make arrangements for the subordinates he had recruited previously on the trial island. He didn't know how many of them would still be loyal after he'd been away for so long. Or rather, he didn't know how many would genuinely follow him. Nor was he particularly interested in finding out. However, after Kane left the trial island this time, those who decided to follow him would have to swear absolute loyalty. That was the condition Kane would impose. What he was preparing in his room was related to that objective. During those 2 days, he hadn't seen Umbra again, and when he disembarked, he still didn't see him. Most likely, Umbra had left shortly after Kane boarded, right? Did an elite trainer really need to stay on a ship all the time? Not necessarily. Kane wasn't bothered by Umbra's absence. Setting foot on the muddy ground, filled with a pungent, earthy smell, Kane sensed an air mixed with blood and wet soil. This was the atmosphere of the trial island. From the outside, it was hard to see the full extent of the trial island. Calling it an island wasn't quite accurate, it was more like a small piece of land, as even now, Kane didn't know how deep it went. But the fact that Rocket Team had managed to keep this place secret in the middle of the ocean spoke volumes about their power. It was also possible that only Rocket Team's exclusive ships could reach this place. Because in the cabin Kane was in, there were no windows, and once the ship reached the sea, Kane was warned not to leave his room until they were about to arrive. So he didn't know how he got to this place or how to leave it, he only had a general sense of direction. Rocket Team protected this place very carefully. The sailors were busy unloading cargo, and no one paid attention to Kane. Thus, Kane quietly returned to the trial island, with only 1 day left until the 3-month trial period ended. Kane's Murkrow perched on his shoulder as he walked across the still familiar terrain, slowly heading toward Rocket Team's base. He didn't encounter anyone on his way. Of the 300 people who had been at the base originally, there probably weren't even 100 left now. In his previous life, Kane had not left the island temporarily, so he had experienced all the horrors of the trial island and knew that the closer it got to the end, the bloodier it became. He passed through the familiar long hallway and arrived once again at the central plaza of the base. In the middle of the plaza, a black testing stone still stood, now dull and stained with a few drops of blood that no one bothered to clean. The improvised battlefield where Kane and Xander had fought was still there, with dried bloodstains everywhere. This gave an idea of how brutal things had become on the trial island. Kane barely glanced at it, ignoring the smell of blood, and walked toward the temporary structure that Xander and his followers had set up. He didn't see anyone at the base, which surprised him a little. Even if many had died, shouldn't there have been more people at Rocket Team's base? Had Viper not taken care of anything? Finally, Kane understood the situation. It wasn't that no one was there, but that, with the final trial starting the next day, everyone was focused on surviving within their own groups, leaving no time for scheming. Those who had a chance to advance were conserving their energy, while those who didn't were desperately seeking someone strong to cling to. End of chapter. Chapter 287. Betrayal. Leader Sky, the final test will be held tomorrow. At this point, we still don't know if Mr. Kane will return, we don't even know if he's still alive. Should we really keep waiting? Kane heard a voice echoing through the hall. He paused slowly, stopping outside the door instead of entering directly. Since becoming a psychic, his hearing, among other abilities, had sharpened considerably. Yes, Leader Sky, why not just become the leader yourself? After all, you've been the one guiding us, added another voice. Don't say nonsense. Kane still remembered Sky's voice, it was him who had said that. Though Kane didn't know Sky's true intentions, at least at that moment, Sky hadn't betrayed him. Sky was different from the others. Those under his command had joined because of Kane's reputation. However, after Kane showed a bit of his power in that test, he disappeared without a trace. That moment had shocked them, but Kane had been gone for nearly 2 months, and no one knew if he was still alive. Additionally, by now, any Pokémon in the hall was stronger than Kane back then. After all, 2 months had passed, and those who survived on the island had continuously improved their skills. Presently, their fear of Kane had diminished, and they even began to forget about him. But Sky remembered perfectly how Kane had faced the crowd led by Shorosh with a murderous resolve, and how he kept changing and growing each time he returned. If Kane were dead, it would be a relief, but if he was still alive, how terrifying would his power be now, given his growth rate? Sky didn't dare to imagine it, nor did he want to. Since that test ended, he had suppressed any thoughts of betrayal. In this final test, if Kane didn't return, Sky could take control of the faction without worry. But if Kane returned, it would be best to remain his subordinate. That would be the wisest decision. HMPH, Sky. I didn't come here to see leadership tossed back and forth. Big Boss Xander sent me to tell you that if you don't join us now, when he comes out, none of you will make it out alive. An odd, arrogant voice rang out. That Kane is the person Big Boss Xander hates most. Right now, he doesn't want to see anything related to him, so you'd better join us immediately, or else. Leader Sky, the boss. Leader Sky, should we? Silence. You. If you don't want to die, get out now. Xander only leans on his brother. Kane destroyed one of his Eacon's eyes back then. If it weren't for Master Viper's intervention, Xander would have fallen too. Sky cut his subordinate off sharply as he tried to plead. You. The person immediately fell silent. He only had Xander's backing, but if he truly fought Sky, he might not even know how he died. Since Kane left, Xander had taken time to recover, but Kane's faction didn't collapse because Sky stood firm. Sky consistently ranked in the top 3 in every test, and though Xander reclaimed the top spot, Sky remained among the top 5. Thus, Sky had become one of the strongest among the test participants. The person's face turned red with anger, unsure of what to say, but he also thought about the consequences of not completing the task Xander had assigned him. Since Xander was defeated by Kane and Eacon's lost an eye, both he and his Pokémon had become more unpredictable. If someone went against his wishes, they were ruthlessly punished. In severe cases, they became food for Eacons. Some had tried to eliminate Xander when he was weak, but they were defeated. Since then, Xander contacted his brother, and with his help, quickly regained strength, returning to the top spot. From that day on, he stopped thinking about surpassing his brother or becoming an official in Team Rocket. He had only one goal, to kill Kane. Kane had become his inner demon. Thinking about this, the person trembled in fear. Sky, you can only be arrogant for a while. When the test ends and we return to Team Rocket, with Xander's backing, finishing you off will be easy. As he said this, the person straightened again. No matter what you think, your subordinates likely aren't all on your side, are they? You must understand who can keep you alive longer. Who should you follow for a more promising future? I'm offering you an opportunity now. If you join Big Boss Xander, even if you don't pass the test, you'll be guaranteed to leave the test island alive. Instructor Viper made it clear a few days ago that only the top 5 in the final test can take others off the test island. Plus, the higher the rank, the more people they can take. Sky, can you guarantee to take everyone? Hearing this, Kane fell silent. What he said was true, only the top 5 could bring others not in the top 50 off the island. The top rank could take 10 people, the second rank 7, the third 5, the fourth 3, and the fifth only 2. Now, there were 20 people in the hall. Though some might make the top 50, others could die in tomorrow's test. Still, Sky couldn't guarantee taking everyone. With his current strength, making the top 5 wouldn't be a problem, but the top 3 would be harder. After a moment of silence, the first person behind Sky moved, slowly walking toward the one who had spoken. Once the first person moved, others began to follow. Most were those unsure of reaching the top 50, but when one particular individual took the step, Sky's expression changed. Staring at that person, Sky grew furious. "Matsuki! Are you also deciding to betray? We invested many resources in you these past months. Without that, how would you have made the top 20? This Matsuki was someone Sky had placed great hope in, so he had invested many resources in him, hoping to turn him into a powerful fighter. But he never expected that Matsuki would now choose to betray him, joining Xander's side. With his movement, the people behind Sky began to stir, and those who were still hesitant finally made a decision. End of chapter. Chapter 288. Assassination. Leader Sky, you're not sure if Leader Hoenn will return either. The wise know how to adapt to circumstances. With Lord Xander's power and influence, following him would allow us to grow faster. Even if Leader Hoenn returns and takes first place, without any backing, could he stand up to Lord Xander's brother? Hoenn recognized the voice of the one who had first questioned his loyalty. In total, 7 people decided to join Xander's emissary, most of them uncertain about passing the test, except for Matsuki. Behind Sky, there were still 13 people, some confident in their own abilities and others who, due to conflicts with Xander or his followers, had aligned with Hoenn for protection. Since Xander hadn't offered amnesty, they didn't dare join him directly. In reality, only 5 or 6 of them were truly loyal to Sky and Hoenn. Sky could only smile bitterly. Even if he killed Xander's emissary, he couldn't stop these men's betrayal. With so many allies, they no longer feared him. Sky, you have until midnight to change your mind. Think it over. The emissary now spoke arrogantly, showing not the slightest fear of Sky, whose face showed a mixture of anger and shame, while his opponent laughed more and more. Use your time wisely. Let's go. But just as the emissary and his group were about to leave, a black shadow flew into the hall, gleaming with a cold light. The traitors fell one after another. Neither Sky nor the emissary could see what it was. In an instant, only 2 were left standing, the emissary and Matsuki. The others lay on the ground, alive but terrified, summoning their Pokémon, a Golbat and a Gloom. Where do you think you're going? A voice sounded from the entrance. The black shadow stopped on the newcomer's shoulder. Everyone turned their gaze toward him, their faces filled with surprise and fear. Sky's expression went from shock to joy, then back to composure. Those who hadn't betrayed Hoenn couldn't hide their excitement, while the undecided sighed in relief, some even smiling with satisfaction. The expressions on their faces said it all. The emissary and Matsuki looked at Hoenn, sweat on their foreheads, frozen in fear. Around them, the bodies of their fallen companions hinted at what awaited them. Leader Hoenn. Sky was the first to speak, followed by the others, who shouted, Leader Hoenn. While Sky might have been their leader, Hoenn was clearly their commander, as shown by the respect in their voices. Xander's emissary gritted his teeth, trying to hide his fear. Leader Hoenn. But before he could finish, the Murkrow on Hoenn's shoulder leapt, slashing his throat with sharp talons, giving him no chance to speak further. His Golbat was also taken down by a single strike from Murkrow's wings. With a level of 25 and mediocre qualities, that Golbat was nothing to Hoenn, who didn't even bother to look at it. His Skorupi could have defeated it easily, regardless of its ability to fly. Hoenn hadn't killed him immediately to show Sky's men his current strength, so they wouldn't think he relied solely on his Pokémon skill. The effect was immediate. Those who had considered betraying him turned pale, while Hoenn's loyal followers flushed with excitement. Their leader had grown stronger. Sky remained calm, but inwardly he was shocked. Xander's emissary, though weaker than Sky, was strong enough to place in the top 20 in the trials, yet he hadn't been able to withstand even a single attack from Hoenn's Murkrow. He had been killed with a single blow, not merely incapacitated. Matsuki was even paler. When he saw Hoenn enter, he had summoned his Gloom, thinking of either fighting or retreating with Xander's emissary. But after witnessing Murkrow's attack, he couldn't even give a command to counterattack. Now he understood just how vast the gap was between him and Kane. Kane walked past Mitsuki without giving him a second glance, climbing to the chair at the highest point in the hall. Although he had been gone for a while, the chair was clean, and it was evident that Sky hadn't dared to occupy it. The chair was simple, but Kane sat in it with satisfaction. Although he was only a small captain in Team Rocket without subordinates, that would soon change. After the final test, he was sure he would become an officer, and he couldn't remain a captain without soldiers. The ones before him would be his first subordinates as an officer. Mitsuki was sweating coldly. The longer Kane ignored him, the more nervous he grew. He didn't believe Kane would spare him, but after the emissary's swift death, he doubted he could escape. Thud! Mitsuki knelt down and banged his head on the ground, begging for his life. Sky looked at him coldly, knowing Kane wouldn't forgive him. Kane had scanned Mitsuki with his system. His gloom had decent potential, with a light green quality, so Sky had chosen to train him. If Ardish had a stronger attack power early on, Mitsuki might have ranked in the top 10. But his progress had been too slow, and now he was only ranked 15th. Kane shook his head. Mitsuki had no useful value, but his Pokémon could be put to use. Just as Kane was about to speak, Murkrow had already pounced on Mitsuki. Its black eyes showed no emotion, and its blood-soaked talons ripped Mitsuki's head off in an instant. The shock in Mitsuki's eyes was evident. He had believed that, not being executed immediately, he still had a chance to live. Only Sky, looking on, knew that Mitsuki had been doomed from the start. End of chapter. Chapter 289. Current situation. Kane held Gloom's Pokeball, looking down from his high seat at the people who remained standing with respect. In the center of the hall, several bodies still lay, blood slowly flowing from them, but no one paid them any mind. Mitsuki's head had been casually tossed to the floor by Kane's Murkrow, which was now perched on the back of Kane's chair, meticulously preening its feathers, cleaning off the blood stains left from the confrontation. Sky, tell me the current situation on the island, Kane said slowly. Upon hearing this, Sky organized his thoughts before replying, currently, there are 98 people left on the trial island. Well, Leader Kane just killed 8, so counting you, there are now 91 participants. There are still 4 main factions. Our group is one of the smallest, with only 14 people, and also the weakest in terms of power. We have 1 person in the top 10, 2 in the 10 to 20 range, 7 in the 20 to 50 range, and 3 in the 50 or below, not counting you, Leader Kane. The strongest faction is still Xander's, with 28 people. After you killed 1, they're down to 27. They have 4 people in the top 10, Xander in first place, followed by 1 in 7th, 1 in 9th, and another in 10th. The largest group is made up of solo participants who've temporarily joined forces, totaling 38 people. Their provisional leader is Alec, who took 3rd place in the last trial. Of them, 2 are in the top 10, including 1 in 8th place. The smallest group is the girls' group, with only 12 people, but they have 3 in the top 10, Jasmine, who ranked 2nd in the last trial, 1 in 5th place, and another in 6th. After listening to Sky's summary of the island situation, Kane wasn't surprised by the development of other factions. What did surprise him was that Sky had managed to keep his small group intact under such circumstances. Noticing Kane's gaze, Sky gave a bitter smile and continued, we've temporarily joined forces with 2 other groups to be able to resist Xander's faction. However, even with that, we only have 2 more people in the top 10 compared to them. However, these alliances are only for convenience, there's no true trust between us. Also, the solo group is full of discord. Alec can only maintain control due to his strength, but it said he has conflicts with the person in 8th place. I wouldn't be surprised if Xander's numbers grow soon, as he's surely sent people to infiltrate that group. Kane understood the situation. Although Xander's Eakins had been seriously injured by him previously, with his brother's help, it likely recovered quickly. The person Umbra mentioned, the only officer with quasi-elite level strength who had entered the island, must be Xander's brother. Meanwhile, Jasmine and Alec were probably backed by relatively ordinary officers. Playing with fire by messing with the officers was risky, and they didn't know how it would end. However, Kane was impressed by Sky's ability to hold the 4th position. Before leaving, Sky had managed to enter the top 10 thanks to the coughing that had originally belonged to Shorosh. Remaining in the top 10 all this time indicated that the resources gathered by this small group had been considerable. Kane decided not to delve further into the matter. In such tense circumstances, Sky hadn't betrayed him, meaning he was someone trustworthy. Kane was willing to invest in him. It could be said that only now had Sky earned Kane's recognition. Who are the 2 people in the top 20? Kane asked. Originally, there were 3 people in the top 20, but Matsuki, one of them, had been eliminated by Kane. Upon Kane's question, 2 people stepped forward immediately. Leader Kane, it's me, Fox. I'm currently in 14th place, said the first to advance. Surprisingly, he was one of the 2 Kane had recruited initially. Once fearful, he had now reached the top 20, something that took Kane by surprise. Leader Kane, my name is Kai, currently in 16th place, said the other, whom Kane didn't remember much. However, Kane had clearly observed that Kai was one of his loyal followers, as when Kane had killed the traitors, Kai's expression only showed satisfaction and excitement, with no trace of other emotions. Additionally, his sturdy appearance suggested he was straightforward and honest. After understanding the situation, Kane continued, have you already begun training your second Pokémon? Those in the lower ranks showed disappointment upon seeing that Kane wasn't interested in them, but they didn't dare show it openly. What they didn't know was that Kane had already logged into his system those with ill intentions who hadn't dared to act. Regardless of their strength, if they weren't loyal, they weren't worth keeping. Sky was the one to respond, yes, we began training our second Pokémon. About half a month after you left, Instructor Viper gave us permission, saying it would be necessary for the final trial. As for the quality of the Pokémon, each of us had to capture our own. Saying this, Sky released a Pokeball, and a Golbat appeared in the hall. Kane's eyes gleamed as the system scanned Golbat's data. It was a level 28 Golbat with a light green quality. No wonder Sky had stayed in the top 10, he had trained this Golbat well, and its quality was above the island average. Following Kane's instructions, both Fox and Kai released their Pokémon. Some were dark yellow in quality, and others light green, with decent levels as well. It seemed these trainers had chosen their Pokémon carefully, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many of high quality on the island. So the others are more or less like this. Yes, more or less. Those in the top 10 have 2 Pokémon of similar quality, while those in the top 20 have focused their training on a single Pokémon. Those ranked below 20 generally focus on training only one Pokémon, as resources are limited, Sky replied. Kane nodded, now having a general idea of the other islanders' capabilities. Those in the top 10 had more or less the power of a Team Rocket captain, though they lacked the number of Pokémon. The higher-ranked ones had relatively greater strength, and within the captains, they could be considered competent. Sky, for instance, only needed 2 decent quality Pokémon to become a full-fledged captain. However, Kane was unsure of Xander's strength. With full support from his brother, Kane doubted Xander had only 2 Pokémon. Oh, by the way, Leader Kane, Xander already has 4 Pokémon, each as strong as his Ekans, which has now evolved into a giant Arbok. As expected, Sky revealed some of Xander's strength. End of chapter. Chapter 290. Rewards. This is the only way to explain why the alliance of the 3 groups has barely managed to resist. Xander's strength alone is probably enough to face the union of 2nd and 3rd place. It's clear that the difference between a near-officer level captain and other captains is quite significant. However, Kane already has a clear idea of Xander's strength. If Xander doesn't have more tricks up his sleeve, facing him now would be much easier than last time. To be honest, Kane no longer considers Xander a rival. In fact, it could be said that there's no one on Trial Island that Kane views as a worthy opponent. Aside from the subordinates of the 4 executives and a few of the elite officers, Kane doesn't see the other participants as a major threat. Kane tossed the light green quality Gloom Pokeball to Fox and asked, with 3 Pokémon, do you think you can make it into the top 10? Fox caught the Gloom Pokeball, surprised and unable to hide his astonishment. Everyone knew Mitsuki's Gloom. Although it had a low level for a high-quality Pokémon, it was still a very valuable Pokémon on Trial Island. Mitsuki had reached the top 20 thanks to this Gloom. Now that Fox had it, he might have a chance to make it into the top 10. Determined, Fox replied, "You can count on me, sir. I'll try my best. I can't guarantee it, but we'll see if the current number 10 can beat me or not." Although Gloom had belonged to another trainer, the trainers on Trial Island were used to exchanging Pokémon, so there shouldn't be major difficulties in getting accustomed to it, though some combat techniques might not be well coordinated at first. To one side, Kai looked at Fox with envy. He truly envied him. Before, Fox had been nothing more than a nobody. His rise in everyone's eyes began when Kane named and rewarded him. Now, Kane had decided to reward him again, with Fox being the first to receive a reward. Kane did this to show everyone that he didn't hesitate to reward those who were loyal to him. While Kai envied Fox, Sky, standing beside him, harbored no resentment. He knew that if Fox had received such a valuable reward, he, as the strongest and most loyal to Kane, would also receive a significant reward. Not making him wait long, Kane took out another Pokeball and threw it to Sky. "It's a high-quality Grimer, green, that I captured off the island. It should be stronger than your Golbat. I hope you secure a spot in the top 3, Kane said. This Grimer, which Kane had captured in Diglett Cave, had its skills and attributes improved to reach a green quality level. Although it hadn't seen much combat experience, its potential was impressive. If Sky managed to train it properly, it would be a formidable opponent. Receiving the Pokeball, Sky couldn't hide his disbelief. A high-quality Pokémon? This kind of Pokémon could rival Xander's Arbok. If he trained it well, it might even surpass it. Kane now seen beyond valuing Pokémon of such quality. "Thank you, sir," Sky said gratefully. "This Pokémon is at a rather high level, but I haven't used it in combat. Use the night to familiarize yourself with it. I expect you to use it tomorrow." Kai's eyes grew even more envious. A high-quality Pokémon? And Kane handed it over without hesitation. He began to regret not following Kane sooner. With a Pokémon like that, he could easily aim for the top 5, if not higher. Others also looked at Sky and Fox with envy. These two, who had followed Kane from the beginning, were now the most rewarded. After a brief thought, Kane took out another Pokeball from his pocket. Everyone present focused on this Pokeball, eagerly hoping that Kane would give it to them. Without hesitation, Kane threw the Pokeball to Kai, who caught it in disbelief. When there is merit, there are rewards. And when there are mistakes, there are punishments. Those on the ground received the punishment they deserved. However, I, Kane, am not stingy with those who show their loyalty. This is an initial high-quality Grimer, light green. Although it's not as strong as Sky's, it's at a decent level. Make good use of it in tomorrow's trial, Kane said, looking at everyone. Kai, who had been standing by Sky, challenging Mitsuki, couldn't help but feel emotional. Those who had doubted him earlier now lowered their heads, while those who had always been loyal to Kane showed a look of fervor and loyalty. They did not fear combat or death, but that their leader might not see their efforts and fail to reward them adequately. But Kane had shown them that he was worthy of their loyalty. "Yes! I'll fight for a spot in the top 10. Kai exclaimed excitedly. Unlike Fox, this was the first time Kane rewarded him, and the excitement of receiving such a valuable Pokémon was indescribable. Kane gestured with his hand and said, "Do your best. The top spots aren't that important. Your power will grow over time, and as long as you don't betray me, quality Pokémon will keep coming." As he spoke, Kane took out more Pokeballs from his pocket, showing some to the crowd before putting them away again. These Pokémon were even more valuable than those he had handed out. "I'll overlook what you've done in the past or what you might have tried. But if in the future I find out about anything, I won't leave even your bodies intact," Kane warned. Yes, the group responded in unison, with the 8 corpses on the ground as a clear example. Sky, collect and distribute the Pokémon from these corpses as appropriate, Kane ordered. Sky looked at Kane, and by his expression, he he knew that although Cain had said he would forgive past mistakes, he wouldn't really. A chill ran down his spine. End of chapter. Chapter 291. Helping Subordinates get familiar with Pokémon. Cain watched as Sky collected all the Pokémon from the 8 people lying on the ground. During these 2 months, as a temporary leader, it was impossible for Sky not to know the Pokémon of these people and their skill levels. Therefore, he distributed these Pokémon directly. Regarding the distribution per Cain's instructions, he followed them strictly. Because of this, some were not very happy after receiving their Pokémon. But with Cain present, they didn't dare to say anything, assuming that due to their lack of skill and low contribution, they were assigned weaker Pokémon. When Cain left Challenge Island, there were still between 120 and 130 people in the trial, but upon returning, there were already fewer than 100. If the Pokémon of those who disappeared hadn't been taken, Cain wouldn't believe it. The fastest way to increase strength on Challenge Island is by seizing well-trained Pokémon from others. Moreover, some rankings are inaccurate, as in the trials, most people only showed one Pokémon. As trainers obtained more Pokémon, who could guarantee that the Pokémon used in the trial was the strongest? Surely, many people are hiding their true strength. After finishing the distribution, Sky ordered that the bodies be removed and the others return to get familiar with their Pokémon, leaving only Cain, Fox, and Kai. They might think this is just the final trial, but in reality, there are many secrets behind this trial. When everyone else had left, Cain began to reveal some hidden details. It was likely that this final trial would take place on Challenge Island, so it would benefit his subordinates to know something beforehand to increase their chances of survival, as finding loyal subordinates wasn't easy. The 3 knew Cain had something important to tell them, so they listened closely. Cain didn't reveal too much information. He only mentioned that some important figures were involved in a bet, and that likely even stronger people would participate. If they didn't want to die quickly, it was best to stick together and trust no one. Also, if they encountered unknown people in battle, they should flee as quickly as possible. They wouldn't be able to match them. Cain didn't know exactly what the final trial would be like, either. The current situation was already completely different from his past life, in which there hadn't even been a final trial, perhaps because his strength wasn't enough to get involved. In short, this little butterfly had already started to flap its wings. The 3 listened without fully understanding, but Cain emphasized the importance of his words, so they took note. They didn't know if they would have the chance to participate in the final trial. I now have the rank of a captain in Team Rocket and the freedom to recruit personnel. When you leave Challenge Island, I can recruit you directly, so don't turn down the offer. Viper should agree. It's possible that after this trial, I might become an officer, and if you work hard, becoming captain shouldn't be a problem. When they heard that Cain was about to become an officer, the 3 could only imagine the level of power Cain had reached. Even a Team Rocket captain could easily crush them, but now Cain had the strength of an officer. How could there be such a big difference? Cain wasn't exaggerating. With the Pokémon he possessed today, a single Murkrow could defeat them all. Now, they could only win if they used numerical advantage against Skorupi. The 3 felt excited. Knowing Cain's strength, they stopped worrying about people like Xander. Also, whoever could get Cain off Challenge Island wouldn't be an ordinary person. No one else, not even those with connections, seemed able to leave. This showed that the person behind Cain must have high status, and following him loyally would be the fastest way to grow. Had the rules for the final trial been released? What will the exact format be? Cain asked. The 3 shook their heads. Then, Sky stepped forward and said, the exact rules and format haven't been released, but Viper mentioned after the last trial that they should be announced after midnight tonight, as the trial will begin at 8 in the morning tomorrow. Cain was surprised. After midnight. If they were announced after midnight, there would be very little time to prepare. Was it really Viper? No, maybe it was the officers who applied the pressure. After all, we've been on Challenge Island much longer than their subordinates. Let's wait until after midnight. Get familiar with your Pokémon here. If you have any questions, I can help. Cain rested his chin on his hand, leaning back in the chair. This chair wasn't comfortable at all, aside from being a bit high. Sitting like this felt somewhat awkward. Kane watched as they brought out 2 Grimers and a Gloom. Instantly, the room filled with various unpleasant smells. It seemed like their noses weren't working, as they didn't seem to notice. If Kane hadn't been used to being around Grimer, he would have left already. He took a beast skin from his ring and placed it on the chair, then put on a small mask, feeling much more comfortable. Murkrow, perched on the back of the chair, looked at Kane with a puzzled expression. As if to say, "What about me?" Kane pretended not to see him. In this environment, Murkrow also needed to adapt. Who knows if there would be such an adverse environment tomorrow. The 2 Grimers had already been captured by Kane, so Sky and Kai had no trouble getting them, and now they were familiarizing themselves with the Grimer's abilities. After all, they had only heard of them but had never seen a Grimer before. As for Fox's Gloom, he had coveted it for a long time, but as it had been a teammate's Pokémon, he hadn't been able to do anything. Now that he had it, he was well acquainted with all its moves. However, this Gloom had witnessed its trainer's death and was somewhat reluctant to obey Fox's orders. When Kane had Murkrow help Fox, the frightened Gloom quickly realized that if it wanted to survive, it had to obey its new trainer, otherwise, it would end up like that Golbat beside it. Under Kane's guidance, the 3 quickly improved their familiarity with these Pokémon. Although they didn't manage to fully master them immediately, they did achieve a great breakthrough in their Pokémon skill execution and understanding. Finally, at midnight, the rules and format for the final trial that Viper had ordered were announced. End of chapter. Chapter 292. Test Rules. A person hurried in with a printed sheet containing the rules and format. This was someone Sky had ordered to wait for Viper's notification. After Sky received the document, he dismissed the person. Then, he began reading the paper's contents. The format of the final test is survival in the wild, and it will take place across the entire Challenge Island for 1 week. Survival in the wild across all of Challenge Island? For a week? Hearing this, Kane frowned slightly. The format of this final test was completely different from his past life, even from what Viper had originally said. Was it because those high-ranking members intervened forcibly? Or was it an order from an even higher authority, or perhaps Viper altered the content himself? Kane said nothing, he just waited for Sky to continue with the rest of the content. The ranking rules for the final test are based on a point system. Tomorrow, before leaving the base, each person will receive a points device. According to each one's rank, the initial points displayed on the device will vary. The top 3 will each receive 10 points, from 4th to 10th, 5 points each, from 11th to 20th, 3 points each, from 21st to 50th, 2 points each, and those after the 50th, 1 point each. These are the initial points, and the task will be to seize points from others. Since this points device is not tied to a specific user, any method can be used in the wild. Stealing, tricking, ambushing, scamming, killing, anything goes. Only the results matter. At the end of the 7 days, the one with the most points will be first, and so on. In other words, participants would be allowed to use any method, whether ambush, deception, murder, or even poison. The sole objective: obtain the opponent's points device and transfer their points to oneself. With this approach, would there even be 50 people left at the end? At least half of these people would likely die, wouldn't they? But it's not so simple either. Everyone will gradually group up according to their influence. Is Viper's purpose to get participants to team up to resist the high-ranking members' subordinates? After all, in terms of strength and resources, most participants can't compare to them. However, participants in this test have one advantage: the power groups are already deeply entrenched, and outsiders can't interfere easily. But will everyone really join together in the end? Will those who can't reach the top 50 be willing to sacrifice themselves for others? Don't be naive, this rule only makes the test crueler and bloodier. Sky also thought of these aspects, and after hesitating, continued, but the points aren't only with the participants. Viper has arranged for point cards to be buried in various places around Challenge Island. There will also be map fragments indicating the location of these point cards at some spots on the island. If you want to quickly obtain these point cards, those map fragments will be the key. Additionally, the exact location of these map fragments will be announced publicly. If you want them, you can go directly to find them. However, I don't think it will be that easy. There are likely powerful Pokémon guarding those map fragments. Fox and Kai nodded repeatedly. It would be great if it were that simple. Therefore, to get a good ranking, you can not only obtain others' points devices but also search for these point cards, which offer a second option. To ensure fairness, Viper has directly invited members of Team Rocket's Psychic Team. Their goal is to randomly teleport each participant anywhere on Challenge Island. If someone's luck is bad, they might be teleported directly in front of a powerful Pokémon, which could endanger their life. As Sky continued reading, his expression became more severe. Until he reached the last line, his face darkened even more. Closing the paper, Sky said quietly, "In the final test mission, it's not just our island's participants who will take part. Team Rocket's high-ranking members will also send some of their trusted subordinates to enter Challenge Island and participate alongside us in this mission. But I heard from some veterans of Team Rocket who've been working on Challenge Island for a long time that final tests have always been reserved solely for those who entered the island from the beginning. Additionally, in previous years, final tests weren't as complicated as this. They were usually more like arena fights to decide between life and death, but this time..." Sky didn't continue talking. Some things, when spoken too much, can cause trouble. As I told you before, this test isn't as simple as you think. For the most part, Team Rocket's high-ranking members are playing their own chess game, and we are just insignificant pieces on the board. No, if you don't have the strength to be in the top 10, you can't even be considered as pieces. At best, you're just food for the pieces. Kane spoke calmly. He was prepared for these things ever since Umbra first told him this test wouldn't be easy. Fox and Kai also had grim faces. They barely had the ability to make it into the top 10 and thought they were already safe, thinking that as long as they didn't face the top 5, they could survive. But the last line of the rules completely shattered their hope. No one knew how many trusted subordinates the high-ranking members would send this time. Their confidence was shaking. However, with Lord Kane present, they thought that as long as they could find him, completing the mission shouldn't be a problem, right? Don't harbor any hopes. The last ones to enter will have, at minimum, the strength of the top 10. Their average level might be among the top 3, or even higher. There will probably be around 10 of them who are stronger than Xander. There are some whose strength I don't even dare to guess. Hearing Kane's words, the 3 finally abandoned all hope. Even someone like Kane wouldn't dare to say he could win, and he wouldn't even dare to make guesses. How far did the limit go? Kane also felt frustrated. Umbra hadn't revealed any information to him about how strong these trusted subordinates of the high-ranking members would be. If they were only trained regularly, they would be about at his level, but if they were trained with full effort, there would be no real limit. Even assuming they'd have the strength of an average captain would underestimate them. He just didn't know if there would be someone like that. Therefore, tomorrow, don't fight for points without thinking it through. If you can keep calm, keep it. Since these are the rules, I won't insist that you make the top 10. Everything must be done with caution. It would be better if you could meet in one place. After all, there's more safety in numbers. End of chapter. Chapter 293. The final test begins. Dawn broke the next day. At the rocket team's base on the test island. In the square where previous exams had been held, a crowd had gathered. It was half an hour before 8 in the morning, the time the final test was set to begin. All the participants were already there. Kane, along with Sky and the others, stayed in the far corner. At this final moment, there was no need to provoke unnecessary confrontations. In the final test, no one but oneself could be fully trusted. The leaders of the various groups surely understood this. They had gathered followers mainly so that, during the 3 months on the test island, they'd have some subordinates to help manage minor tasks in exchange for a measure of protection. It was a fair trade. However, the number of people who would remain truly loyal after the test was something only time would reveal. Probably only Xander was still fixated on the number of followers. He stood at the center of the square with around 30 or 40 people. Yesterday, he hadn't managed to recruit anyone from Kane's group, but he had succeeded in drawing in a few loners from Alex's group. Kane glanced at one of the loner group members, the one in 8th place, who was now behind Xander with a determined stance, thanks to Sky's information. Xander kept his gaze fixed on Kane, his eyes full of resentment. If it weren't for Kane severely injuring his Arbok, he wouldn't have lost over half a month, nor would he have needed to beg his brother. He also wouldn't have to worry about those who had joined later and their strength. As the only participant with a solid position on the test island, Xander had been informed by his brother of the true purpose of this test. So, even in the final moment, he was trying to gather more people. He knew that even with his brother's support, he couldn't be sure of defeating Kane, nor was he confident in facing the Rocket Team officer's subordinates. Thus, he could only gather more people to use as cannon fodder if needed. However, Xander had matured considerably. Despite his hatred toward Kane, he didn't approach him directly to provoke him as he had before. He showed a much more restrained attitude. Beside him, his Arbok stared at Kane's Murkrow, perched on his shoulder, with his one remaining eye filled with fury. Arbok clearly blamed Murkrow for making him lose an eye. But Kane's Murkrow simply ignored him, calmly resting on Kane's shoulder. Just a defeated foe. Jasmine and Alec were also standing aside with their followers, looking at Xander and Kane with a touch of irony in their eyes. They had a few followers, though not as many as Xander. Their respective sponsors were merely common Rocket Team officers, unlike Xander's brother, who was on the verge of becoming a senior officer, so their resources weren't as abundant. Thus, even after Xander had been out of commission for half a month, he soon surpassed them. This was the difference in power base. So, although they also knew what the reward for winning this test was, they weren't interested in fighting for first place. Their priority was to survive. Soon, Viper and Umbra arrived at the square. With them came a group of people cloaked in black robes, each accompanied by a psychic-type Pokémon. This group was likely the Rocket Team's mentioned psychic team. Viper observed those present. There were 91 participants left, but their quality surpassed that of previous groups he had supervised. Finally, his gaze fell on Kane and the Murkrow perched on his shoulder. He frowned slightly. Kane was among the strongest of the participants, but his Murkrow didn't seem to meet expectations. Its current strength didn't seem sufficient to face the Rocket Team officer's subordinates. Viper looked at Umbra. Umbra gave a faint smile. Even he didn't fully know Kane's true potential, but he was certain that Murkrow and Haunter weren't Kane's limits. He remembered that when Kane had left the island, he had 3 Pokémon. He gave Viper a look that seemed to say you know what you're doing and then stopped paying attention. This left Viper confused. What did that look mean? Assumptions? That there was no problem? Or? Hiding his discomfort, Viper cleared his throat and said, "The final test is about to begin. Shortly, the psychic team members will teleport you to any location on the test island. You know the rules, so I won't repeat them. Let the final test begin. Each of you must pick up a scoring device and then enter the teleportation circle." With that, he ordered his subordinates to organize the distribution of the scoring devices and access to the teleportation circle formed by the psychic team members and their Pokémon. Before stepping onto the platform, Xander glanced at Kane, moving his lips without sound, but Kane understood. Xander had said, "I'll be waiting for you inside." As the participants entered the teleportation circle, the square gradually emptied. Once the other 3 groups had gone, Kane stepped onto the platform with his group. He received the scoring device, which looked much like the information device used previously, displaying the number 1. Had they given him a random starting point for not participating in the preliminary tests? Kane made a mental note of it, stored the device in his storage space, and then entered the teleportation circle. One of the psychic team leaders, while maintaining the teleportation circle, gave a slight hum upon sensing Kane's presence, then used the power of others to teleport him out. After Kane disappeared, he murmured in a tone only he could hear, "A psychic, interesting." Viper looked at him in surprise. Although these members had been summoned by him, they had actually been sent by the officers to prevent cheating among the participants. The leader of this psychic team was not weak. Although he hadn't reached Sabrina's level, he was among the strongest in the rocket team. Could Kain be less simple than he seemed? Why did both his friend Umbra and this psychic seem impressed by Kain? Once all the participants had teleported out of the square, the psychic team leader gave a slight bow before taking the others to sit in a corner of the square, closing their eyes to rest. Feeling puzzled by the reactions of those around him, Umbra smiled and said, "That boy has something special. Don't underestimate him. He just might manage to pull off something surprising." End of chapter. Chapter 294. Salamence. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by a mysterious forest. Kain could be certain he had never been here before. The test island was vast. Previously, due to the 1-week time limit, Kain had only advanced a certain distance before having to return, otherwise, he wouldn't have made it back in time for the tests. This place was likely on the opposite side of the test island. He took out a pokeball and released Slowpoke. "Slowpoke, try to sense if you can detect the coordinates we marked before," Kain asked. "Yad and Tilda." Slowpoke nodded, and its eyes glowed with a blue light. Through telepathy, it communicated to Kain that it could only sense the direction of the coordinates but couldn't teleport directly there. Kain frowned slightly. Was the test island really that big? Slowpoke's teleportation range was now much greater than before. To give an idea, it could teleport from one end of Saffron City to the other, but now it could only feel the direction of the coordinates without being able to teleport. It seemed they really were quite far. He took out the scoring device he had received earlier. It was said that simply by sensing the fragments of the map with score cards, the device would emit a slight vibration. So Kain placed it in an inner pocket of his clothing. Murkrow, Slowpoke, and Haunter hiding in the shadows were the 3 Pokémon Kain had taken from the test island last time, now returning to accompany him. Since he didn't have a clear direction, Kain decided to follow the direction of the coordinates detected by Slowpoke and head that way. At the same time, he left some psychic marks in certain places he passed. Having a Slowpoke with instant teleportation abilities in a completely wild environment like this was like a fish in water. Kain could advance or retreat as needed, relying completely on Slowpoke. He took a bottle of spray from his ring and sprayed it on himself. The smell wasn't pleasant, but this was something Kain had specially prepared. It could eliminate some of the urban scents on his body. Although it couldn't completely prevent wild Pokémon attacks, it greatly reduced the chances. "Murkrow, go ahead and scout the way. We'll follow you," said Kain. Hearing this, Murkrow flapped its wings and disappeared into the unknown forest. While Kain began exploring the test island with his Pokémon, several people arrived at the Rocket Team headquarters on the island. At that moment, Viper and Umbra were sitting in the center of the square, waiting for those who entered after them. "Ha ha ha! Viper, Umbra, long time no see." Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the sky, and the voice came from that shadow. Hearing the voice, Viper pursed his lips and, looking at Umbra, said, "Who could it be? Turns out it's this guy, here to take your job." Umbra smiled, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he replied, "So let him come, I've kept him under control for over a year. Does he think that just because he injured me badly last time, my strength has diminished? Does everyone think my strength has lessened and now dare to be so brazen?" Gradually, as the shadow in the sky grew larger, a Salamence appeared in the square. When Salamence landed, a Rocket Team plane also began to descend slowly. Seeing the Salamence, Viper pursed his lips again and said, "He spends all day showing off that Salamence. I don't know how many times it's been defeated by you, yet he never drops that habit. If I had a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, I'd show it off every day too," added Umbra. "Ha ha! What's wrong? Starting to feel envious of my Salamence? No problem, as long as you're willing to spend, you can get one too. Only, I doubt you'd dare spend that much," said a man who jumped from Salamance's back. He wore the black uniform of the Rocket Team officers, with a hat resembling a military cap, at the center of which was a large red R. "Saka, how are you here? Aren't you known for being lazy?" asked Viper, ignoring his previous comment. "Who?" "Well, since Umbra's here, the moment I heard, I took this bothersome job right away," Saka replied dramatically. Without further ceremony, he grabbed a chair and sat next to Umbra. "Want to fight me first?" said Umbra, whose previously calm face suddenly showed signs of irritation. "Whoa, whoa. With that serious face, you're scaring me." "Unfortunately, I didn't come to fight you this time. I have a mission," said Saka with a mocking smile as he gestured to the plain, from which about 20 people, dressed in all kinds of clothing and aged between 16 and 20, began to disembark. Among them, four stood out as not very sociable, with a carefree attitude and an evident impression that they were the strongest in the group. Then, some uniformed rocket team members appeared. Although they didn't impose as much as the first four, they weren't easy to underestimate either. The rest of the people seemed more normal, but by looking at the Pokémon accompanying them, it was clear their abilities weren't weak, even if they were inferior compared to the others. "Greetings, sirs," the group of 20, led by the four, greeted Umbra, Viper, and Saka. Saka, ignoring Viper and his dark expression, said disdainfully, "It seems all the participants have already entered. Pay attention and, if you can, hold back a bit. Make sure to leave some for Viper." Viper's face was as black as coal. If it weren't for Umbra holding him back, he'd likely have launched into a fight against Saka. Although Saka had a certain respect for Umbra, he didn't hold the same regard for Viper. Despite also being an elite officer of the rocket team, Viper focused on training rookies, and Saka had always doubted his combat abilities. The psychic team members, who had moved back to the edge of the square, reformed a teleportation matrix and randomly sent the newcomers to the test island. When the last one had been teleported, the psychics gave a slight bow to the three, then disappeared instantly from the square. Saka looked at the place where they had disappeared and said with some envy, "Psychic powers are really useful." Then, changing the subject, he turned to Umbra. "Hey, Umbra, let's bet. How many of these participants do you think will make it to the top 10? Or better yet, how many do you think will make it out alive?" With a mocking smile, Saka seemed well aware of the participants' quality. "I heard you recently pulled someone out. You're not using your position for personal gain, are you? Remember, the boss takes this mission very seriously. As the chief judge of this test, you must be impartial," he said. "You don't need to worry. Better think about what you'll do if the final outcome isn't what you expect," Umbra replied, casting him a cold look. "What can I do? Would those ambitious ones dare attack me?" Saka replied disdainfully. "That you don't know," said Umbra, enigmatic. End of chapter. Chapter 295. Sudden Enemy. Kane was walking through the forest with his Pokémon, unaware of the new group of people who had arrived on the trial island. However, whether it was due to some deliberate intention by the group of psychics or simply someone's luck, a person suddenly appeared right in front of Kane. They both stood there, staring at each other in silence, perhaps a bit bewildered. The person who had appeared before Kane was wearing a black Team Rocket uniform. Judging by his appearance, it seemed he wasn't one of the trial participants on the trial island. Participants on the trial island usually carried a certain aura of ruthlessness, but the person in front of Kane lacked that scent. Besides, it had already been nearly an hour since Kane had been transported to the island, so all participants should have been transported by then. This person who suddenly appeared could only be one of those who entered afterward. That person also recognized Kane, and luckily he was transported along with his Pokémon, otherwise, Kane, who reacted first, might have already attacked him. "Primeape! Cross-chop," the person shouted as his Primeape prepared to attack. After giving the order, the man stepped back a few paces to avoid being directly attacked by Kane. Then, he took 2 Pokeballs from his belt, holding them firmly in his hands. "Slowpoke! Confusion!" Kane ordered quickly. This sudden encounter had indeed taken him by surprise. Slowpoke's eyes shone with an intense blue glow, stopping Primeape mid-air just before it could launch its attack. However, Primeape quickly broke free from Slowpoke's confusion move and lunged to attack again. Nevertheless, due to the brief delay caused by confusion, Hoenn and Slowpoke managed to retreat to a safe distance. Both Hoenn and the Team Rocket member stared at each other without making any moves. "Are you one of the participants?" finally asked the Team Rocket member. Upon hearing his question, Hoenn confirmed the man's identity. However, he still didn't know if this person was a subordinate of an ordinary officer or a senior officer. The fact that his Primeape could break free from Slowpoke's confusion move showed that his strength was not weak. It's worth noting that Psychic-type moves are highly effective against fighting types. For a fighting-type Pokémon to resist Slowpoke's confusion, its skill level had to be quite high. Hoenn didn't immediately answer. Instead, he used his system to scan Primeape's data. Pokémon. Primeape, dark green. Gender? Male. Level 30. Type: Fighting. Ability: Vital Spirit. Held item: None. Egg moves: Foresight, Night Slash, Beat Up. Basic moves: Rage, Final Gambit, Fling, Scratch, Low Kick, Leer, Focus Energy, Fury Swipes, Karate Chop, Pursuit, Seismic Toss, Swagger, Cross Chop, Assurance, Punishment. Learned moves: Ice Punch. TM moves: Protect, Hidden Power, Water, Smackdown, Low Sweep, Double Team. A level 30 Primeape with a dark green aptitude, no wonder it could break free from Slowpoke's confusion move. Hoenn frowned and asked, "Are you a subordinate of an executive?" Without answering his question, Hoenn asked again. Hearing Hoenn's question, the man was stunned for a moment, then laughed. However, when Hoenn continued asking, "If you're not a subordinate of an executive, then whose subordinate are you? An officer's?" From his previous expression, it could be inferred he wasn't an executive subordinate, otherwise, he wouldn't have been taken aback before laughing. He was laughing because Hoenn's question seemed silly to him. But when he heard Hoenn's follow-up question, his face turned serious. He realized that his expression had given away that he wasn't an executive subordinate. "So, it seems if I'm not an executive subordinate, you're not afraid of me?" he asked. Hoenn slowly shook his head, then smiled. "Even if you were an executive subordinate, I wouldn't fear you." The man looked puzzled again before asking, "Are you that? What was the name?" "Hoenn. One of the ones the higher-ups warned us to be careful of, right?" "My name is Miyamoto, remember that." Hoenn didn't respond, he only smiled. Seeing Hoenn's silence, Miyamoto grew irritated but finally said, "Answer some questions for me, and I'll let you go." "Oh, is that the same thing I was going to tell you? Answer some questions, and if I'm satisfied, I'll let you go. Do you really think you have any strength?" Miyamoto became even more annoyed. "Try and see," Hoenn replied with a calm expression, in stark contrast to Miyamoto. Both brought out their Pokeballs at the same time. Hoenn called out his Miltank, while his opponent summoned a Machoke. Pokémon. Machoke, green. Gender? Male. Level 29. Type: Fighting. Ability: Guts. Held item: None. Egg moves: Fire Punch, Quick Guard. Basic moves: Low Kick, Leer, Focus Energy, Karate Chop, Foresight, Low Sweep, Seismic Toss, Revenge, Knock Off, Vital Throw, Wake Up Slap. Learned moves: Ice Punch, Helping Hand. TM moves: Protect, Hidden Power, Fire, Brick Break, Bulldoze. A fighting-type Pokémon, and still, against Slowpoke, he chose to send another fighting-type Pokémon. That meant they either fully trusted their abilities or were specialized in training fighting-type Pokémon. Either case was a disadvantage against Slowpoke. Slowpoke, Calm Mind. Miltank, block followed by Rollout. Hoenn ordered. Although Miltank was only level 26, it wouldn't be a problem to hold out for a while so Slowpoke could use Calm Mind. Primeape, use Punishment. Machoke, Ice Punch. They both shouted orders almost simultaneously. In wild encounters like this, there's no turn to attack or room for courtesy. Here, it's decided who wins and who lives. Primeape and Machoke, clearly trained to work together, quickly advanced, closing the distance to Miltank. They knew the biggest threat at the moment was the pink Pokémon that looked so adorable. For fighting-type Pokémon, the biggest danger was psychic types. As for Miltank, blocking their path, she didn't seem like a significant threat. Miltank used Rollout just before the two Pokémon's attacks reached her. Boom! Boom! Primeape's punishment move grows stronger as the opponent's ability increases. Although Miltank boosted her defense with Rollout, that also made the punishment move more powerful. If it weren't for Machoke's Ice Punch being partially blocked by Miltank's thick fat ability, she might have been defeated instantly. Slowpoke. Psyshock. Let's finish off Machoke first. Kane ordered coldly, watching as Miltank was pushed back. End of chapter. Chapter 296. Repulsion. To fight, first attack the enemy's weak point. Among the opponent's two Pokémon, Machoke is the easiest to defeat. Primeape, use Cross Chop. Machoke, use Protect. Then, follow up with Low Sweep. Hearing Kane's commands, the man reacted quickly as well. Clearly, in terms of combat, his experience is considerably extensive, something that an ordinary league member could hardly match. Slowpoke Psyshock was directly neutralized by Machoke's protective shield. It wanted to launch another attack, but Primeape was already charging toward Miltank. Slowpoke, continue with Psyshock. Miltank, use Protect followed by Substitute, then use Milk Drink. Kane was undeterred. Although Miltank isn't very strong in battle, her survival skills are exceptional. However, the opponent hadn't expected Kane to have Slowpoke continue attacking instead of protecting Miltank. Originally, the plan was to pressure Kane into protecting Miltank, thereby limiting Slowpoke's attack options. If he managed to take down Miltank, he could directly attack Slowpoke, significantly reducing the threat to his Pokémon. Miltank quickly generated a green shield around herself, blocking Primeape's Cross Chop. Then, Machoke was held off by Miltank's substitute move. After a quick spin, Miltank pulled out a bottle of milk and began drinking, unfazed by the two Pokémon glaring fiercely at her. Since Kane had ordered her to use Milk Drink, Miltank trusted him, leaving everything in Slowpoke's hands. Primeape and Machoke had just finished their attacks and were already exhausted. Taking advantage of this critical moment, Slowpoke, with its powerful Psyshock move, launched a direct attack at Machoke's head, causing immediate dizziness due to the type advantage. However, Primeape reacted quickly and dodged Slowpoke's next attack with a swift move. Slowpoke, use Teleport, Kane quickly commanded. Yadin. As soon as Kane finished speaking, Slowpoke disappeared and reappeared behind Primeape. Good opportunity. Primeape, use Punishment, the opponent ordered with a fierce expression. The Dark-type move Punishment is especially powerful after Slowpoke used Calm Mind. If it hits, it will inflict massive damage. Slowpoke, Protect. Then, Zen Headbutt. A green shield appeared around Slowpoke, blocking Primeape's punishment. Then, its head, glowing with a faint blue light, collided directly with Primeape's chest. Boom! The impact sent it flying. The opponent watched as Primeape was launched into the air, while Machoke barely recovered from the Psyshock move, his face darkening. Miltank, use Helping Hand. Slowpoke, pursue victory with another Psyshock, target, Machoke. Kane didn't allow Slowpoke to continue attacking Primeape in mid-air, instead, he set his sights on Machoke. Primeape still had a chance to use Protect, so defeating it wouldn't be easy. However, if Machoke took another Psyshock, it might lose its combat capability. Miltank, having recovered after using Milk Drink, used Helping Hand on Slowpoke, boosting the power of its next move. Miltank's Helping Hand increased the power of Slowpoke's psychic attack. With the combined effects of Calm Mind and Helping Hand, the Psyshock hit Machoke squarely. Machoke, upon taking another psychic impact, rolled his eyes and collapsed, losing his combat ability. Seeing Machoke fall, the opponent's face turned from black to green, and he quickly took another Pokeball from his belt. Kain, ever vigilant, was prepared to attack the next Pokémon the opponent might send out. Sure enough, the man threw another Pokeball. Just as Kain was ready, a Dodrio appeared on the field. Dodrio? A normal-type Pokémon? Suddenly, the opponent mounted Dodrio and quickly attempted to recall Primeape and Machoke to their Pokeballs. At that moment, a dark shadow darted toward him. Although the opponent didn't react in time, one of Dodrio's heads did, pecking the shadow with its sharp beak. To avoid Dodrio's attack, the dark shadow changed direction slightly, snatching one of the Pokeballs from his hand. The man's hand began bleeding profusely, and Primeape's Pokeball was snatched by the shadow. The shadow, which didn't disappear, settled beside Kain. It was Murkrow, who had been scouting ahead. After waiting a long time and not seeing Kain, Murkrow decided to return, just in time to witness the scene. The man, his hand bleeding, stared intently at the Pokeball in Murkrow's grasp. He could give up Machoke, but Primeape was his strongest card, his most powerful and talented Pokémon. Although Dodrio had a higher level, it wasn't a combat match for Primeape. Otherwise, he would have taken it with him into the forest from the start. However, Primeape's Pokeball was now in the opponent's possession. Furiously eyeing Murkrow, the man decided to retreat quickly. The opponent's strength was clearly superior, and he also had a type advantage. If he continued fighting, he could end up trapped here. A Pokémon can be recaptured, but if he lost his life, there was no turning back. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. Dodrio began running in long strides. Slowpoke, Psyshock, Kain attempted to stop him, but they had both maintained a safe distance during the battle to avoid surprise attacks. After running a few meters, the distance grew even greater. When Slowpoke Psyshock arrived, Dodrio had already advanced several meters further. "Caw!" Murkrow cried out, suggesting it could pursue him. But Kain stopped it. "Let him go, we don't need to chase him. His two main Pokémon have been defeated, he's already lost half of his strength. If you chase him and we don't arrive in time, you could be counterattacked," Kain said wisely. In moments like this, it's important to keep a cool head. Don't chase a fleeing enemy. End of chapter. Happy New Year! May this year bring joy, success, and wonderful moments to cherish. Party Popper Sparkles. Chapter 297. The Crow's Mouth. Judging by this person's appearance, he's probably not one of the elite officer's subordinates. Otherwise, Kain wouldn't have had such an easy fight against him. Although Kain didn't use his full strength in the previous battle, he didn't even mention that the Haunter hidden in the shadows didn't intervene. Part of the reason is that he couldn't be certain the opponent was alone, so he needed to maintain some response capability. Another reason is that the opponent's two Pokémon didn't pose a significant threat to him. Although the opponent's Pokémon had considerable power, they didn't pressure Kain too much. If he had really been willing to risk taking damage, Slowpoke could have defeated the opponent on its own. The reason he didn't pursue the opponent was that he couldn't be sure if he was alone. In this unknown forest, although the opponent appeared suddenly and it's unlikely he had companions, popular wisdom says not to pursue a cornered enemy. Kain had Slowpoke and Miltank work together to defeat Machoke and then took the Pokeball Murkrow had delivered, trapping the still furious Primeape who was trying to attack. This high-quality Primeape, if evaluated by its value alone, could be worth close to $1 million Pokédollars. Furthermore, the opponent had trained Primeape quite well, which could further increase its value. Kain had Murkrow and Slowpoke clean up the scene and then released a Grimer to absorb the remains of Machoke. Actually, this Machoke had decent quality and combat ability, but since it had already been captured by the opponent, Kain couldn't control it, so he decided to dispose of it to avoid risks. Being absorbed by Grimer is at least not a total waste of resources, it's like recycling something that no longer serves a purpose. Kain took out a medicinal spray from his ring and treated Miltank's wounds, as she had been injured in the battle. Though her milk restored energy, some bodily wounds couldn't heal immediately, and the spray would speed up recovery. Miltank closed her eyes in satisfaction and let out a pleased sound. Kain smiled, patting Miltank's head, and said, "Good job, Miltank." To avoid revealing his full strength, he had to let Miltank withstand the first blow from Machhoke and Primeape. "Me?" Miltank shook her head firmly. She knew that in terms of direct combat, she no longer had a primary role in Kain's team. She used to have some combat responsibilities, but now that Skorupi and the others have grown, she's taken a back seat. Still, she was happy to keep fighting. The injuries she suffers now are much less than those she endured when she lived alone. Kain understood Miltank's feelings and sighed quietly. Miltank, due to her natural limitations, was gradually being left behind. However, Kain was looking for solutions. Besides using Whitney's family method, the energy crystals provided by the system could also improve Miltank's quality. With continued use, even if Miltank's quality doesn't improve much, it will at least be enough to deal with simpler enemies. After all, her primary function is support. Once the scene was thoroughly cleared, Kain continued advancing in the forest in the direction indicated by Slowpoke. After walking for over an hour, Kain realized he was probably at the other end of the trial island. Because in this area, he could smell the salty sea air, and there were small shells and other marine remnants on the ground, suggesting the ocean wasn't far away. Furthermore, as he ventured further, the levels of the wild Pokémon increased as well. Compared to the other part of the island, which had been cleared by Team Rocket, the wild Pokémon here had higher levels. After a battle, Murkrow stopped moving ahead to scout. Many people could recognize Murkrow. If someone ambushed him while he was alone, it could be dangerous. Now, he stayed close to Kain along with Slowpoke, both Pokémon constantly on alert, just like the old days. Gradually, Kain began to notice the presence of various Pokémon hidden under trees or among the leaves. They didn't attack but kept their eyes fixed on him. 5 or 6 Pokémon that looked like purple spheres started to gather silently behind Kain. Murkrow and Slowpoke had noticed them from the beginning, but since they weren't attacking, they didn't pay attention. However, as time passed, more joined the group. And with their growing numbers, their courage increased, and they stopped fearing Murkrow and Slowpoke. Kain also slowed his pace, realizing that not only were they behind him, but many of these purple Pokémon were appearing in the trees and bushes in front of him. Their red, compound-like eyes glowed in the dark jungle, as if emitting a faint reddish glimmer. These purple Pokémon were Venonat, covered by a layer of hard purple fur, with 2 large eyes serving as their insect-like compound eyes. Venonat are fairly timid Pokémon, but when their numbers reach dozens or hundreds, even the smallest of them stops being timid. I hope I haven't accidentally entered Venonat territory, Kain thought. From what he was seeing, he probably had. If it's just Venonat, it's manageable. I just hope no Venomoth appear, Kain said, stopping and observing the increasing number of Venonat around him, sweating a little. Venomoth is Venonat's evolution, occurring when Venonat reaches level 31. So, if a Venomoth appears, it'll be a level 30 or higher Pokémon. The difference between a level 30 Pokémon and a level 21 is significant. Moreover, if there's one Venomoth among so many Venonat, it's likely not the only one. Hoenn. From deep within the forest, a strange sound reached Kain. Hearing it, his expression immediately changed. Damn it, I've summoned it. Murkrow, Slowpoke, be on alert. Kain cursed quietly. Murkrow, caw. At the same time, the Venonat began to move en masse. As their bodies shifted, a cloud of purple powder filled the air. The move Poison Powder. Venonat is a Pokémon skilled at using 3 types of powders. Depending on their level, they can produce different kinds of powder. Kain felt as if he were back on Nameless Island, in the territory of the Dustox. Murkrow, flap your wings and keep that powder away from us. The level of these Venonat isn't low, Kain said. According to the system, the level of these Venonat was almost all above 20. Being so numerous, they posed a threat. Moreover, the sound coming from the forest seemed to indicate the presence of Venomoth. End of chapter. Happy New Year! May this year bring joy, success, and wonderful moments to cherish. Party Popper Sparkles. Chapter 298. Venomoth. Murkrow flapped its wings a few times, creating small whirlwinds that dispersed the powder in the air. However, the Venonat attack was only beginning. The first Venonat activated its eyes, emitting a faint red glow. Soon after, the eyes of all the other Venonat also began to shine. Yadden tilde. Sensing something, Slowpoke emitted a strong blue glow, blocking the red energy emitted by the Venonat. Kane's expression changed slightly. Although Venonat is a bug and poison-type Pokémon, they possess a certain innate talent for psychic-type moves. Adult Venonat can directly learn moves like Confusion and Psybeam, with the red light they emitted earlier signaling the Confusion move. If it were just one Venonat, Slowpoke could easily handle it, but facing almost 100 of them using Confusion was a completely different story. Fortunately, Venonat is not a psychic-type Pokémon, otherwise, with so many at once, even Slowpoke's psychic abilities wouldn't be enough to stop them. Luckily, since Murkrow is a Dark-type Pokémon, it is immune to these psychic-type moves. Murkrow, use Wing Attack, show them what you can do. In the next second, Murkrow, following Kane's orders, flew directly at them, ignoring moves like Confusion and Psybeam, and the poison powders couldn't reach Murkrow either. In the dark jungle, Murkrow's black feathers blended with the surroundings, and it quickly started knocking down the Venonat perched in the trees. One by one, the Venonat fell to the ground, unable to withstand Murkrow's assault. Another group of Venonat, troubled by Murkrow's sudden attack, couldn't fully concentrate on their psychic attacks against Slowpoke, which greatly reduced the pressure on him. However, with so many concentrated psychic waves, Slowpoke couldn't use the teleport move, so if they wanted to escape, they'd have to do it on foot. With the pressure on Slowpoke reduced, Kane began moving in a different direction with him. In the opposite direction from Kane, a crowd of greyish insect Pokémon started to appear. Murkrow, retreat! Murkrow, who was fiercely attacking, heard Kane's order, and seeing the approaching Venomoth, turned to fly back to join Kane. In this part of the forest, even Venomoth appeared in groups, and Kane decided it wasn't worth continuing the fight. The situation wasn't bad yet, but if they got cornered by a swarm of Venomoth, they'd be in real danger. The Challenge Island was more dangerous than it seemed. Kane tossed a Pokeball, and a sturdy-looking Pokémon appeared. He jumped onto its back, and along with Slowpoke, who was still resisting the psychic attacks, they climbed onto Tropius's back. Tropius, move! Kane ordered hurriedly as he patted Tropius's back. Tropius looked around and then glanced at Kane, as if to say, do we really have to run from these little bugs? Kane wasn't in the mood for jokes and gave Tropius a friendly tap on the head. Look over there and change your expression. Tropius looked in the direction Kane was pointing, and instantly its expression changed to one of seriousness. Quickly flapping its wings, with a gust of wind, Tropius rose into the air. However, due to the massive trees and branches everywhere, Tropius couldn't ascend quickly. And the Venomoth were already almost upon them. Even Tropius, who was at level 40, sensed the imminent danger, feeling that one or two of those Venomoth were particularly threatening. Murkrow, use Tailwind, give Tropius a boost. As they navigated between the trees, Tropius's speed was limited, while the Venomoth, being smaller, didn't struggle as much with the complicated terrain and approached rapidly. Murkrow let out a caw, and a current of air surrounded Tropius, increasing its speed thanks to the Tailwind move. Unfortunately, being among the trees, with dense branches and leaves above them, Tropius couldn't ascend through the forest canopy, and sunlight couldn't reach him, meaning his chlorophyll ability couldn't activate. Though Murkrow's Tailwind move increased Tropius's speed, it still wasn't enough to match the Venomoth. Especially the ones flying in the lead, which were closing in fast. Kane used his system to gather information on the leading Venomoth. Pokémon. Venomoth, green. Gender. Female. Level. 44. Type. Bug plus Poison. Ability. Shield Dust. Held item. None. Egg moves. Screech, Toxic Spikes. Base moves: Gust, Quiver Dance, Bug Buzz, Silver Wind, Tackle, Disable, Foresight, Supersonic, Confusion, Poison Powder, Psybeam, Stun Spore, Signal Beam, Sleep Powder, Leech Life, Zen Headbutt. Learned moves: Bug Bite, Defog, Snore. TM moves: None. Seeing the information about the leading Venomoth, Kane's expression darkened. At level 44 and with a green quality, Venomoth surpassed Tropius in both level and quality, and in addition, its small size allowed it to move more easily in the dense forest. If it were only one Pokémon, Kane wouldn't be so worried, but with dozens of Venomoth behind, if they formed a blockade and Slowpoke couldn't use Teleport, they'd be in serious trouble. Kane took off Murkrow's weight controller and deactivated the weights it was carrying. Murkrow, clear a path for Tropius. Murkrow, faster than Tropius and smaller, could move through the forest without trouble, breaking branches that blocked Tropius's path, allowing it to speed up. But that wouldn't be enough, since if Tropius had a clear path, the Venomoth would also have an easier time flying through. Slowpoke, use Confusion to create barriers and delay them as much as possible, Kane instructed Slowpoke beside him. Yadon. Slowpoke nodded. It had endured a lot of pressure dealing with so many Venonat with the Confusion move, and only after climbing onto Tropius's back was it able to start recovering. Fresh out of its meditation, Slowpoke's psychic energy had regained some of its strength. A blue barrier of psychic energy appeared in front of the Venomoth. The leading Venomoth was momentarily halted since, although it could also use psychic-type moves, Slowpoke's natural ability surpassed it. With the slight decrease in the Venomoth's speed, Tropius was able to buy a little time to catch its breath. End of chapter. Happy New Year! May this year bring joy, success, and wonderful moments to cherish. Party Popper Sparkles. Chapter 299. Escaping with Life. Tropius is a flying and grass-type Pokémon. Although the flying type may be effective against Venomoth, Venomoth's bug type is also effective against Tropius's grass type, and Venomoth's poison type even more so. Thus, Tropius was at a clear disadvantage. The shadow of death drove it to keep fleeing. Just hold on a bit longer. Once we're out of Venomoth's territory, we'll be safe, Kane said, giving Tropius some pokeblocks to calm its nerves. In its mind, Tropius reflected on how it used to be the king of a small island, though life was a bit boring, with a small territory and little food. But when it thought about food, it put aside its regrets. Food is the most important thing, after all. Chewing on the delicious pokeblocks, it seemed to be letting off steam. After finishing, it still wanted more, and every time it opened its mouth, Kane gave it another pokeblock. Tired but happy, that's how Tropius felt at that moment. Gradually, it started to see flashes of light ahead. After flying a bit more, the light grew brighter. Tropius, full speed ahead. Just ahead is the edge of the forest. Once we're out, Venomoth should stop chasing us, Kane said, giving Tropius another pokeblock. Hearing this, Tropius felt like a ray of hope was approaching. Without sunlight and flying at full speed, its body was already somewhat fatigued. Although the pokeblocks helped it recover, the demand exceeded its recovery capacity. It was like a runner who could complete a 3,000-meter race without issues, but if running 200 meters at full sprint, they might collapse. Pushing beyond its body's limits, Tropius felt extremely exhausted. The light seemed close, but time passed so slowly. Finally, after 3 minutes, Tropius emerged from the forest, startling a crowd of birds and insect Pokémon feeding nearby. Once outside, unsure if Venomoth had stopped pursuing it, Tropius kept flying a bit longer. Seeing no more enemies behind, it finally landed on the grass. Tropius collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath. Looking back at the forest, it saw the Venomoth, glowing faintly with a phosphorescent light, stop at the forest's edge. After observing Kane and Tropius for a moment, the Venomoth returned to the forest, clearly frustrated. Venomoth is a nocturnal Pokémon that prefers to act at night, and the dark forest was its ideal habitat. That forest was its territory, but the wide meadow outside probably belonged to other Pokémon. Kane jumped off Tropius's back. Not only was Tropius exhausted after this escape, but Slowpoke, who had been creating barriers to delay the Venomoth, was also worn out. Slowpoke, using the last bit of its psychic energy, floated down from Tropius's back, but as it ran out of energy just before touching the ground, it stumbled upon landing. Murkrow, who had been clearing the path for Tropius, was also somewhat fatigued. This time, all three of Kane's Pokémon had given it their all. Kane approached Slowpoke, gave it some special Pokeblocks to meditate, and then returned it to its Pokeball. After giving Tropius more Pokeblocks and patting its head in encouragement, he also returned it to its Pokeball. When Kane tried to return Murkrow to its Pokeball after giving it its Pokeblocks, Murkrow stopped him. With Slowpoke resting, Kane's protection had significantly decreased. Although Haunter was present, it wasn't enough, so Murkrow insisted on staying outside. Even though it would recover more slowly, it wanted to ensure Kane's safety. Finally, Kane relented and allowed Murkrow to rest on his shoulder. In just half a day, 4 of Kane's Pokémon were injured or exhausted to varying degrees. Miltank, Slowpoke, Tropius, and Murkrow all needed time to rest. This showed that the final trial was much more challenging than the daily exploration of the trial island. During the first 3 months on the island, Kane could explore areas at his own pace, ensuring the area behind him was safe. But in the final trial, with random teleportation to any location on the island, anything could happen. This is why the first day was probably the most dangerous, with the highest mortality rate on the island. Those who were unlucky could be teleported directly into the nest of a wild Pokémon, and if they couldn't react in time, they might be devoured. Only those who survived the first day could start thinking about how to earn more points and even capture more potential Pokémon. The principle of the snowball effect only applies if you manage to survive. Kane sat down on the grass to rest for a bit. He took out water and food stored in his storage space and began eating silently. While eating, he reflected on his next steps. The trial island was large, and although there were few participants in the trial, a total of 91 trainers, even if more participants were added later, they wouldn't exceed 150 in total. So the greatest threat was still the island's wild Pokémon. The fact that Kane had encountered someone teleported nearby, after just 1 hour, was an extremely low probability, almost like winning the lottery. Thinking about it, perhaps he shouldn't have let them go. Previously, Kane was concerned that the other person might have had the ability to choose their teleportation point, which would explain the coincidence. So his worry wasn't unfounded. If that group wanted to trap him, they could have sent someone to lure him in, while others ambushed him in the escape direction. It wasn't impossible. Looking back, there was only a bit of regret. Kane stood up, brushing off the dust and leaves from the trees. Venomoth, due to its innate limitations, isn't the best Pokémon for primary combat, but as a support Pokémon, it's quite excellent. With its 3 types of powder and various psychic abilities, it can exert some control. It naturally learns the move Quiver Dance, which boosts its special attack, special defense, and speed. If combined with moves like Toxic Spikes, Baton Pass, and Heart Swap, along with the Tinted Lens ability, it becomes an almost perfect support. It can use the move Toxic Spikes and the Quiver Dance move, then pass its benefits to another Pokémon using Baton Pass, and then switch abilities with Heart Swap. The Tinted Lens ability allows normally less effective moves to become effective. For instance, a Fire-type move against a Water-type Pokémon would normally have half or even a quarter of the power. But with Tinted Lens, resistance would be ignored, returning the move to its normal power, which greatly neutralizes defensive Pokémon. Therefore, if the opportunity arises, capturing a Venomoth as a support Pokémon wouldn't be a bad idea. End of chapter. Happy New Year! May this year bring joy, success, and wonderful moments to cherish. Party Popper Sparkles. Chapter 300. Rhyhorn. However, as a support Pokémon, Venomoth requires some very specific abilities and egg moves. Additionally, Kane won't be able to enter Venomoth's territory for a while. If he tries, he'll likely be attacked by a swarm. Maybe another opportunity will arise in the future. Now that his Pokémon are exhausted, Kane decided not to continue on his path and opted to rest first. Judging by the situation in Venomoth's territory, it's likely that the Pokémon they encounter ahead will be even stronger, posing a greater danger. It's better to wait until all his Pokémon have recovered before moving forward, to ensure safety. Kain sat in the meadow for half an hour, allowing his Pokémon to have a simple lunch, before continuing to walk in the direction Slowpoke had previously indicated. Before entering the final trial, Kain had considered marking his 3 subordinates with a psychic mark, which would allow him to find them quickly. But in the end, he decided not to do it. First, even if he gathered those 3 people, they wouldn't be much help. He'd have to put effort into protecting them, which wouldn't be worth it. Additionally, while the final trial is filled with dangers, it's also an opportunity. Exploring uncharted areas of the trial island and encountering high-potential Pokémon could result in capturing 1 or 2, significantly boosting his strength. Each person has their own luck, and fate is uncertain. For this reason, Kain decided to let them find their own path. After observing the meadow for a while, Kain realized this area was a relatively common place where many herbivorous Pokémon came to graze. Of course, a common environment doesn't mean it's safe, as many aggressive Pokémon also frequent this place to hunt. Murkrow, perched on Kain's shoulder, was closely watching the surroundings. Numerous unevolved bug-type Pokémon could be seen wandering around. Weedle, Caterpie, and Ledibur, among other relatively weak Pokémon before evolving, were in this area searching for food. This also attracted many flying-type Pokémon like Spearow, Fearow, Pidgey, and Pidgeotto, who feed on these weaker bug Pokémon. In Kain's view, a Pidgeotto suddenly descended from the sky, targeting a Weedle munching on leaves in the meadow. Sensing the shadow that appeared over them, the surrounding bug Pokémon froze, trying to hide in the tall grass to avoid being seen by Pidgeotto. But Pidgeotto had already set its sights on its target. Just as Weedle resigned itself to its fate, a Spearow emerged from the other side of the grass, blocking Pidgeotto's path to its prey. The species of Spearow and Pidgeotto have always been rivals, so the 2 Pokémon began to fight in the air, allowing Weedle to escape, narrowly avoiding death. However, the fight between Spearow and Pidgeotto soon turned into a battle between their respective flocks. 2 flocks, totaling dozens of flying-type Pokémon, clashed in the sky above the meadow, forming a dark cloud. For the other Pokémon that frequented this place, the battle of these flying types was a common sight. These fights happened several times a day and generally didn't result in significant casualties, so many simply watched them as entertainment. Particularly Pokémon like Tauros, powerful and in large herds, would only glance over before returning to grazing. No matter how fiercely Pidgeotto and Spearow fought, neither would dare provoke a Tauros. If they did, the aggressive nature of the Tauros would mean they might destroy their nest. This vast meadow had an atmosphere similar to the wild area, where Pokémon ecology had been artificially simulated, but here it was a natural and evolved ecosystem. One shouldn't think that just because Pidgeotto and Spearow hunt Weedle, they don't have predators. When Weedle or Spinarak fully evolve into Beedrill or Ariados, they can hunt Spearow and Pidgeotto. It all depends on who's stronger at the time. The presence of Kain and Murkrow didn't attract much attention, they were too small compared to the vast meadow. Walking through the meadow, the Pokémon here had relatively low aggression, so as long as they weren't intentionally provoked, the area was quite safe. As Kain observed his surroundings and moved slowly, he suddenly noticed some sturdy, grey-armored Pokémon moving through the grass. Rhyhorn! Kain's eyes lit up. Rhyhorn is a relatively rare Pokémon, and its evolution, Rhyhorn, has considerable combat power. However, Rhyhorn is a rock and ground type Pokémon with many weaknesses, being 4 times vulnerable to water and grass type attacks and twice weak to fighting, ground, steel, and ice types. Overall, it's a Pokémon with many disadvantages. But it has high attack, defense, and physical endurance, sacrificing its special attack and defense, which makes it a purely physical Pokémon. Although its speed is somewhat slow, its stat distribution is quite efficient. Most importantly, Rhyhorn is a relatively rare Pokémon, and if it has good potential, its value would be quite high, potentially fetching a good price at the Hunters Guild. For the wealthy, having such an imposing Pokémon is a status symbol. And for some trainers, Rhyhorn's evolution, Rhyhorn, is synonymous with strength and endurance. Moreover, Hoenn knew that Rhyhorn has an additional evolution, Rhyperia. Currently, this evolved form likely hasn't been discovered, and people believe Rhyhorn is Rhyhorn's final form. If this evolution that further boosts its strength were revealed, Rhyhorn's value would skyrocket. Interested, Hoenn began to approach stealthily. Rhyhorn is a Pokémon highly sensitive to its surroundings, unlike Tauros, which doesn't bother as long as there's no red clothing nearby, even if you approach within a meter. But Rhyhorn is different, any movement around them puts them on alert. Imagine the power of a group of Rhyhorn charging, it would be even more terrifying than a Tauros stampede. After all, they're fully armored Pokémon. Comparing them to tanks wouldn't be wrong. To avoid attracting the attention of the Rhyhorn, Hoenn crouched down slowly, hiding in the tall grass. He approached step by step. At this distance, if the Rhyhorn charged, it would be difficult for Hoenn to escape. Fortunately, Rhyhorn are powerful in a straight line, but turning is quite slow for them. End of chapter. Happy New Year! May this year bring joy, success, and wonderful moments to cherish. Party Popper Sparkles.